I stepped out of the office when the night outside was already thick. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 11:30. Only half an hour left until my birthday quietly slipped away. I had actually booked my favorite Hotpot place way in advance, and even rented a fancy private room to party it up with my friends. But right before clocking out, the whole team got yanked back by the boss for an emergency meeting to revise a proposal, and we'd been buried in work up until now. My birthday party vanished into thin air, my special day completely hijacked by work. A sudden wave of self-pity welled up inside me. Ever since I graduated college and joined this company, working overtime had become my daily routine. Even on holidays, I'd get death threat level calls from my boss rushing me for something. Every single day, if I wasn't revising a proposal, I was on my way to revise a proposal. Standing in the middle of this big city that I had once dreamed of staying in at all costs. For the first time, I felt incredibly lost. Was this really the life I had always wanted? The night breeze blew past, messing up my hair. I snapped out of it and trudged toward the subway entrance. The late-night trains were no longer packed like they were during the day. The stark white LED lights cast a harsh glow over the empty station. Rows of vacant seats stretched out. I dragged my exhausted body onto the train, found a spot near the door, and slumped down. Once I was settled, I finally fished my phone out of my pocket. Scrolling past dozens of unread messages blowing up various company group chats, I saw a few birthday wishes from friends. I replied to thank them one by one. But since it was so late, no one replied immediately. Closing the messaging app, I habitually opened the folder where I kept my collection of mini-games. This was my way of de-stressing. These brainless games helped my tightly wound nerves relax a little after a long day. As soon as I opened the folder, my sharp eyes caught a strange, bright orange game icon in the bottom right corner. The app icon was a steaming hot pot, and underneath it read, "Open a hot pot restaurant." I was a bit puzzled. When did I download this? The game's opening animation was incredibly detailed and crisp. To my surprise, the little girl in the game looked eerily like me, from her messy bun right down to the shirt dress I was wearing today. This coincidence made my mood improve just a little bit. I watched the intro story intently. A female protagonist who couldn't make it in the big city decides to return to her hometown to inherit her family's hot pot restaurant. Upgrading the shop, unlocking ingredients, playing step by step, I gradually got sucked in without even realizing it. By the time I got home, my in-game restaurant was starting to take shape. After washing up, I climbed into bed, planning to tap the app and keep playing, when suddenly, a massive gravitational pulse surged from my phone screen. Before I could even react, my entire body vanished from the room. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in a cramped, dilapidated wooden house. The lighting was dim. I could only make out two sets of wooden tables and chairs. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Whether inside or outside, it was terrifyingly dead silent. I suppressed the fear and panic rising in my chest, scanned my surroundings, and slowly inched toward the door. I finally managed to creep up to the front door. Seeing no strange movements outside, I placed my hand on the doorknob, pressed down hard, and pushed. But after all that effort, the door in front of me didn't budge an inch. I froze for a second, and then a wave of despair washed over me. What the hell do you want from me? Where am I? A moment later, just when I thought no one would answer, a robotic voice suddenly echoed in the room. "Please calm down, host." The voice sounded a bit weak, mixed with the static of an electric current, cutting in and out like a robot running out of battery. "I sincerely apologize for bringing you to this parallel dimension without your consent. This whole situation was bizarre beyond words." What parallel dimension? What host? These words felt way too detached from reality, like a sci-fi movie bleeding into real life. Before I could react, the robotic voice continued. "This is a parallel micro-world to your world. I am a system from planet M660. Our planet needs to establish way stations in parallel worlds that are on the brink of collapse in order to gather energy. You are the manager candidate we have carefully selected. The way station here will exist in a form that you prefer and find easiest to accept. And in this world, it is a hot pot restaurant." After listening for a bit, I roughly understood the situation. So it all started with that app that randomly appeared on my phone. I pressed myself against the door, my entire body radiating high alert. Sure, I like playing games. I loved reading wild fantasy novels, but that didn't mean I could stay calm when this kind of crazy stuff actually happened to me in real life. I don't want to be some manager candidate. I just want to go home. I've been working all day, and I'm exhausted. Today is even my birthday, even though it's probably past midnight by now. So can you please just pick someone else? The more I spoke, the less I knew what I was saying. My words were a jumbled mess from sheer terror. I hadn't forgotten the phrase, brink of collapse, that the system just mentioned. That proved this world was full of unpredictable dangers. I didn't want to walk right into a death trap. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly understanding my fears, and continued to persuade me. Host, there is no need to rush your refusal. In this world, ensuring your safety is our absolute prerequisite. Furthermore, upon completing the mission, you will be granted ownership of an identical Hotpot restaurant in your real world. The system will handle all legal procedures to put the property and land deeds in your name. The location will even be chosen in the most bustling commercial district of your city. Hearing this, the resistance in my heart suddenly weakened a tiny bit. My very own Hotpot restaurant? That actually sounded pretty damn good. But just 3 seconds later, I snapped. Back to reality. My boss at work had fed me way too many empty promises. I was sick of eating pie in the sky. I shook my head, my voice firm. I don't believe you. Send me home. The system went silent again. It felt like a long time had passed. Before it spoke up again. How about this? I can give you the property deed and land ownership certificate in advance. You can have an expert verify if they are real or fake. However, before you complete the mission, you will not be able to enter that building. My movements paused. I was genuinely a little tempted now. How do I know that once I agree, you won't just take those things back and make me work for free? I maintained my guard, but my tone had softened considerably. I swear on the name of Planet M660. Moreover, we will sign a contract with you. If we violate it, we will be judged and exiled by the planet, the system promised solemnly. Why does it have to be me? Wouldn't it be easier to just pick someone else? I asked, still puzzled. To be honest with you, you've probably noticed by now. My energy is running low. I have to reserve a portion to protect you, so I'm currently operating on power-saving mode. The system's robotic voice carried a hint of helplessness. Seeing that I was still silent, the system directly materialized the stack of deeds and documents it had promised right in front of me. The red property deed simply appeared out of thin air before my eyes. I hesitated for a few seconds before taking it. I flipped it open. The address was right in the center of the city I lived in. A standalone building. The square footage was left blank. The system said the final size would depend on how much I upgraded the Hotpot restaurant in this world. My name was written clear as day on the deed. In that moment, the emotion I felt was incredibly foreign. I had been hustling in this city for years and still didn't even own a single room to my name. I had to admit, I was swaying. So how long do I have to stay in this world? Can I go home during that time? Who's taking care of my food and housing here? If I have to stay for 10 years, does that mean I won't get the restaurant until 10 years from now? I'll be 35 by then. The flow of time in the parallel world and the real world is not the same. 1 year here is equivalent to only 1 month in the real world. During the mission, you can request leave to go home, and you can call your family at any time. We will cover all your living expenses. You can rest assured. I want to go back and think about it some more. I told the system. You have 3 days to consider. I hope we will ultimately reach an answer that satisfies both parties. As soon as the system finished speaking, my head spun dizzily again. The next second, I found myself lying on my familiar bed. If it weren't for the stack of deeds and documents still in my hands, I would have thought I'd just been dreaming. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I dragged my panda eyes and squeezed onto the rush hour subway. The documents the system gave me were still sitting in my bag. I planned to find my lawyer friend during my lunch break to have her take a look. Throughout the morning, work kept piling up. I kept zoning out, thinking about the deed in my bag, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Because I had a meeting at 2 p.m., I didn't have time for a proper lunch. I just grabbed a quick sandwich and took a taxi to my friend's law firm. At the cafe downstairs, My lawyer friend scrutinized the stack of papers and the deed with extreme care. Finally, she concluded. They were all real and legally binding. She didn't even question the blank square footage. The system must have used some sort of trick to gloss over it. My friend, who was always a go-getter, patted my shoulder with pure admiration. You're amazing, girl. I can't even afford a house yet, and you've already snagged a commercial property. This location is prime real estate. Must have cost a fortune, huh? I didn't know how to explain it, so I just gave a vague answer and brushed it off. On the way back, I purposely took a detour through the city center. After asking around and searching, I finally found the address listed on the deed. The location was absolutely incredible. Right next to it was a massively popular shopping mall, surrounded by museums and tourist attractions. A restaurant sitting right in the middle of all this would definitely draw an insane crowd. The outside of the building was boarded up for renovations, so I couldn't see inside. But just based on the exterior, I guess the square footage was definitely not small. It was just that until I accepted and completed the mission, I still couldn't step foot inside that building. After returning to the office, my state of mind was nowhere near as calm as I looked. I realized the scales in my heart had already tipped heavily to the other side. Before the 3-day deadline was even up, I handed in my resignation. It wasn't entirely because I had decided to agree to the system, but because of something that had just happened at work. The PowerPoint presentation I had busted my ass on all week suddenly appeared, bold as brass, on another colleague's computer. Someone had messed with my PC. The original file was completely wiped. Coincidentally, the security cameras were malfunctioning at that exact time. But what that colleague didn't expect was that I had already emailed the most crucial data spreadsheet from that presentation to someone else. When I took this evidence to my superior, he tried to smooth things over. He hinted that sometimes connections were more important than hard work, and that there were some people even he couldn't afford to offend. Later, I found out that colleague had hooked up with the company's vice president. She assumed I had no proof and that the boss wouldn't take my side. So she arrogantly used my presentation in the all-hands meeting and soaked up all the praise. I sat calmly in my seat, wondering to myself, so all those days I spent running around gathering data meant nothing? Was I just supposed to swallow this bad luck? The moment she returned to her seat, looking all triumphant, I, who had held it in for far too long, suddenly stood up under the shocked gazes of everyone present. I pulled out the evidence and threw it right in her face and the fat VP's face. There were quite a few people in the company meeting. They all stared dumbfounded as I stood at the podium, tearing into them for 10 solid minutes. Normally, I was the type to keep my head down and work. I was quiet and looked like an easy target. They also knew my family wasn't well off and that I was desperately trying to save up for a house. In this cutthroat job market, they figured I definitely wouldn't want to lose this hard-earned job. That was why the VP and that colleague had acted so brazenly without any fear. Who knew they had messed with the wrong person? Finally, I nailed it with one sentence. You're trash, and you're trash too. Then, looking cool as hell, I ripped off my ID badge and slammed it on the table. I quit. Make sure you pay out my salary according to the law. Otherwise, I will absolutely fight you guys to the bitter end. I was never a pushover to begin with. I just had to smooth out my rough edges to make a living, which made people mistakenly think I was a soft target. Coincidentally, that meeting was being live-streamed to the chairman and the shareholders. The chairman witnessed the whole thing from start to finish and flew into a rage. The matter was handled with extreme severity. HR even called me later to ask if I wanted to come back, but I flat-out refused. In the end, I received a hefty severance package. The company even threw in a little extra. I understood. It was basically hush money. Everything that happened afterward was relayed to me live by my former coworkers. For instance, the corrupt VP, the colleague who stole my work, and my direct manager were all fired. The VP and the manager were even facing a lawsuit for embezzling a significant amount of company funds. But I didn't care anymore. Going absolutely feral had left me feeling incredibly refreshed. The severance pay also helped relieve a huge chunk of the frustration I'd been bottling up for years. I didn't know if that property deed had given me extra courage, but without it, I probably wouldn't have been able to blow things up to this extent. I stayed home, rested, and thought things over for 2 days. That stack of documents and the deed sat neatly on my nightstand. All I had to do was turn my head to see them. On the final day, I finally made my decision. Stepping into that space for the second time, I was clearly no longer as terrified as the first. Have you made your decision? Host? The system's voice rang out again. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, I replied firmly, I accept. The system's robotic voice clearly sounded like a weight had been lifted off its shoulders. Its tone even carried a hint of relief. Excellent. Please wait a moment, host, while the binding process initiates. As soon as the system finished, I heard a series of beeps. After a moment, I suddenly felt a strange sensation. It felt like my mind had become clearer and something new had appeared in my consciousness. After the binding was complete, the system handed me a contract to sign. I skimmed through it. Basically, all the clauses were in my favor, exactly as the system had promised. The only restriction was that once I took over this Hotpot restaurant, I couldn't just abandon it on a whim. After signing the contract, the system began to give me a brief overview of this world. This parallel world had a similar structure and currency to mine, but 10 years ago, a virus had swept across the blue planet. Those infected either turned into flesh-eating monsters or, with a small probability, became awakened with superpowers. The majority of the remaining humans only received enhanced strength and speed. Animals also mutated after infection, becoming enemies of humanity. Life became incredibly harsh. Survivors built bases in the cities, gathering humanity together to fend off the monsters and the brutal environment. Due to the weather and the virus, farming and livestock breeding hit a dead end. High investment yielded tragically low output. Over the past 10 years, humanity's basic supplies had become extremely scarce. Therefore, the bases developed something called nutrient solution to sustain the body's basic daily needs. The currency in this world was crystal cores. And in my Hotpot restaurant, the currency used would also be crystal cores. Crystal cores were the energy of this world, as the system called it. They were dug out from the brains of the monsters. These energy-filled cores provided them with power, distinguishing them from ordinary monsters. Ranging from level 1 to level 9, the higher the level, the harder they were to deal with. Through the system's detailed explanation, I got a rough understanding of this world. My face paled slightly. Zombies, mutated animals, awakened humans. These things only existed in movies and novels, yet now they were about to appear right in front of my eyes. There is no need to worry, host. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. This restaurant is your strongest shield. No creature can harm you while you are in here. After binding, I vaguely understood the constraints of the system's rules. What it said was definitely true. Besides, we were now in the same boat. We rise together, we fall together. I reassured myself for 5 minutes before nodding. I understand. So when do we open the shop? Right now is fine. You can name the restaurant first, host. I was terrible at naming things. I thought for a long time before finally saying, let's call it a hot pot restaurant. After a moment, the system's voice chimed in. Naming complete. A hot pot restaurant. Owner. Jiangzi. Host, you may now open for business. I clung to the window and looked outside. It was a blank expanse of white. I couldn't see a thing. From here on out, I would begin a completely new life full of unknown thrills. But strangely, the fear in my heart was gradually fading. I didn't turn around, just nodded. Open the shop. I heard a sound like the break of dawn, like ice melting in the spring. Then, the once silent wooden house was suddenly flooded with countless sounds. The wind, the rain, and the roars and groans of something in agonizing pain. I took a few more deep breaths before I dared to poke my head out the window. What met my eyes was a scene of utter devastation. After 10 years, the city was cracked, weathered, and completely stripped of its former glory. It was raining today, making the sky a gloomy, oppressive gray. I lowered my gaze, and a zombie shambling along suddenly entered my line of sight. I felt like my eyesight had never been this good. I could even clearly see the maggots crawling on its face. After the host binds with the system, your physical attributes are enhanced accordingly. Hearing the system's voice, I realized I had accidentally voiced my thoughts out loud. The zombie outside made me feel physically and psychologically sick. I pulled my head back and took a moment to compose myself. Sure enough, there was a massive gap between movies and reality. In movies, it was just makeup and CGI. But in reality, the thing out there was an actual moving, rotting corpse. Chunks of dried, rotting flesh and maggots were falling to the ground with the rain. The gloomy weather outside made the inside of the room just as dark. Once I calmed down, I walked over and flipped the light switch. The room instantly lit up. The warm yellow light helped steady my nerves a bit. To distract myself, I started walking around the room. I hadn't looked closely earlier. This place was seriously old. There was even a massive, glaring spiderweb in the corner of the wall. The room only had 2 sets of wooden tables and chairs, looking like they were about to fall apart at any second. The tabletops even felt like they were coated in a layer of grease. Next to them was the checkout counter, connected to a semi-open kitchen. In the middle sat a chest freezer for storing ingredients. Behind that was a cramped little bathroom. The room next to the kitchen, which I thought was a storage closet, was actually my bedroom. Against the wall in the main dining area was a long table. On it sat a massive commercial rice cooker. Next to it was the condiment station. The condiment station only had one single type of dipping sauce. The bowl had a label slapped on it that read, soy sauce. I could basically take in the whole place with a single glance. A few steps, and I'd covered the entire floor plan. It was so bare bones that it left me speechless. Perhaps seeing me stay silent for so long, the system chimed in to smooth things over. It will upgrade gradually. The Hotpot restaurant will get nicer and nicer in the future. I gave a half-hearted nod. So what now? What should I do? Now that it's named, you can officially open for business. The daily operating hours are up to you, host. Currently, the restaurant only offers clear broth hot pot, sliced potatoes, white rice, and soy sauce. After upgrading, you can unlock more ingredients and broth bases. The clear broth costs 1 level 3 crystal core. Vegetarian dishes are 5 level 1 crystal cores each, the system continued to explain. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 10 points with me. A level 2 crystal core is 100 points, and so on. I will convert points for you at a ratio of 1 point to 1 real-world dollar. You can cash out instantly whenever you need, ensuring your quality of life in the real world. Hearing that last part, my eyes lit up like I'd struck gold. I didn't expect to get a salary while doing this mission. I had originally planned to just dump all my savings into the bank to live off the interest, because sitting around with no income would leave me broke sooner or later. Hearing that I'd get paid, my enthusiasm for the job skyrocketed. But still, a hot pot restaurant that only serves clear broth, sliced potatoes, white rice, and soy sauce. How is that acceptable? As the owner, I felt a heavy burden on my shoulders. The first main quest for the host: serve 5 customers. The daily operating hours are up to you, host. Currently, the restaurant only offers clear broth hot pot, sliced potatoes, white rice, and soy sauce. After upgrading, you can unlock more ingredients and broth bases. The clear broth costs 1 level 3 crystal core. Vegetarian dishes are 5 level 1 crystal cores each, the system continued to explain. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 10 points with me. A level 2 crystal core is 100 points, and so on. I will convert points for you at a ratio of 1 point to 1 real-world dollar. You can cash out instantly whenever you need, ensuring your quality of life in the real world. Hearing that last part, my eyes lit up like I'd struck gold. I didn't expect to get a salary while doing this mission. I had originally planned to just dump all my savings into the bank to live off the interest, because sitting around with no income would leave me broke sooner or later. Hearing that I'd get paid, my enthusiasm for the job skyrocketed. But still, a hot pot restaurant that only serves clear broth, sliced potatoes, white rice, and soy sauce. How is that acceptable? As the owner, I felt a heavy burden on my shoulders. The first main quest for the host: serve 5 customers. Reward: unlock mineral water. After briefly introducing the relevant rules, the system issued the first quest. Hearing the quest, I turned my head and looked out the window. There was only a single zombie wandering aimlessly out there. Other than that, not a soul in sight. 5 people. Do zombies count? No. The restaurant's customers can only be humans. The system replied mechanically. I clung to the windowsill in despair, looking outside. Let alone people. Besides that zombie, there wasn't even a ghost out there. Was I going to get stuck on the very first quest? There is no need to worry, host. This city has quite a few high-level zombies, and there are several human bases nearby. Many hunter teams choose to come here to clear out zombies and collect crystal cores. Survivors will show up soon enough. The system comforted me. Besides, our sign is very eye-catching. Anyone passing through this area will spot it immediately. Eye-catching. Hearing the system say that, I got curious. I wanted to go out and take a look, but I was a bit spooked by the zombies outside. Even though the system said it would protect me, I didn't know what the protection radius was. If I stepped out of the restaurant and the protection wore off, I'd be screwed. Rest assured, host. The protection radius covers the Hotpot restaurant and a certain area around it. I will mark it for you to see. As long as you don't leave this area, you'll be fine. Later, when you have points, you can spend them to unlock a personal energy shield for double the protection. Hearing that, I didn't hesitate anymore and walked toward the door. The wooden door had been open since I officially started business. As soon as I stepped up, I saw the scene outside. Standing at the door, I could feel the wind blowing in, carrying the smell of damp earth after the rain and a distinct, bitter scent in the air. The rain in the apocalypse is not like normal rain. It cannot be consumed directly. If humans are exposed to it for too long, they will be infected, the system reminded me. However, within the restaurant's protection radius, all harmful substances and threats to the host have been filtered and purified. I stepped out the door, officially setting foot in another world. This feeling was incredibly surreal. I was clearly standing on solid ground, but why did it feel so illusory? Maybe it was because it was raining, making the city outside look so gray and bleak. The high-rise buildings, eroded by time, were crumbling and desolate. Aside from the sound of the wind and rain, the space here was terrifyingly silent. Not a single person in sight. Not even a weed could grow here. A sudden sense of loneliness washed over me, as if I had been abandoned by the entire world. Suddenly, I felt a deep empathy for the people trying to survive in this apocalyptic era. I took a few steps forward and noticed a faint, translucent barrier surrounding the restaurant. If I didn't look closely, it was hard to spot. It looked like a giant, inverted bowl, completely enclosing the Hotpot restaurant. I could still feel the wind, smell the air, and feel the light drizzle, but the rain wasn't murky like it was outside. It must have been purified, just like the system said. In this moment, the so-called system protection manifested in the most tangible way possible. The zombie from earlier had shambled far away, seemingly completely unaware of my presence, leaving only a ragged silhouette. I stood safely inside the protective barrier, turned around, and looked up at the restaurant sign. Above the entrance, a wooden signboard stretched across the entire width of the storefront. To increase visibility, the sign was lined with color-changing LED strip lights. Right now, the lights were flashing wildly, standing out like a sore thumb in this gray, dreary world. Behind the massive letters, a Hotpot restaurant, written in neat calligraphy, there was even a 3D effect. No matter what angle you looked from, you could see the full name of the shop perfectly. It really was eye-catching. The exterior of the shop matched the interior. It looked like a dusty, forgotten hunter's cabin deep in the woods. Actually, the inside wasn't dirty at all. From the moment I named it and officially opened, all the cobwebs had vanished without a trace. The restaurant sat right at the intersection of several major roads. No matter which way you came from, you'd see it. After standing outside for a bit, I saw a few more zombies shambling over from the distance. So, I quickly scurried back inside. Host, it is time for lunch. Please place your order. Hearing the system's reminder, I realized my stomach was starting to rumble. The clock on the wall showed. It was almost 1 p.m. Rubbing my hands together, I excitedly followed the system's instructions and booted up the computer at the checkout counter. This computer looked a bit clunky, like an antique, but the system said it would upgrade along with the shop. Despite looking old, it had all the necessary features. The system had even thoughtfully pre-installed a bunch of novels and movies for me to kill time with. The owner's ordering menu popped up. I opened it full of hope, only to find that it was entirely filled with potato dishes. Hot and sour shredded potatoes. Sliced potatoes. The menu seemed extensive, but it was just potatoes in every form. And more importantly, it was all vegetarian. Not a single piece of meat in sight. I sat dumbfounded in front of the screen. Is this all I get to eat? Yes, host. Your food is directly linked to the ingredients the Hotpot restaurant has unlocked. The system replied. I let out a heavy sigh. Looks like I need to finish these quests ASAP. I selected the hot and sour shredded potatoes. As soon as I placed the order, the system told me to go to the kitchen window to pick up my food. I hadn't even gotten a good look at the kitchen yet. Walking in, I saw a small window at the back, where a steaming plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes was already waiting. The smell was mouth-watering. As for the rice, I had to cook it myself using the rice cooker. There was rice readily available in the kitchen. After washing it and pressing the button, it only took a few minutes for the rice to cook, smelling incredibly fragrant. The rice cooker was shockingly huge. Once the rice was done, I scooped a heaping bowl and brought it to the counter, blowing on it as I ate it with the piping hot shredded potatoes. The potatoes were perfectly crisp. The sour and spicy flavors rich and intense. It was unbelievably delicious. It was even better than any plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes I'd ever had before. The rice grains were translucent, sticky, and fragrant. Even eating it plain, I could taste the distinct, subtle sweetness of premium rice. My first meal in this new world left me stuffed to the brim. Even though the ingredients were monotonous, I never expected it to taste this good. After lunch, I followed the system's instructions to learn how to prep the hot pot broth and ingredients. The process was actually quite simple. The broth came in pre-made flavor packets. All I had to do was add water and bring it to a boil. There was also a massive sack of potatoes in the kitchen. I just needed to peel them, slice them, and arrange them on a plate to serve to the customers. Do I get to use these ingredients for free? I looked at the massive sack of potatoes, wondering when I'd ever finish it, and asked. The first sack of potatoes and the first batch of broth packets are free. Once they are used up, you will have to use points to purchase more. When stock runs out, the system will automatically replenish it and deduct the points from the host. I nodded, feeling quite satisfied. At least this batch of potatoes and broth was free. I didn't have to worry about points for now. I guess the system had a little bit of humanity left. I figured with how things were going, I wouldn't get a single customer today. But by the afternoon, while I was busy laughing my head off at a variety show, there was suddenly a noise at the door. A group of 3 men cautiously stepped inside from the outside, gripping clubs and machetes tightly in their hands. As soon as they walked in, they met my eyes as I sat behind the checkout counter. These 3 had initially thought this shop looked bizarre, and since the lights were on, they decided to come in and check the situation, maybe see if there were any survivors trapped inside. Who knew that as soon as they walked in, they'd see a girl looking outrageously relaxed. The shop was clean and tidy, the lights were bright, there was a faint smell of food, and weirdest of all, they could even hear the sound of a TV. Seeing people enter the shop, my eyes lit up. Would the 3 of you like some Hotpot? Eat Hotpot. A tall guy wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and pants, with bulging muscles, named Gucci, had a look on his face that clearly said, "Are you kidding me? Didn't you guys see my sign outside? It's huge. This is a hot pot restaurant. Right now, we have clear broth hot pot, sliced potatoes, and white rice." I enthusiastically pitched my menu. Looking at the sheer size of these 3 guys, I knew they could definitely eat a lot. Eating a lot meant spending a lot. My first quest was to serve 5 people, and here were 3 already. I was brimming with hope. "Are you messing with us, little lady?" Another shorter guy named Zhou Lin blurted out. Of course they saw the sign, but nobody believed it was real. How could I be messing with you? Our shop is a legitimate hot pot business. 100% authentic, I stated firmly. The 3 of them looked at me with deep suspicion, as if they were looking at a crazy person. "All right, then bring us a pot of clear broth and a plate of potatoes. Let's see it." The last guy in the group, Su Yen, spoke up and sat down at the wooden table. He wanted to see if this absurdly out-of-place shop could actually produce anything decent. Seeing their friend do this, the other 2 understood his intention and sat down next to him. 10 years into the apocalypse, they had never encountered anything as bizarre as this. Deep down, they were 80 to 90% sure that I had been driven insane by the apocalypse. That kind of thing was common nowadays. The number of survivors who suffered mental breakdowns and ended it all wasn't small. However, why this shop had electricity was still a mystery that needed investigating. All right. I smiled so wide my eyes turned into crescents. I stepped out from behind the counter, holding a notepad to look the part, and walked up to them. "Just 1 clear broth hot pot and 1 plate of sliced potatoes? Would you like some rice? Our rice is 1 level 2 crystal core per person, all you can eat." Then add rice for 3, Suyin said. Since he had already decided the other party was just talking nonsense, he acted extremely cooperative. Yes, sir. So your total comes to 5 level 1 crystal cores, 1 level 3 crystal core, and 3 level 2 crystal cores. I calculated the total in my head, then looked at the 3 of them, not moving an inch. My meaning was crystal clear. Pay first, eat later. The 3 of them pondered for a moment. Finally, Suyin actually took the crystal cores out of his pocket and placed them into my hand. Hey Sue, are you really giving her crystal cores? If you ask me, this place is definitely a shady joint, just out to scam crystal cores. Jolin leaned in and whispered as soon as I went into the kitchen. It's fine. She's just a girl who's not right in the head. If anything goes wrong, we'll just take the crystal cores back. Besides, the price she asked for isn't high. Level 1 and 3 crystal cores are pretty common. Suyin glanced toward the kitchen, his eyes still holding a trace of vigilance. While I was in the kitchen, they observed this tiny shop. They didn't see anything unusual except for the massive rice cooker sitting next to the condiment station. Its keep warm, light glowing. They had no idea what was inside. But then again, why was there electricity here? Even in the bases, people only started having access to electricity in the 5th year of the apocalypse. This place was just radiating weirdness from every corner. While the 3 of them were lost in thought, a sudden aroma wafted out from the kitchen. This smell was both foreign and familiar. Before the apocalypse, they smelled it all the time, but now, in their daily struggle for survival, they had long tossed it to the back of their minds. In that moment, all 3 of them revealed looks of sheer shock. On the other side, I carefully carried a pot out of the kitchen. The closer I got, the stronger the aroma became. The 3 of them realized that the mouth-watering smell was actually coming from the pot in my hands. I placed the pot on their wooden table and pressed the start button. The hot pot here was different from the ones in my world. The pot itself had a self-heating function. It didn't need to be plugged in or lit with fire. It was incredibly convenient and safe. Here is the clear broth hot pot you ordered. Please wait a moment. I'll go get your bowls and chopsticks. I dusted off my hands and turned back to the kitchen. The guys sitting at the wooden table hadn't even reacted yet. The broth in front of them was a clear, golden color, radiating an incredibly appetizing aroma. Inside the broth, there were mushrooms, goji berries, ginger, and a few other ingredients. The broth in my shop is made entirely from slow-simmered old hen stock. I also added quite a few healthy medicinal herbs. The flavor is absolutely amazing. Actually, the system had just whispered all of this into my ear, so I conveniently used it as a sales pitch. After setting down the bowls and chopsticks, I went back into the kitchen to slice a plate of potatoes. I rarely cooked, so my knife skills were pretty mediocre. The potato slices were uneven, some thick, some thin. Looking at my handiwork, I scratched my nose in embarrassment. However, the 3 customers outside didn't seem to care at all about how the potatoes were sliced. They were still staring blankly at the pot of broth that was starting to boil. Here's all your food. The rice is over there, and there's soy sauce too. Feel free to help yourselves if you need it. After saying that, I leisurely walked back behind the checkout counter. This was the shop's very first table of customers. I couldn't help but feel excited. I quietly opened the quest panel to check my progress. I saw that the quest serve 5 customers to unlock mineral water had jumped from 0 out of 5. To March 5th, Su Yin and Zhou Lin sat frozen for a long time before snapping out of it. Their noses were filled with the smell of food. Should we? Zhou Lin swallowed hard. Try a little bit. Gucci grabbed the plate of potatoes and dumped the whole thing into the boiling broth. I'm just going to take one bite. The potatoes cooked in just a few minutes. Each of them grabbed a slice with their chopsticks and put it in their bowls. The potatoes were soft and fluffy, breaking apart with just a gentle prod of the chopsticks, soaked in the rich, savory sweetness of the hot pot broth. The potato slices tasted unbelievably good. Gucci zoned out for just a second, and the potatoes in the pot were almost completely fished out. With quick hands and sharp eyes, he snatched the last piece and dropped it into his bowl, then glared at his 2 comrades, who usually swore to live and die together, with deep resentment. After finishing the plate of potatoes, the 3 of them still weren't satisfied. They hurriedly called out to me, "Boss, give us 3 more plates of potatoes." While I was in the kitchen slicing potatoes, The three of them rushed to the condiment station, each scooped a bowl of soy sauce, and piled 3 bowls high with rice. Returning to their seats, they ladled the hot pot broth over their rice and slurped down an entire bowl of broth-soaked rice, just like that. By the time I came out, their rice bowls had hit the bottom, and the broth in the pot was half gone. I placed the 3 plates of potatoes on the rack next to their table, then went into the kitchen to grab a pitcher of broth to top them off. The broth in the pitcher was kept warm in the kitchen. It was simmered from bones, chicken, and a bit of seafood. So even though it looked very clear, the flavor was incredibly rich. At first, the 3 of them tried to be polite, not eating too ravenously. But as time went on, all conversation completely ceased, leaving only the clattering of chopsticks against bowls. I peeked outside. They were already on their 3rd bowl of rice, and they were even pouring soy sauce over it, inventing a whole new way to eat. Gucci caught my eye and smiled a bit sheepishly. "Boss, we're out of rice." I nodded. "Sure thing, let me cook another pot. No rush, take your time. It's all you can eat." The system had just unlocked the inventory purchasing interface for me. It was also a 3D holographic screen like the Quest panel, visible only to me. Opening or closing it depended entirely on my thoughts. It felt pretty magical. 10 points could buy 100 caddies of rice, so I wasn't worried about them eating me out of house and home. Even if they ate 10 pots, I still wouldn't lose money. The rice cooker had a self-cleaning function with just the push of a button. There was also a dishwasher in the kitchen. Just load the dishes in, and they'd come out sparkling clean and fully sanitized. I had to say, I absolutely loved this smart kitchen. The biggest reason I hated cooking was because I hated washing dishes. If it could eventually cook the rice and chop the veggies for me too, that would be absolutely peak. The system said that as long as the hot pot restaurant kept upgrading, those functions were entirely possible. The pot of clear broth and the 3 extra plates of potatoes were completely wiped out. Not a single drop of broth was left. The 3 men leaned back in their wooden chairs, staring speechlessly at the spotless plates in front of them. What were they originally planning to do when they came in here again? Yet somehow, it was like they'd been bewitched. One bite led to another, one bowl followed the next. By the time they finished, they suddenly realized their stomachs were stretched so tight they were about to burst. But man, it was undeniably delicious. The 3 of them struggled internally, but ultimately completely surrendered to the amazing food. Because supplies were incredibly scarce right now, research institutes had spent years racking their brains to create a type of nutrient solution that could basically meet human needs. Both hydration and nutrition were neatly solved in one bottle of that solution. However, while the nutrient solution wasn't exactly hard to swallow, it definitely wasn't tasty either. As people hailing from a culinary powerhouse, these survivors naturally had zero resistance to good food. The 3 of them remembered their bold claims from earlier, insisting this was a shady joint. Now, their faces felt a little slapped. "Are you all finished?" I walked over at just the right moment and asked with a smile. Finished." Gucci sat up straight and stammered slightly. "How was it? Was the flavor okay?" I asked, my eyes crinkling into a smile. "It was delicious. Just a bit light on the options." "When will you have meat, boss?" Jolin asked, full of anticipation. Hearing this, the other 2 also looked over with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "We'll have it eventually. It's just that transporting supplies is a bit difficult right now," I replied with a smile. "Next time you guys come back, who knows, there might be new ingredients." The 3 of them stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, unable to resist turning back for one last look. The warm yellow light radiating from inside looked incredibly striking and out of place in this gray world. Right at that moment, a group of zombies wandered past the shop. The 3 of them instinctively raised their weapons, going on high alert. But then they realized the zombies couldn't see them at all, even though they were quite close. The zombies, known for their sharp sense of smell, just drifted right past as if nothing was there. Jolin tested the waters by taking a few steps toward them. The moment he stepped out of the restaurant's protection radius, the zombie that had been ignoring them suddenly snapped its head around and sprinted wildly toward him. Jolin hastily scrambled back a few steps. The zombie immediately lost its target, standing dumbfounded in place, looking around in confusion for a while. "That's top tier." Jolin turned to look at his teammates. They could all clearly see the shock in each other's eyes. All three of them looked back at the shop one more time. What the hell was this place? They passed through this area all the time and had never seen this Hotpot restaurant before. It was as if it had just dropped out of the sky. After the three of them left, I took the bowls and plates into the kitchen and loaded them into the dishwasher. Actually, while they were observing me earlier, I was also observing these people of the apocalypse. They looked much bulkier than the people in my world. They were tall, with solid, well-defined muscles. The shortest among them had to be at least 1.8 meters tall. The three of them standing in front of a 1.65-meter girl like me was quite intimidating. The system said that all humans who had evolved in the apocalypse were like this. If their physical strength wasn't enhanced, there was simply no way they could fight off those zombies. After cleaning up that table, I started counting my crystal cores. Today, I collected a total of 20 level 1 crystal cores, 1 level 3 crystal core, and 3 level 2 crystal cores. Converted into points, that was 1,500, equivalent to 1,500 renminbi in the real world. Making this much bank on my very first gig was completely beyond my expectations. This is a very good start. You did a great job, host. Keep up the good work. The system's encouraging voice chimed in right on cue. I looked at the points displayed on the screen, feeling a surge of pride. Who knew I actually had a knack for business? But that pride only lasted for a moment. After those three left, I didn't see a single living soul for the rest of the day. Instead, I saw a few small hordes of zombies, about 10 in each group, shambling together towards some unknown destination. The sight of a whole horde of zombies lumbering past was a massive visual shock. I finally couldn't hold it in and threw up violently. But strangely enough, after throwing up a few times, looking at those zombies actually started to feel normal. By the end of the day, I was even calmly sitting there guessing whether a zombie used to be male or female, old or young, when it was alive. The system also took the opportunity to educate me. The ones that move slowly and have blank expressions are level 1 zombies, the most basic type. The ones with faster speed and more agile movements are level 2 zombies. Currently, only level 1 and level 2 zombies were wandering around the Hotpot restaurant. I hadn't had the chance, or rather, the bad luck, to encounter any higher level ones yet. Night fell. Because there were no streetlights, the darkness outside was as thick as ink. It felt like the entire city had sunk into a pitch-black swamp, leaving only the faint outlines of the buildings. Sitting alone in the shop, glancing outside occasionally, still sent shivers down my spine. Right at that moment, my phone, which had been silent all day, suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw it was my parents calling from my hometown. I answered, and my mom's gentle voice came through the line. "Hey, sweetie, have you eaten dinner? What are you up to? Is work keeping you super busy lately?" Hearing my mom's voice, my nose suddenly stung. I blinked rapidly, forcing the tears back down. I was a 25-year-old woman now. I couldn't just cry at the drop of a hat like when I was a kid. "I'm doing fine. What about you and Dad? Have you eaten?" I could hear the bustling noise of people in the background on their end. Without even looking, I could picture the scene at my parents' place. My family lived in a small, middle-of-nowhere county town. My parents ran a mini-mart right at the entrance of our residential complex. Dinner time was always when the mart was the busiest. Not only were there customers buying things, but the neighborhood aunties and uncles would also drop by for a stroll and a chat. Small towns didn't have a fast-paced lifestyle, but they made up for it with gentle evening breezes and a noisy yet warm sense of community. My parents couldn't give me a life of filthy richness, but from childhood to adulthood, they never let me suffer any hardships, whether material or emotional. Because of that, my long-standing dream was to work hard, buy a house, and bring my parents to the big city to live with me. We ate, sweetie. Ribs were cheap at the market today. Your dad made sweet and sour ribs. He kept muttering the whole time that it's your favorite dish. My mom's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the faint static of the connection. My dad had apprenticed under a chef for 2 years when he was younger, so his cooking skills were absolutely top tier. Hearing sweet and sour ribs, my mind automatically conjured up an image of glossy ribs, coated in a rich, dark sauce, sprinkled with fragrant sesame seeds. I craved it so much I almost drooled. "If you want some, come home. I'll make you a whole feast." My dad leaned close to the phone, chuckling as he spoke. "Okay, When work slows down, I'll come visit you guys. Right now, I had no idea when I'd actually get a vacation, so that was all I could say. Oh right, sweetie, National Day is in a little over a month. Will you get time off then? Are you planning to come home for a bit? My mom's voice was full of anticipation. I'm not sure yet. Work has been really crazy lately. If I can make it, I'll call and let you know in advance. Okay, Mom? I replied. 1 month in the real world was equivalent to over a year in this apocalypse. My mom gently said she understood and reminded me to take care of my health and eat well. But I knew for a fact she must be feeling really disappointed. Last Lunar New Year, I only got to stay home for 3 days before the company dragged me back. Counting the days, it had been over half a year since I'd been home. Hanging up the phone, my fighting spirit ignited once again. Once this Hotpot restaurant fully belonged to me, I'd tell my parents to close down the mini-mart back home and come up here to help me run the restaurant. Our whole family would be together forever. Before I knew it, the clock on the wall pointed to 10 p.m. Outside, aside from the roars of zombies, there were no other sounds. I figured there probably wasn't anyone wandering the streets at this hour, so I just closed the wooden doors. Even with the doors closed, the LED lights on the signs still glowed brightly, looking like a guiding lighthouse in the dark night. My private room wasn't big. It only had a bed, a wardrobe, a vanity, and a small foldable table next to the bed. But the incredibly thoughtful part was that the room had its own en-suite bathroom. This saved me from having to fumble through the pitch-black shop to use the bathroom outside. The bathroom was fully stocked with a toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, body wash, and even the exact brand of face wash I usually used. Under the sink, there was even a drawer full of sanitary pads. The system really had thought of every possible scenario. The wardrobe was filled with the kind of casual, comfortable clothes I liked. T-shirts, jeans, sportswear, and even a few cute dresses. There were also several pairs of shoes, all exactly my size. I briefly felt the happiness of a female protagonist in a novel. Wasn't this the classic CEO buys the heroine a whole new wardrobe trope? After washing up, I lay down on the bed. It was almost midnight. My body was exhausted, but my brain was still buzzing with excitement. Thinking back on everything that happened today, it still felt so unbelievable. Little did I know, at that very moment, in a high-rise building a few kilometers away from the Hotpot restaurant, a group of 5 people was taking a break. They were from a nearby base. They had originally completed their mission and were planning to head back, but just as they were leaving, they were ambushed by a horde of zombies blocking the road. It was too dark for them to make it back in time. The city at night was 10 times more dangerous than during the day. One wrong move, and you'd lose your life. This building was the tallest in the area. After clearing out the zombies inside, they chose a room that looked like a conference room to crash in. It had transparent glass walls and a sturdy door, allowing them to keep watch outside while maintaining a strong defense. The burly man standing by the window was Chun Chung, the team captain. He was using binoculars to survey the area under the moonlight, planning their route for tomorrow. Suddenly, a spot of light flashed in the lenses. Chun Chung froze for a second, immediately adjusting the binoculars to search for the streak of light that had just flashed by. Once the focus was sharp, he finally saw clearly that the out-of-place halo of light was actually a signboard. He couldn't quite make out the words, but he saw a ring of colored lights flashing nonstop. Chun Chung thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He lowered the binoculars, rubbed his eyes a few times, and looked again. The flashing sign was still sitting right there. Chun Chung turned and called out to his teammate. Su Ling, come take a look at this. A girl with a ponytail jumped up. What is it, Captain? Su Ling walked over, taking the binoculars with a confused look. What did you see that's so weird? She looked in the direction Chun Chung was pointing, and then she froze too. Captain, what is that? Su Ling's voice trembled, unable to believe her eyes. What's wrong? Another girl with short hair named Fong Qing also ran over out of curiosity, and her eyes widened in shock too. Honestly, having a signboard was nothing special. But what was crazy was that some lunatic was actually bawling out enough to waste precious electricity on something so frivolous. You have to remember, inside the base, daily electricity usage was strictly rationed. Did we see this shop when we came through here yesterday? The other members gathered around, staring at the Hotpot restaurant sign in bewilderment. Who knows? We were running for our lives. Who was paying attention? The Hotpot restaurant was located right on their route back to the base. Eventually, the group agreed that when they left tomorrow morning, they'd swing by and check out the situation since it was on the way. I only managed to catch a little sleep near dawn, but my annoying biological clock woke me up bright and early. I lay in bed, staring around the unfamiliar room for a while before I finally remembered where I was. It was just past 6 a.m. The sky wasn't fully bright yet. Pushing open the wooden door, the smell of damp earth after the rain hit my face. Fog blanketed everything, making visibility pretty low. I stretched my arms. After a night of mental prep, I was starting to adapt to my new identity. No toxic coworkers, no annoying clients, and no overtime. Free food and housing. And judging by how crazy those hunters went over the hot pot yesterday, the pay was definitely going to be good. Aside from the lack of human interaction and the hideous monsters, this job was absolutely peak. What more could I ask for? My breakfast was plain congee with pickled shredded potatoes. The hot and sour potatoes were crunchy and brought a whole new flavor profile today. As I chewed, I thought to myself, the system really was like a magic genie. Even if I wanted a midnight snack, it could whip one up. But opening the menu to look, French fries, braised potatoes, shredded potatoes, sliced potatoes, mashed potatoes. Eating potatoes all day made me feel like I was about to turn into a potato myself. I needed to finish quests quickly to unlock new dishes. After breakfast, I did a quick sweep of the shop, sliced 2 plates of potatoes, soaked them in water, wrapped them in cling film, and put them in the fridge. My knife skills had leveled up significantly today. The thickness of the potato slices was pretty even, no longer the chunky, uneven mess from yesterday. Just as I put the plates in the fridge, I suddenly heard a massive rumbling sound, like something gigantic was charging this way. The ground beneath my feet even shook slightly. I closed the fridge door and curiously stepped out the wooden door. In the distance, through the fog, I saw a tall, slender black shadow hurtling forward at terrifying speed. I could faintly hear people screaming. My heart leaped into my throat. Were people being chased by those monsters? I instinctively took a step forward, wanting to get a better look. Very quickly, the black shadow in the fog revealed itself. It was a giant snake, almost half as tall as a building. Its body was pitch black, and its murky, earth-yellow eyes with vertical slits made it look both razor-sharp and cold-blooded. After getting a clear look at the monster's face, I felt goosebumps erupt from my toes all the way to the top of my head. Ever since I was a kid, the thing I feared most was snakes. Seeing a snake this massive, my entire body froze, and my legs turned to jelly. Right at that moment, the fog cleared a bit, and I finally saw clearly that there were indeed several people running for their lives right in front of the snake. The snake behind them looked like it was moving sluggishly, but the distance was rapidly closing. Saving lives came first. I didn't even have time to be scared anymore. I dashed out the wooden door of the Hot Pot restaurant and screamed at them to run inside and take cover. The people fleeing didn't have time to overthink it. Like grabbing onto a lifeline in a raging river, they immediately changed direction and sprinted toward me. But when they got close and saw me, reality hit them. What was the point of hiding here? Were they really expecting a frail girl like this to fight off that giant snake? However, just as they were about to grab me and keep running, the thunderous noise behind them abruptly stopped. The group curiously turned their heads and realized that the giant snake, which had been relentlessly pursuing them just a second ago, had suddenly lost its target. The massive snake head darted around, looking everywhere, and then slithered right past them. At such a close distance, I could clearly see every single scale and the bumpy, grotesque warts on its head. Goosebumps covered my arms. But even though it was that close, the snake didn't seem to notice there were people here at all. Everyone held their breath, watching the snake slowly slither off in another direction. Only then did they dare to breathe a sigh of relief. After the shock wore off, the survivors began to observe their surroundings. It turned out this was the exact shop with the flashy LED sign they had seen through the binoculars last night. They exchanged glances. Realizing it was indeed that shop, the exhaustion from their desperate escape faded just a little. They had originally planned to drop by and check it out, but not long after leaving the building, they were targeted by this level 6 snake and barely made it out alive. Why don't you all come inside and rest for a bit? I looked at the snake still lingering outside, using its massive, powerful tail to smash everything in sight, and felt a chill run down my spine. I hurriedly urged the 5 people who were still standing there in a daze. The 5 of them didn't know what lay ahead, but with a vicious snake outside, a human like me clearly looked much safer. They looked at each other, then silently followed me into the Hotpot restaurant. As soon as they walked in, the aroma of food hit them right in the face. It was the most authentic smell of white rice, etched deep into everyone's memory. Smelling it, everyone's stomachs started rumbling like a drumline. Are you guys hungry? Want something to eat? My place is a hot pot restaurant, though the ingredients are a bit limited right now. We only have clear broth hot pot and sliced potatoes. Of course, as long as you pay with crystal cores, it's all you can eat white rice. After my heart rate settled down, I clearly heard a few stomachs growling, so I immediately started my sales pitch. Chen Chung and his teammates observed the hot pot restaurant. It was tiny. It barely fit 2 sets of tables and chairs. I stood behind the simple checkout counter, looking at them with eyes full of expectation. Actually, just one glance was enough to tell that I was completely different from the people of the apocalypse. I was only 1.65 meters tall, with a slender build, 0 muscle on my arms, and skin as fair and smooth as if I'd been raised in a greenhouse. I looked exactly like a fragile human with absolutely 0 combat ability. Yet someone like me had opened a hot pot restaurant right in the middle of a monster-infested city center. It sounded like a joke, but right now, they were actually standing inside this hot pot restaurant, each of them smelling the aroma of food and listening to me list the prices. Even though there weren't many dishes, just hearing about it made Su Ling's mouth water. Hot pot. It had been nearly 10 years since they'd had any. She turned to look at Captain Chun Chung with pleading eyes. Chun Chung couldn't help but swallow hard himself. Then, he pulled a few crystal cores out of his pocket. Excuse me, we'll take 1 clear broth hot pot, 5 plates of potatoes, and white rice. I smiled as brightly as a flower. Sure thing. Please have a seat and wait a moment. It'll be right up. In total, their group spent 1 level 3 crystal core, 5 level 2 crystal cores, and 25 level 1 crystal cores. Since they exchanged 20 level 1 crystal cores for 2 level 2 crystal cores to make the payment easier, I collected 1 level 3 crystal core, 7 level 2 crystal cores, and 5 level 1 crystal cores. Converted into points, that was 1,750. I happily calculated my earnings while cheerfully slicing potatoes. After slicing 3 plates, I took the 2 plates I had prepped this morning out of the fridge and brought them over, then went to prepare the hot pot broth. Outside, the 5 of them stared intently at the plates of potatoes, unable to look away for even a second. How long had it been since they'd seen normal human food like this? High-yield, filling crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were originally the top choice for survival, but agriculture had hit a dead end right at the start of the apocalypse, so the dream of filling their stomachs with potatoes had vanished into thin air. Fong Qing was about to reach out and touch a potato slice, but seeing how dirty her hands were, she pulled back. I brought out the pot of clear broth and told them, "There's clean water in the bathroom over there if you want to wash your hands." Hearing that, all 5 of them rushed into the bathroom. Since the shop was small, the bathroom was tiny too. They had to line up one by one to use the sink outside. When they came out, every single one of them looked visibly moved. The water here was so clean and clear, completely lacking the harsh chemical smell of the heavily treated water at the base. It felt like you could drink it straight from the tap, but since it was someone else's shop, they didn't dare hog the sink for too long. They just gave their hands and faces a quick wash and hurried back to the table. By now, the pot of clear broth was boiling vigorously, its mouth-watering aroma filling the cramped space. "It smells so good I'm gonna die." A teammate named Nyo gulped, unable to wait any longer, and sat right down at the wooden table. They dumped all 5 plates of potatoes into the pot. While waiting for the potatoes to cook, Su Ling couldn't resist scooping a bowl of broth to taste. The rich, savory sweetness exploded in her mouth, bringing back countless memories of friends and family. Her nose suddenly stung with tears. The others also fell into an unusual silence. Very quickly, the potatoes were cooked. Taking a bite, the original soft and starchy texture blended perfectly with the rich broth. It was unbelievably delicious. After finishing the potatoes, they went to get some rice. Since there were so many of them, they just dumped the rice straight into the remaining broth, cooking up a fragrant pot of hot pot mixed rice. The 5 of them wiped out that pot of rice in the blink of an eye, seeing that I had just finished cooking a fresh pot. They hesitated for 2 seconds, but under my enthusiastic urging, each of them went for another full bowl. They didn't stop until they had completely polished off 2 whole pots of rice. This feeling of being completely full was something they hadn't experienced in a very long time. They sat there resting for a while to let their food digest before standing up. By now, the giant snake outside had completely vanished. The city was quiet again. There were only a few zombies wandering past the door, but they completely ignored them. How is this even possible? When this question was asked, I stood behind the counter, maintaining my professional smile. You guys already paid with crystal cores, right? The shop has to guarantee the safety of its customers. If you came here to eat and something happened to you, how could my hot pot restaurant ever do business again? My answer resolved their doubts, but it didn't reveal any crucial information at all. They knew full well this was a trade secret, and the owner would never reveal it, but they were still dying of curiosity inside. It was fine meeting people with no wild ambitions like them, but if it were bad guys, this secret would be far too tempting. They would use any means necessary to seize this place. However, this hot pot shop owner looked weak. Yet she could procure food and open a shop here, so she must definitely be someone with real power. Hey, do you guys feel like you're not tired at all after eating that hot pot? Just as they stepped out of the shop, Air Shio tried moving his arm, which had been sore from swinging his weapon at zombies. He realized the soreness was completely gone, and he was brimming with energy. He felt like he could take down 10 more zombies. The others also tried moving around and felt their bodies were much lighter, but they simply thought it was because they had finally eaten a full meal. Really? Air Shio muttered, rolling his shoulders as he walked away in confusion. Su Ling, upon leaving the shop, kept turning her head back with every step she took, secretly hoping she would get to see this hot pot shop and its beautiful owner again next time. After seeing off this group of customers, my first mission was officially completed. The quest panel displayed the text, 5/5 completed. Right after that, mineral water was unlocked. A small refrigerator appeared next to the checkout counter. Inside, it was neatly stocked with clean bottles of mineral water. The bottles had no labels, only the words, "There is a hot pot shop," printed on them. They looked just like some sketchy, unbranded products, yet they were priced at 2 level 1 crystal cores per bottle. According to the system, this was premium mineral water, rich in minerals. Right next to where I sat, a small water dispenser had also appeared. I could get clean water directly from it to drink. The water source was exactly the same as the bottled water, and it even had a heating function. It was way more convenient than having to boil water myself like before. I poured a cup to try. The water tasted incredibly sweet and refreshing. The system even said that after future upgrades, there would be coffee, milk tea, and all sorts of other drinks. Congratulations, host, on completing the first mission. Second mission. Sell 10 portions of sliced potatoes to unlock beef belly. The system immediately issued the next mission in my head. Thinking about beef belly, I couldn't help but gulp. I'm finally going to get some meat. Beef belly. My eyes lit up. As a hardcore carnivore who couldn't survive without meat, I was absolutely desperate. I craved something, anything, other than potatoes. Especially meat. That's right. Host, the system replied. After completing the second mission, the shop will undergo its first upgrade and simultaneously unlock the lucky roulette. Hearing this, I got totally hyped. What's in that roulette? Seasonings, drinks, ingredients, and even hot pot broths. The system said the drop rate for each category is different. It all depends on your luck. I was fired up, eager to see just how good my luck was. If only Mission 1 and Mission 2 could run simultaneously, that would be great. Going by the business momentum of the past 2 days, it probably wouldn't take too much time. However, it seemed I had overestimated the foot traffic in the apocalypse. For the next few days, not a single soul stepped foot into the shop. I, a girl full of hope, had to continue making do with a potato-only menu. Sliced potatoes, shredded potatoes, dry-fried potatoes. One day, right after waking up to brush my teeth, I walked past the bathroom mirror and panicked, thinking I had just seen a giant yellow potato. I scared the living daylights out of myself. By my 7th day in the apocalypse, the shop finally welcomed some customers. It turned out to be some familiar faces. Julin, Suyen, and Gucci. They were the very first customers of the shop, so I was thrilled to see them return. The 3 of them looked a bit more tanned compared to last time. Since they had been here once, they were practically acquaintances. Julin grinned broadly and greeted me. "Hey boss, we're back. How's business lately? It's been dead quiet, man. Haven't seen a single soul, just zombies and mutated monsters." I shrugged. To be honest, it's pretty normal. Gucci slumped down onto the wooden chair, looking quite exhausted. Our base just finished fending off a zombie horde. Word is that zombies and monsters everywhere have been super hyper lately. People probably don't have the mind or the energy to go outside. I paused for a moment. A zombie horde? Suyin nodded, pulling out a chair to sit down. It was a horde led by a high-level zombie. They almost smashed right through the base gates. Every single awakened in the base had to mobilize. We fought tooth and nail for almost 2 days before we managed to drive them off. It was a massive deal. All the surrounding bases are busy reinforcing their gates lately. There are practically no survivors going out to scavenge. Julin added. They recounted the events in a rather calm tone, without a hint of the earth-shattering terror it must have been. But I've read enough apocalyptic novels to fill in the blanks myself. I knew exactly how brutal that battle must have been. No wonder the Hotpot shop hadn't seen a single soul these past few days. Haven't had Hotpot in days. I'm dying of cravings here. Boss, give us a Hotpot, 5 plates of sliced potatoes, and white rice for 3. Julin fired off their order the moment he finished speaking. All right, have a seat and wait a moment. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to head into the kitchen. Hey, boss. What's this? Didn't see it last time we were here. Gucci pointed at the small fridge next to the checkout counter and asked. Oh, that's mineral water. New arrival. 2 level 1 crystal cores per bottle. I replied. Mineral water? Where on earth did you dig up mineral water in this day and age? The basic water sources are all completely polluted. Gucci was astounded. But then again, considering how abnormal this shop already was, having a few bottles of mineral water didn't seem all that strange. My potato slicing skills had definitely leveled up. Every plate had perfectly even slices. Once all the food was served, the 3 of them expertly scooped their rice, picked up the soft, starchy cooked potato slices, layered them over their bowls, and drizzled a spoonful of broth on top. Just one bite, and it felt like their very souls were fulfilled. During the battle, there were many times they thought they were going to die, and their only regret before death was not being able to return to the Hotpot shop for one last meal. This wasn't just a culinary delight. It was a lingering memory from the pre-apocalyptic era. After eating, each of them also bought 2 bottles of mineral water. The total came to 37 level 1 crystal cores, 3 level 2 crystal cores, and 1 level 3 crystal core. The 37 level 1 crystal cores were directly converted into 3 level 2 crystal cores and 7 level 1 crystal cores. From this transaction, I raked in 1,670 points. Hidden behind the checkout counter, I glanced and saw my total points had reached 4,920, having sold 5 more portions of sliced potatoes. The mission tracker also jumped to 5/10. After eating, Julin and the other 2 didn't leave immediately like the first time. Instead, they lounged in their chairs and chatted with me. It was rare for them to have such moments of leisure. Everywhere else, they had to be as tense as a drawn bowstring. Once they finally relaxed, exhaustion hit them like a hurricane. Especially after a full meal, they didn't want to move a muscle. Through their stories, I gradually pictured the basic structure of a survivor base. Each place was led by a chief, with clear divisions of labor running smoothly. The vitality of humanity truly is resilient. No matter the adversity, they could gradually adapt and find a way to survive. While we were chatting, a massive explosion suddenly echoed from outside. The ground shook violently in an instant. The 3 guys who had been lounging lazily sprang up like springs and rushed to the door to look. Holy shit! I heard Julin exclaim in absolute shock. I immediately closed the mission interface and walked over to the Hotpot shop's window. Outside, dust was swirling wildly. It looked like an intense battle was going on. On one side were humans, On the other side was a moving house. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. It really was a moving building. What's more, it was fighting the humans and completely dominating them. This discovery left me shell-shocked. What the hell is that? The specialty of City C. A level 9 giant turtle. That's weird. This turtle usually just buries itself underground to sleep. It's not aggressive at all. Why is it suddenly going crazy today? Gucci's voice was full of confusion. As it got a bit closer, I could vaguely make out the appearance of this giant turtle. Its sturdy shell. The exposed skin was a grayish-green, completely invulnerable to blades and spears. Its back looked like a small garden, with architectural structures constantly crumbling and falling off. The survivors below would be crushed flat if they made even a single misstep. Danger was truly closing in from all sides. Seeing the group over their losing ground, Zhu and the other two immediately rushed out to help. Knowing my own limits, I didn't dare charge into the battle. I only dared to poke my head out and shout, calling everyone to take shelter in the Hotpot shop. Zhu and his teammates had witnessed the miraculous nature of the Hotpot shop, so they desperately dragged the others toward this direction. Luckily, a few people in that group knew Zhu squad. Trusting their character, they followed without needing much explanation. The wounded were brought in first. Only after confirming that the area around the Hotpot shop was absolutely safe did they dare to slump onto the ground, bandaging themselves or helping each other. Before long, the uninjured ones had also gathered inside. Because the Hotpot shop's current protection radius wasn't very large, the group of over a dozen people had to squeeze together. People were sitting and standing shoulder to shoulder. I noticed a long-haired girl weaving through the crowd. Her hands, pressed against people's skin, emitted a faint white light. Then, the bleeding wounds gradually stopped. It seemed she was healing the heavily injured. Could this be the awakened that the system had mentioned? I'd been here for over a week, and this was my first time seeing one. I couldn't help but be curious. Perhaps my stare was too obvious. The girl, having just finished healing someone, turned her head, caught my eye, and gave a shy smile. Once all the survivors were in the safe zone, I invited them inside the shop to rest. The tiny Hotpot shop was quickly packed to the brim. Without enough seats, everyone had to sit on the floor. The floor wasn't dirty anyway. Even with no customers, I had persistently mopped it every day. That giant turtle seemed to have been provoked by something. It was still pacing around, searching for the people who had just vanished right before its eyes. Every step it took made the ground tremble. What the hell did you guys do to piss it off so much? This giant turtle hasn't made a peep in ages, Zhu asked, panting heavily as he sat on the floor. Sitting next to him was a tall, dark-skinned man who seemed to be an acquaintance. We just got unlucky and caught in the crossfire. It was Song Dao's crew. They used homemade explosives to blow up the turtle's nest. The most important thing is, we found a few eggs in the nest. 2 of them were destroyed in the blast. Song Dao's crew was probably targeting those eggs. The eggs of a level 9 turtle are definitely not simple. They contain even more abundant energy than crystal cores. Their value is off the charts. That must be why it went completely berserk. The man said, his voice still full of indignation. We were just passing by and got dragged into it. Once those bastards saw things going south, they bolted faster than anyone. There are eggs. We have to report this to the base immediately. Zhu ran a hand through his short hair, his expression turning grave. Everyone focused on treating their wounds. After resting for a bit, they suddenly realized where they were standing. Wait, where are we? How is it keeping the monsters and zombies out so perfectly? The dark-skinned man finally noticed the anomaly and asked in confusion. Zhu group finally smiled smugly. This is a Hotpot shop, and that over there is the boss. Instantly, dozens of eyes locked onto me all at once. I gave a small wave to greet everyone, then flashed my professional business smile. Would you all like something to eat? We currently have clear broth hot pot, sliced potatoes, soy sauce, and white rice. We're second-time regulars here. The hot pot is absolutely top tier. And the white rice, as long as you pay the crystal cores. It's all you can eat. We literally just finished eating before we ran into you guys. Just as expected. If they took a deep breath, they could smell the lingering aroma of food in the air. It was just that earlier, due to the extreme tension and fear, coupled with the overwhelming stench of blood masking it. They hadn't noticed the smell in the room. But a hot pot shop? This sounded completely surreal. How could a hot pot shop exist in this day and age? Everyone was full of doubt, but the problem was Zhu Lin's group kept hyping the place up nonstop right next to them. Through their descriptions, the food suddenly sounded 100 times more delicious. Having just survived a life-and-death battle and a desperate escape, everyone's stamina was completely drained. Now, hearing about the delicacies of the old days, everyone's stomachs started rumbling like drums. Ultimately, naturally, no one could resist the assault from their own stomachs. They finalized their order with me. 2 clear broth hot pots, 10 plates of sliced potatoes, and white rice for 13 people. The crowd pooled their crystal cores together. In total, I collected 2 level 3 crystal cores. The 50 level 1 crystal cores for the 10 plates of potatoes were directly converted into 5 level 2 crystal cores, plus 13 level 2 crystal cores for the rice. Tallying it all up, I pocketed an additional 3,800 points, bringing my total points to 8,720. This was the number I had the system check for me. Because I was too busy slicing potatoes and mixing the hot pot broth, where would I find the time to open the mission panel? Looks like today's mission is in the bag. I gleefully collected the order slip and darted straight into the kitchen, while waiting for the hot pot and potatoes to be served. Everyone had already managed to scoop themselves a heaping bowl of rice and a small dish of soy sauce. People were packed tightly together. Those without seats just leaned against the wall to eat. The crowd that initially harbored doubts was now completely won over. Some people even scarfed down half a bowl of plain white rice on its own. The familiar taste made their noses sting with emotion. I never dared to dream that I'd get to eat such premium white rice again in my life, a guy with a full beard said wistfully. He was originally born in a village famous for growing rice, growing up surrounded by the fragrant scent of it. Yet, it had been so many years since he last tasted the flavor of his hometown. Drizzled with a bit of rich soy sauce, that delicious taste truly made people sob with nostalgia. When I brought out the hot pot broth and potatoes, the flavor of the meal officially reached its peak. The 2 pots of clear broth hot pot were ultimately wiped clean, not a single drop of broth left. I had to cook 4 pots of rice back to back just to fill the stomachs of these 13 people. Only now did I truly have my eyes open to the appetites of people in the apocalypse. I mentally calculated how much rice and vegetables I'd need to stockpile in the future. If I got this many customers and couldn't keep up, I'd be totally screwed. I noticed that the physiques of the awakened looked a bit more well-proportioned than normal people, but their appetites were no joke either. The long-haired healer girl polished off 3 bowls of rice all by herself, and she still looked like she was craving more. After finishing the meal, the feeling of fullness made the survivors feel like they were soaking in a hot spring. Their depleted stamina was gradually recovering. The moment the last dish was served, my second mission was completed. But I wasn't in a rush to check the rewards right away. Instead, I took the opportunity to sit and chat with that healer girl. Her name was Chun Xiaoyu, and she was only 22 this year. 10 years ago, when the apocalypse struck, she had awakened her healing ability. This was an incredibly highly sought-after ability in any team. Thanks to that, a 12-year-old child back then was able to survive in this cruel world. Xiaoyu had a very gentle personality. According to the others, she was incredibly sweet. No matter which team asked her to tag along, as long as she had the time, she would help out immediately. She wasn't at all like those arrogant awakened who looked down on everyone. Hearing everyone's praise, Xiaoyu shyly said, "I just want to earn a few extra crystal cores. Besides, we're all human. If I can help, I will. My own combat power isn't strong, so I rely a lot on everyone's protection. If only everyone thought like you," a short-haired woman said, pouting. "Just look at that Huailin in our base. Her fees are outrageous, and normally you have to beg her 5 or 6 times before she agrees to go. And even if she does join the team, whether she saves someone or not depends entirely on her mood. What can you do? Who told her to be a top-tier awakened? We have to treat her like fragile glass. For difficult missions, if you don't have an awakened with you, you're basically guaranteed to take a loss." Bringing up this topic, quite a few people jumped in to join the conversation. Sitting on the sidelines, I soaked up so much drama. So the status of awakened in the base was that high? Not only did they have a voice, but they were also given private housing and received subsidies from the base. After sitting in the Hotpot shop for a long time, it wasn't until the giant turtle outside finally calmed down and left that the survivors reluctantly departed. I stood at the door, looking out into the distance. The city, after being ravaged by the giant turtle, looked even more desolate and ruined. The massive cracks splitting the ground looked incredibly dangerous. I started to get worried. Would this kind of terrain affect business in the future? The system reassured me, no. When the shop upgrades in the future, the surrounding structures will also be upgraded synchronously. Roads and houses can all be repaired. Repairing the surrounding houses too? My imagination started running wild. So in the future, besides the Hotpot shop, will there be other shops too? The host will find out after the upgrade. The system maintained its mysterious demeanor, not revealing another word. I pouted and went back inside the shop. The second mission was already showing as completed. The moment I clicked to claim the reward, I dashed straight into the kitchen. A new machine had appeared in there. One end was a box containing a large block of frozen beef with absolutely beautiful marbling. The other end was connected to a specialized blade for slicing beef belly. The block of meat was pushed out, slicing exactly as much as you wanted to eat. It was incredibly convenient. The price for this meat dish was listed at 2 level 2 crystal cores. I pre-sliced some beef belly and stored it in the freezer. Looking at the juicy block of beef, I was so moved I almost burst into tears. I've been a vegetarian for a whole week, and I finally get to touch some meat. I opened my personal ordering menu to take a look. Sure enough, new options had appeared, like braised beef and spicy stir-fried beef. Absolutely mouth-watering. Having completed 2 missions, the shop will now undergo an upgrade for 1 hour. Please return to your room and wait. The system's voice echoed in my head. I hurriedly ran back to my room. Wait, my room doesn't get upgraded. After the shop outside finishes upgrading and the host leaves, the room will automatically upgrade later, the system explained. I nodded in understanding and closed my door. The moment the door shut, the wooden door outside the Hotpot shop and the LED strip on the signboard simultaneously went dark, becoming as gray and dim as any other ruined building in the apocalypse. The upgrade process had begun. Having completed 2 missions, the lucky roulette is now unlocked for the host. While waiting, the system brought out the roulette. A dazzling wheel appeared before me, featuring 3 color tones, green, blue, and orange. The system explained the rules. Green is common, blue is rare, and orange is ultra rare. Green usually consists of various seasonings. Blue contains drinks and new dishes, and orange is extremely precious. The entire roulette only had a single orange slot. The reward this time was an automatic meat slicer. According to the description, you just had to put the food in, and it would automatically slice it to any requested size, whether it was vegetables, meat, or fish. It even had a self-cleaning mode. It was truly a god-tier item for liberating manual labor. But I knew my own luck all too well. From childhood to adulthood, I had never even touched a win another bottle consolation prize. I didn't dare aim high. Hitting a blue slot would make me ecstatic enough. I counted them. There were 12 blue slots and a whopping 22 green slots. I rubbed my palms together, muttered a good luck charm 3 times, and pressed my index finger on the spin button. The pointer started spinning wildly, going from fast to slow, and then gradually coming to a stop. It glided past the orange slot, glided past the blue slot, and under my expectant gaze, it stopped dead center on a green slot. Congratulations, host, on receiving a seasoning, vinegar. 3rd mission, sell 20 portions of beef belly to unlock pork belly. Hearing pork belly, I couldn't help but gulp loudly. That kind of 5-layer pork belly, where one bite gives you that tender, juicy, rich, but not greasy flavor, with perfectly interlaced fat and lean meat. That is my true love. Especially the braised pork belly my dad makes. It's absolutely out of this world. Just smelling it was enough to make the neighbors drool. An hour passed quickly with the banter between me and the system. When I stepped out of my room, I paused in astonishment. The Hotpot shop's area had doubled in size. The original 2 sets of wooden tables and chairs had now become 4. The walls had also been repainted white, looking much cleaner and more professional. Aside from the more spacious interior, Everything else basically remained the same. But just that much was enough to make me feel it was miraculous. I kept walking in and out, admiring it endlessly. The shop had completely transformed. My room also had some changes. It looked more spacious, but fundamentally it was still the same. I lay on my bed, thinking, now that I have a stable place to live, next time I get a vacation back to the real world, I'll just cancel my apartment lease. Anyway, there's only 1 month left on the contract. I'll just move all my stuff into the Hotpot shop to save space. I had already discussed this matter with the system beforehand. It said it would give me a storage space as an extra perk. The next morning, I woke up very early. The moment I opened my eyes, the sounds from outside rushed in like a waterfall. Well then, time to wash up and open the doors for business. As soon as I pushed the wooden door open, the apocalyptic wind, carrying the distinct scent of a decaying city, blew right into my face. In the distance, a small group of zombies was shambling by. The one leading them looked much more agile. It had to be at least level 2. After being in the apocalypse for a while, I was also starting to get used to the beauty of these zombies. I just kept deluding myself that they were merely actors wearing special effects makeup for a movie. I have to admit, with this psychological filter on, looking at the world felt a whole lot easier to breathe. I waited for the zombies to disappear from sight before turning back into the shop. For breakfast today, I ordered a beef dish, officially bidding farewell to the days of waking up to nothing but potatoes. The tender, juicy beef melted in my mouth, making me so happy I almost shed a tear. After breakfast, I cooked a pot of rice and tried using the machine to slice a plate of beef belly. With this machine, slicing meat became a breeze. I gotta say, it was an absolute lifesaver for manual labor. The distinct aroma of beef lingered around my nose, making me suddenly find a bit of joy in this job. Coupled with having a proper salary and owning my own hot pot shop, I felt brimming with motivation. I even felt like I could overcome my fear of those zombies or that mountain-sized turtle. However, just a few hours later, reality slapped me right in the face. I hid behind the wooden door, looking at the giant turtle that was right up close, thinking to myself that it looked 100 times more terrifying up close. Right now, the giant turtle was slowly lumbering toward the hot pot shop. Every step it took made the earth shake and the mountains tremble. The architectural structures on its back had vanished who knows where, leaving only its rough, jagged, and rugged shell. Even though the system had assured me time and time again that I wouldn't be hurt, looking at this colossal object, my megalophobia still flared up all the same. Don't worry, host. I don't sense any malice from this turtle. The system spoke up to reassure me again. I nodded, but my face was still tense. I understood the logic perfectly well, but fear is still fear. Before coming to this apocalypse, I was just an ordinary person after all. The giant turtle stopped right in front of the shop. Its tiny eyes stared intently at me. I asked in confusion, aren't mutated monsters and zombies unable to see this hot pot shop? This is a level 9 giant turtle. It is inherently very sentient. Plus, it has never eaten human flesh, so its nature is very pure. Perhaps it has sensed things that other monsters cannot see, the system explained. It fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. I sense a trace of energy on it that does not belong to this world. Perhaps it encountered some sort of fortuitous opportunity. Energy that doesn't belong to this world? I asked curiously. That's right, host. Just like the virus currently destroying this world, which originally didn't belong here either. They invaded through spatial rifts. I listened, half believing and half doubting, but I generally understood that rifts had appeared in the world, leading to this great catastrophe. The giant turtle remained standing there. It lowered its head, slowly leaning in close to me. Then, before my terrified eyes, it slowly spat out 3 oval, pure white objects from its mouth. I looked closely. Aren't these eggs? Could they be its eggs? What is it bringing its eggs here for? Host, this turtle is begging you to help it protect these eggs. The system acted as an interpreter. It wants me to protect them. I was utterly shocked. I know my own limits. I'm a total couch potato, sitting in an office all year round. If I didn't have the system's protection, just climbing up to the 5th floor would leave me gasping for air. Wasn't the reason those people pissed it off earlier because they wanted to steal these eggs? Some survivors often hunt the young of mutated monsters to tame them. Furthermore, Their eggs contain massive amounts of energy and can be consumed to upgrade abilities. Placing the eggs in our shop is 100% absolutely safe, the system explained. Recalling the conversation of Zhu Lin's group earlier, I finally understood. So I have to help it babysit? My voice was still a bit shaky. The giant turtle outside kept its head pressed against the ground, looking completely sincere in its plea, without a hint of threat. It's entirely up to the host's wishes. Aside from missions related to the Hotpot shop, I will not force you to do anything you don't want to do. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, out of soft-heartedness, I gave a firm nod. But then I worried again. If they hatch, what do they eat? From childhood till now, no pet I've ever raised has lived past a month, you know. You don't need to worry. Just let the giant turtle incubate and raise them itself, the system added. My eyes went wide, looking at the giant turtle and then at the Hotpot shop, which wasn't even a fraction of the size of its shell. When it enters the Hotpot shop, the giant turtle will be suppressed by the shop's rules and shrink down to the size of a normal turtle. Its power will also be restrained, so it won't be able to hurt you, the system said. If you accept them, you can sign a contract with it. Once the contract is established, not only will it not harm you, but it will also protect you when you're in danger. Monsters lower in level than it will also automatically stay away from the area around the Hotpot shop. Consider it getting 2 premium layers of insurance. This type of contract is what my planet uses to restrain terrifyingly powerful interstellar beasts, so you can rest assured about its effectiveness. Hearing that, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I stepped outside, picked up the 3 turtle eggs on the ground, and carried them into the shop. I found a cardboard box in the kitchen, lined it with one of my old shirts, and carefully placed the 3 eggs inside. Just as I finished setting up a place for the eggs, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a large turtle slowly crawling through the door. Compared to its mountain-like body from earlier, the turtle before me looked much smaller, but it was still several times larger than a normal turtle. Its size was about on par with a medium-sized dog. Seeing it approach, I instinctively took a step back. Seeming to sense my fear, the turtle stopped, then turned right around and headed toward the box in the corner, slowly crawling inside. I stood there in a daze for a moment. Seeing that it didn't do anything else, I finally returned to the checkout counter. The checkout counter and the box in the corner were only separated by a layer of wood. I just had to poke my head out to see the turtle and its eggs. The system acted as a mediator, helping me and the giant turtle sign the contract. I didn't see any contract document. I only felt a warm current of air slowly flowing through my body. The moment the contract was successful, my body felt significantly lighter, and my hearing became much sharper. This feeling was a bit like when I first bound with the system. That is because the giant turtle's power has fed back into the host. Although you do not possess its terrifying destructive power, your physical constitution will be noticeably enhanced. The system explained. I raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect to get such a perk. I turned to look at the giant turtle. Suddenly, its face looked a lot more pleasing to the eye and much friendlier. 1 person, 1 turtle, and 3 eggs lived together for a few days. I discovered that this turtle was very sentient and incredibly quiet. Knowing I was scared, it made almost no noise at all. At first, I intended to mind my own business and let it be, because its previous giant image was too deeply ingrained in my mind. But after a few days, I found its temperament to be extremely good. It could lie completely still all day without moving an inch. Sometimes, when I accidentally kicked the box, it would just wiggle a bit and go back to lying there. The system said it was already a level 9 monster and could survive without eating, so I didn't feed it anything. It didn't have any complaints either. If given food, it would eat. If not, it didn't matter. Its mental stability was almost scary. Every time I ate, I would catch it looking my way. So one day, I tried scooping some rice and soup into a small bowl and placed it in front of it. It slowly ate every last drop. And so, during the times when there were no customers, I found myself a new source of joy. Feeding the turtle, I even named it Hui Hui, because its skin and shell were both grayish-green. After a few days of dead silence, the shop suddenly became bustling today. That day, before I even had time to wake up properly, I heard frantic pounding on the door. I hurriedly threw on a coat and unlocked the wooden door, only to see several people with faces covered in dirt and blood, supporting each other as they stood there. The thick stench of blood drifted inside with the wind. They looked like they were heavily injured. When the door opened, the survivors outside were stunned to see a girl in pajamas, with soft long hair, fair skin, and delicate beauty appearing before them. They were clearly in deep shock. The three people outside froze simultaneously, wearing the exact same expression. "Good morning." I flashed my professional business smile. "Would you all like to have some hot pot?" "Is this really a hot pot shop?" a long-haired girl asked in a tiny voice after staring blankly for a long time. I looked clean and well-dressed, spoke fluently, had a proper smile, and seemed completely mentally sound. But in this apocalypse, that was the most abnormal thing of all. "How about you all come inside and take a seat to rest first?" Seeing that they could barely stand and were just staring blankly, I spoke up to invite them in again. As I spoke, I pushed the door open a little wider. The few of them glanced back behind them. They had just escaped from a dense horde of zombies. This area had mostly been overrun by zombies. Only the space around this hot pot shop was the sole clean zone. It was precisely because of this bizarre phenomenon that they had used the last of their strength to run here. Initially, they had planned to hide in the wooden house. But they found that the seemingly flimsy wooden door was unbelievably sturdy, so their only option was to knock. They had also seen the hot pot shop signboard, but no one dared to believe this was actually a restaurant. Finally, they stepped into the shop and gingerly sat down on the chairs. They looked around. Their eyes swept past the turtle raising its head in the box in the corner, feeling a slight sense of familiarity. But in the apocalypse, there still existed a small number of normal, unmutated animals that posed no threat to humans. So even though it looked familiar, they didn't stare for long and looked away. Finally, their eyes landed on the blackboard next to the checkout counter. I had dug this blackboard out from a corner of the kitchen yesterday when I had some free time, and wrote the menu and prices on it to make things easier to see. Sliced potatoes, 5 level 1 crystal cores. Beef belly, 2 level 2 crystal cores. White rice, 1 level 2 crystal core per person. After sitting down, the three of them began treating and bandaging their wounds. They expertly pulled gauze from their bags. I didn't rush to solicit them, but quietly. I tore open the seasoning packet and dropped it into the boiling water. In an instant, a rich, savory aroma wafted from the kitchen, filling the entire wooden cabin. Wei Yu, the long-haired girl, twitched her nose and blurted out, "What smells so good?" "That's my shop's hot pot broth," I replied as I stepped out of the kitchen. The aroma drifted into their noses, making their already starving stomachs rumble uncontrollably. They secretly thought to themselves that this shop owner was way too cunning, actually using this aroma bomb tactic to knock out her customers. Who could possibly resist this smell? Even knowing it was a sweet trap, they couldn't help but take the bait. Simply because this scent was too enticing, bringing back so many nostalgic memories. In the end, the three of them gritted their teeth and placed their crystal cores on the table to order the hot pot broth and ingredients. 1 plate of sliced potatoes, 3 plates of beef belly, and 3 bowls of white rice. That'll be a total of 9 level 2 cores, 5 level 1 cores, and 1 level 3 core. Compared to veggies, survivors obviously craved meat a whole lot more. Seeing the beef belly proudly displayed on the blackboard, they didn't hesitate to order 3 portions right away. Honestly, after ordering, the three of them still felt a bit anxious. If this shop was just a scam, their hard-earned crystal cores would vanish into thin air. But their worries were unfounded. I quickly brought out the hot pot broth, bowls, and chopsticks, placing them right in front of them. Right after that came the perfectly even potato slices and the beef belly with its incredibly beautiful marbling. The distinct aroma of fresh food continuously slammed into their senses. They stood there dumbfounded for a long while before snapping back to reality, then hurriedly got up to grab dipping sauces and scoop their rice at the condiment counter. Currently, my condiment counter only had soy sauce and vinegar. Both of these were practically extinct in the apocalypse. Even if a little was left, the prices would be sky-high. Each of them took a bowl of soy sauce, a bowl of vinegar, and a heaping bowl of white rice. While waiting for the food to cook, they dipped their chopsticks into the sauce and gave it a taste. The soy sauce was rich, the vinegar had the perfect tartness, and there was even a sweet aftertaste that made them nod in absolute satisfaction. The bright red slices of beef belly were dipped into the boiling broth. In just a few seconds, they turned a light brown interlaced with white fat, giving off a mouth-watering aroma. A plate of beef belly had about 10 slices, each one quite large. The portions were incredibly generous. It had been 10 years since they last ate normal food like this, so even before the meat was fully cooked, they were already itching to dig in. All the ingredients were wiped clean, but the three of them still hadn't had enough. Finally, seeing that there was still some broth left, they asked me to pack it up to go. The shop always had takeout containers ready. They were made of a strange material I had never seen before. Lightweight, convenient, and with excellent heat retention and insulation. Not long after the three of them left, the Hotpot shop welcomed 2 new groups of customers. Everyone looked absolutely miserable, their clothes torn to shreds. Covered in dirt and blood, they looked just like refugees fleeing a disaster. There were 2 groups in total, one of 3 and one of 5. When they saw the Hotpot shop and me, their reactions were no different from the previous customers. While the whole group was still frozen in shock, a tall, skinny man suddenly clapped his hands, breaking the silence. "I've heard about this Hotpot shop. My friend told me. Said there was a magical hotpot place in the center of City C, top-tier taste, and unlimited white rice." The tall, skinny guy said, staring at me with burning eyes. If they hadn't gone through life and death together along the way, the others would have definitely thought this guy was a shill for the shop. How could a place like this even exist? They hadn't seen normal food in years. All supplies in the cities, villages, and civilian homes had been scavenged clean long ago. But upon stepping into the shop, smelling the lingering aroma of Hotpot, and seeing the bottles of mineral water in the fridge by the door, their certainty began to waver. Could there really be a Hotpot shop here? The biggest reason they chose to stop here was the sense of security. For some reason, the zombies and mutated monsters didn't dare come near this place. However, everyone remained on high alert, because being able to ward off those monsters was already an unbelievable feat in itself. "We're not eating Hotpot. Can we just sit and rest for a bit?" A man named Seong he asked cautiously. "Sure, you guys can rest up as long as you need before heading out," I replied without hesitation. After all, since arriving in this apocalypse, the shop's busiest day only had 2 tables like today. Letting them sit for a while wouldn't hurt. "Well, we can't hold out any longer. We're running on fumes here. We ran out of dry rations yesterday. If we don't eat something, we'll starve to death. Give us a clear broth hot pot, 2 plates of beef belly, 3 plates of potatoes, and white rice for 3. The one who spoke was Peng Yu, the tall, skinny guy from earlier. He decisively pulled out 1 level 3 core, 8 level 2 cores, and 5 level 1 cores, placing them on the table. I collected the payment and went into the kitchen. The group of 5 at the next table was still observing, planning to see if this was real before deciding whether to order. While waiting, they started chatting. The whole group had just broken through a dense horde of zombies in the city, so their voices still carried a trace of panic. Because of that level 9 giant turtle guarding the area, there were never this many zombies around here before. High-level zombies and mutated monsters all have clearly divided territories, and this area used to be the giant turtle's domain. It was high-level and didn't have much malice toward humans, so this place used to be pretty safe. Didn't we hear that someone blew up the giant turtle's nest? That's definitely the reason. Sitting in the kitchen eavesdropping, my eyes couldn't help but dart toward the wooden barrel in the corner of the room. Hui Hui inside seemed to sense my gaze and slightly raised its head. "Whoa," scared the crap out of me. "Why is there a turtle here?" The tall, skinny guy sitting opposite the cash register happened to glance over and was startled by Hui Hui. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to Hui Hui. "Don't be scared. Hui Hui isn't a mutated monster. It's very gentle," I called out from the kitchen. Of course, they weren't scared, because Hui Hui's size clearly had nothing to do with those mutated monsters. But no matter how they looked at it, they felt a bizarre sense of familiarity with this turtle. Right at that moment, the aroma suddenly grew stronger. Everyone's attention was snapped back. They fell silent in unison, their eyes staring eagerly toward the kitchen. Before long, I brought out the hot pot broth. The closer I got, the more distinct the smell became. The ingredients bobbing in the pot looked incredibly appetizing. Everyone gulped in unison. After setting the hot pot down, I continued bringing out the ingredients and placed them on the side rack. The 5 people at the next table had their eyes practically popping out of their heads. They didn't expect the shop to actually serve real food. One guy even leaned his face right up to the other table's plate of beef belly, forcing Pengyu to throw his hand up to block him. "Watch it, man. Don't drool on my meat." With that, Pengyu dumped the entire plate of beef belly into the simmering broth, as if terrified someone would snatch it away. The beef only needed a few swishes in the pot before it changed color. The man gave an awkward laugh and pulled his head back, instinctively wiping the corner of his mouth. You couldn't really blame him, because the smell was just too damn good. The other 4 clearly couldn't withstand the assault of this aroma bomb anymore either. The 5 of them huddled together and whispered excitedly for a moment before finally ordering 5 plates of beef belly and 2 plates of potatoes. Seeing mineral water in the fridge, they also ordered a bottle for each person. Including the broth and white rice, they had to pay a total of 2 level 3 cores and 7 level 2 cores. While preparing the food, I took a quick peek at my accumulated points. It had now reached 15,220 points. The quest to sell 20 portions of beef belly was also halfway done, which instantly lifted my mood. By now, the food at Pengyu's table was cooked. The 3 of them each scooped a heaping bowl of rice and began savoring the fragrant meat and potatoes. A piece of premium beef belly, a mouthful of white rice, then a slice of savory potato. They just kept stuffing their faces. I served the food really fast this time because I had already sliced a few backup plates of beef belly. Sure enough, they came in handy. The group of 5 also hurriedly dumped their meat and veggies into the pot, then went to get their dipping sauces. They scooped their rice, and by the time they got back, the broth was boiling vigorously. The 2 tables of people huddled around their respective hot pots. No one said a word to each other. They just kept their heads down and ate like there was no tomorrow. The explosion of flavor in their mouths made them want to burst into tears, but they didn't even have the time to cry. Their hands and mouths coordinated so perfectly that they couldn't stop. By the time they snapped out of the shock of the delicacy, the hot pot in front of them was wiped clean. They put down their bowls and chopsticks, sitting in stunned silence for a moment, clearly still processing the shock they just experienced. Pengyu's group at the next table had also finished eating and spared no words of praise. Turns out my buddy wasn't exaggerating at all. This shop is absolutely top tier. Finding these ingredients is hard enough, but for them to taste this fresh? Unbelievable. The others chimed in with agreement. While everyone was eating Hotpot, the chaos outside gradually died down. The zombie horde, having lost the scent of humans, began to disperse. The survivors mentioned that they had received a mission from the base stating there was a massive fluctuation of zombies and monsters in this area, which was why they came. Other bases had surely caught wind of this news as well. This city wasn't going to be peaceful anytime soon, but that also meant my business was about to boom. After this group of customers left, no one else showed up for the rest of the day. However, I could still hear the sounds of fighting ringing out at various times, sometimes far, sometimes near. It sounded pretty intense. I really wanted to see what was going on, but I couldn't see a thing. The area around the Hotpot shop was unusually quiet, not just thanks to the system's protection, but also due to the oppressive aura of the giant turtle itself. Even though Hui didn't look like a big deal inside the shop, out there, it was still a high-level mutated monster that struck fear into the hearts of many. Only in front of me, and the system was it as obedient as a harmless little pet. Meanwhile, at a building halfway across the city from the Hotpot shop, a group of people was struggling to push through a dense horde of zombies to hide inside. Inside the building, it was pitch black. The man leading the group had to turn on a flashlight just to see their surroundings. Behind the tightly shut doors, the zombies that had caught their scent were still gathering, shrieking and clawing frantically. The group of survivors walked cautiously by the flickering flashlight beam. They knew full well that hiding in here wasn't safe either. The zombies could break in at any moment, not to mention the hidden dangers lurking in the building's shadows. But they had no other choice. If they didn't come in here, it was certain death. Going inside at least offered a slim ray of hope. Strangely, after climbing a few floors, they didn't see a single zombie or mutated monster, only corpses scattered across the floor. Someone's been here. Looking at the terrifyingly quiet building, everyone's expressions didn't relax. Instead, they grew even more solemn. their footsteps instinctively lightening. In this apocalypse, sometimes the human heart was far more terrifying than monsters. Most people would band together, but there were still those who took pleasure in tormenting their own kind. With the law no longer in effect, atrocities like murder, cannibalism, and looting supplies happened on a daily basis. Looking at the pile of zombies dismembered beyond recognition in front of them, a heavy sense of unease weighed on their hearts. Normally, survivors only needed to destroy a zombie's head and be done with it. This kind of brutal execution was clearly not the work of an ordinary person. Behind them was a horde of zombies bearing their fangs and claws. Ahead of them lay an unpredictable threat. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and press on, hoping to find another way out or wait for the zombies outside to disperse. However, knowing there was a formidable stranger in the building, they had to change their original plan. While this group was on high alert, up on the rooftop, another group had heard the commotion and was quietly observing from the stairwell. "Boss, looks like there's someone downstairs." A lackey ran back to the rooftop, reporting to a tall man sitting on a concrete pipe. The one called Boss was a bald guy with a ferocious face, covered in tattoos, his eyes exuding a cold and ruthless glint. One look and you knew he wasn't someone to mess with. He rested his elbows on his knees, bringing his palms together. A moment later, a deep purple orb of electricity appeared between his hands, emitting the crackling sounds of microcurrents. "If there are people, let them come up. Isn't that great?" He smirked, the electric orb spinning nimbly in his hands. "Our brother Dao is a level 5 lightning type awakened. What the hell is there to be afraid of? Might as well loot some supplies and crystal cores while we're at it." His lackeys weren't worried in the slightest, even casually joking around, showing just how much faith they had in their boss's strength. The others chimed in, laughing and chatting boisterously, treating the group downstairs like absolute trash. "Knock it off. There's always a bigger fish." The man who had been silent all this time slowly stood up. His words sounded humble, but his actions reeked of arrogance. "Don't get cocky. Come on, let's go down and greet them." The lackeys cheered and swarmed down the stairwell. At this moment, the group of survivors had just climbed to the second floor and bumped into a few straggling zombies. After taking care of them, they decided to take a breather in a meeting room on this floor. The meeting room was a total mess. It looked like someone had hidden here right when the apocalypse broke out. The glass windows were all taped up with newspapers. Captain Zhu Xiong tore off a corner of the newspaper to peek outside, but what met his eyes wasn't the scenery, but a thick, pitch-black darkness. Even at night, it shouldn't be this pitch black. What's going on? A bad premonition welled up in everyone's hearts. Just then, Zhu Xiong noticed the black shadow outside twitch slightly, revealing a scrawny, hairy leg. Their worst fear had become a reality. The thing clinging to the window was a mutated monster. Judging by its shape and that hairy leg, it was definitely a mutated spider, an incredibly tough one to deal with. Mutated spiders weren't just fast. Their webs were as tough as steel wire, impossible to cut through with a blade. They were the absolute nightmare of every survivor. The whole group began to feel despair. Were they really going to die here today? Right at that moment, a loud crash echoed from upstairs. The mutated spider lurking outside heard the noise and scurried upward in a flash. Only then did everyone see clearly just how massive that spider was. It was like a small black mountain pressing down on their heads. Once it left, the view outside finally cleared up. The streets were still swarming with zombies. They were gathering in small packs, shrieking as they charged toward the building. Right then, a burst of fire erupted in the night, blowing the zombies, blocking the way to pieces and carving out a path of blood and flames. The survivors pressed against the window, their eyes glued to the blazing inferno in the distance. A moment later, a few figures dashed through the charred remains of the zombies. They stopped at a certain distance from the building, looking up at the wall, or more accurately, at the mutated spider that had just crawled up. The man leading them didn't hesitate. The moment he raised his hand, a massive fireball shot straight toward the spider. Zhu Xiong's group, hiding by the window, felt a wave of scorching heat. The meeting room instantly felt like a blazing furnace. They scrambled out of the room to avoid being roasted alive. They hadn't run far before they bumped into the tattooed group coming down from upstairs. This group looked a bit roughed up, with a few guys injured. They must have just had a close-quarters meet and greet with that spider. The tattooed bald guy standing in the middle had a dark expression, whether from running into them or for some other reason. The moment Zhu Xiong got a clear look at the guy's face, his heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this Song Dao? The notoriously brutal leader of the Black Hawk base, the guy who led his gang to raid a prison armory and set up his own base right after the apocalypse hit. Song Dao's gang committed every atrocity under the sun, from arson to murder and looting. God was truly blind to let scum like him awaken an ability. Since then, Song Dao had become even more unhinged. Rumor had it that he was the one behind the recent explosion at the giant turtle's nest. The moment the two sides clashed, Song Dao didn't bother wasting words. A fight broke out instantly. Small bolts of lightning constantly crackled through the cramped space. Zhu Xiong's group was entirely made up of ordinary people. Without any awakened, they were completely outmatched and couldn't even escape. Finally, Zhu Xiong gritted his teeth and charged forward alone to block Song Dao, buying time for his teammates to flee. He knew exactly what fate awaited an ordinary person facing a level 5 lightning awakened, but he was the one who led them out. He couldn't just watch his comrades die here. His teammates were struck with agonizing grief when they realized their captain's intention, but they had no strength left to fight, so they could only run for their lives, refusing to let his sacrifice be in vain. Right at that moment, the sound of an explosion rang out again, this time incredibly close, as if right next to their ears. Everyone turned their heads to see a dark figure crash straight through the second-floor window, still trailing flickering flames and bringing with him a massive wave of heat. "Pretty lively in here, huh?" A deep male voice rang out, accompanied by a light chuckle. Song Jinxian. Zhu Xiong heard Song Dao grind his teeth before he was violently thrown to the ground. The name Song Jinxian was no stranger to Zhu Xiong's group. He was a level 6 fire awakened from the light base and the captain of the Cheetah Squad. But rumor had it his actual strength was far more terrifying than just level 6. The two sides clearly had a deep-seated blood feud. Song Dao immediately abandoned Zhu Xiong's group to engage in a death match with Song Jinxian. "Get out of here. The zombies at the back door have been cleared." Song Jinxuan's voice echoed in Zhu Xiong's ears. Zhu Xiong shot him a look of deep gratitude before hurriedly retreating with his teammates. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they simply didn't have the power to. Upon reaching the first floor, they saw the other members of the Cheetah Squad clearing out the zombies that had just poured in. This squad was seriously strong. Not only did they have an awakened, but also a badass short-haired girl with healing abilities and a water-type guy. They coordinated flawlessly, each handling their own task, as if they had been fighting side by side for years. Seeing Zhu Xiong's group, the Cheetah Squad even helped them retreat, casually taking out Song Dao's lackeys along the way. "Thank you all so much." Zhu Xiong's group expressed their sincere gratitude once again. As soon as they reached the back door, they saw the corpse of that massive spider lying there, charred black and reeking of a pungent, burnt smell. That gigantic mutated spider had been roasted into a crispy critter by Song Jinxian in less than half an hour. Its steel-hard shell had been completely shattered to extract the crystal core inside. Song Jinxuan's strength was truly far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Zhu Xiong led his teammates to safety, glancing back to see the shattered second-floor window, where orange and purple lights continuously clashed. The orange flames were clearly overpowering the purple lightning. The battle was still raging fiercely. Knowing they couldn't be of any help, they turned and vanished into the thick of the night. At this time, I was sleeping soundly. It was rare for life to be this leisurely, no pressure, no worries. Plus, with my improved health, I slept deeply straight through the night. But today was an exception. In the middle of the night, frantic knocking jolted me awake. I thought it was already morning, but outside the window, the night was still as thick as ink. I hurriedly threw on a coat, slipped into my sandals, and ran to open the door. To prepare for sudden situations like this, I had been sleeping in comfortable loungewear lately, modest enough to spring into action at a moment's notice. I flipped the switch for the lobby's ceiling light. Even though the light was quite soft, it still made me squint a bit. Seeing the lights come on inside, the person outside knocked even more urgently. As soon as I opened the wooden door, I saw several figures standing out in the pouring rain. I didn't know when it had started raining again. The gust of wind that blew and carried a bone-chilling cold. Turns out, it was Zhu Xiong's group. They all looked battered and bruised, covered in wounds. After barely escaping with the help of the cheetah hunter squad led by Song Jinxian, they had the rotten luck of getting caught in this rain. Normally, when they were healthy, a little rain wouldn't be a big deal. But right now, some members were heavily injured. The virus in the rainwater was the final straw that could take their lives at any moment. Because of that, they had to find a safe shelter immediately. Sorry for bothering you in the middle of the night like this. Seeing me open the door, even someone as composed as Captain Zhu Xiong rarely stuttered. Honestly, they had imagined all sorts of scenarios, but no one expected the person opening the door to be such a young, pretty, and fragile-looking girl. I didn't pay attention to his reaction. My eyes were fixed on the survivors behind him. Many of their clothes were stained with large patches of dark red blood, their wounds caked with dirt and mud. They looked absolutely miserable. I quickly stepped aside and waved them in. Hurry up and come inside to rest. Looks like this rain won't be stopping anytime soon. Thank you so much. Zhu Xiong thought he'd have to waste a lot of breath explaining. He didn't expect me to be so decisive. The whole group poured into the Hotpot shop, instantly making the not-so-large space feel cramped. The moment they stepped into the shop, a warm sensation immediately enveloped them. Knowing they were filthy, they didn't dare sit on the chairs and just plopped down right on the floor. I went into the kitchen, boiled a few kettles of hot water, poured it into a large basin, and brought it out for them to wash up and treat their wounds. At first, Zhu Xiong's group thought just getting out of the rain was good enough. They didn't expect me to run around helping them, even bringing out clean, pure water. Such a precious water source, and I was letting them use it to wash their wounds. Talk about ultimate luxury. Someone couldn't resist and scooped up a handful of water to taste. There was absolutely no bitter or astringent taste. Instead, it was incredibly sweet and refreshing. They looked at each other, shock evident in everyone's eyes. But because two of them were severely injured, after a brief moment of astonishment, they didn't have the mind to wonder about it. They hurriedly used the clean water to wash the wounds, apply medicine, and bandage them up. Since they were constantly on the move outside, they always had first aid kits ready in their bags. Did you guys run into a zombie horde or a mutated monster to get hurt this badly? Seeing the charred, blackened marks on their wounds as if they'd been burned by something, I asked curiously. Zhu Xiong shook his head. It was Zhong Dao from the Black Hawk base. We almost want to meet our maker. Thank God we ran into the cheetah squad and they saved our lives. If it were a veteran survivor of the apocalypse, hearing those two names would definitely sound like thunder in their ears. But to me, they were completely unfamiliar. Only the name Zhong Dao sounded a bit familiar, like I'd heard it somewhere before. This Zhong Dao guy is the one who bombed Hui Hui's nest host. Sensing my confusion, the system dutifully explained. I let out an ah. No wonder it sounded familiar. Turns out I heard a customer mention it before. I didn't expect this Zhong Dao guy to be so ruthless, striking down his own kind without batting an eye. One person in the group had a wound so deep it reached the bone, while another had lost an entire arm. Just looking at it made me shudder. Perhaps it was only at this moment that I truly grasped the cruelty of this apocalyptic world. After finishing the bandaging, everyone leaned exhaustedly against the wall. That was when the hunger started to hit. They pulled a few tubes of nutrient solution from their bags, but there clearly wasn't enough to go around. Zhu Xiong frowned. Share it among yourselves. Prioritize the heavily injured brothers first. Once the rain stops and we get back to base, we'll have food. Are you guys out of food? Seeing the mood dampen, I spoke up. Want to order some hot pot? My shop is an authentic hot pot joint. The menu isn't huge right now, but the white rice is all you can eat. Hot pot. Zhu Xiong's frown deepened. It wasn't until he realized I wasn't joking that he rarely lost his composure and blurted out. In the end, no one could fight the allure of good food. With such a large group, they ordered 2 hot pots, 10 plates of beef belly, 10 plates of sliced potatoes, and white rice for 14 people. That came to a total of 5 level 3 cores and 9 level 2 cores. Seeing there was mineral water, Zhu Xiong locked in 14 bottles, 1 for each person to be generous. He paid an extra 2 level 2 cores and 8 level 1 cores. After all, I had warmly let them in to take shelter from the rain earlier, and even let them use precious clean water. So Zhu Xiong felt spending these crystal cores was more than worth it. As for me, my eyes lit up like headlights when I heard that. This order wouldn't just help me complete my quest, but also rake in a massive amount of accumulated points. The cost of the food and mineral water combined was 6,180 points. Added to my previous points, I now had a total of 21,400 accumulated points. This sleepless night was totally worth it. I thought to myself as I hurried to slice the meat, even though the dark circles under my eyes were starting to show. While I prepared the food, Zhu Xiong's group took the chance to go to the restroom to wash their faces and hands to get rid of some of the grime. When they came out, the small table next to the dining table was already stacked high with plates of food. A moment later, I brought out the clear broth hot pot. The rich aroma instantly knocked everyone out. 14 pairs of eyes couldn't help but follow my every step. "It's really hot pot," someone muttered. "Why you actually open a hot pot shop here? What if you run into zombies or mutated monsters?" Someone still couldn't believe their eyes and asked. "Zombies and monsters can't get in here, so my business is perfectly fine. Customers just need to enjoy their hot pot. No need to worry about a thing," I replied with a smile. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. They had been in here for a while now, and they really hadn't heard the shrieks of zombies or monsters outside. At my explanation, they were both amazed and secretly making wild guesses, wondering if I was raising some high-level monster as a pet, or if there was some big shot guarding this area that they didn't know about. But there was no way high-level monsters or zombies would obediently let a human use them like that. If that were true, this wooden cabin would have been leveled long ago. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure it out. And since I didn't elaborate, they didn't dare pry. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Now that the delicacy was laid out right in front of them, they had no mind to think about anything else. They just scooped up the piping hot rice and stuffed their faces. The hot rice, the broth, and the fragrant ingredients filled their starving stomachs. And in a way they didn't even realize, the energy in their bodies was slowly recovering. While they ate, the entire hot pot shop was dead silent, save for the clinking of bowls and chopsticks and the sound of hearty chewing. I sat at the cash register, using the computer as a shield to open my personal dashboard and take a look. The third quest, sell 20 portions of beef belly, was successfully completed, and the fourth quest had appeared. I looked closely. The fourth quest required collecting 50 sincere compliments from customers to unlock the spicy beef hot pot recipe. Spicy beef hot pot. Any lingering sleepiness in me vanished without a trace. In that moment, I felt like I could already smell that numbing, spicy, rich flavor wafting through the air. How long had it been since I had a proper spicy beef hot pot? The city I used to work in had hot pot places, but the flavor was always so bland, not authentic at all. As a native of City C, eating hot pot meant it had to be spicy to hit the spot. System, do these 50 compliments have to be spoken out loud, or does praising it in their hearts count? Also, if one person compliments it twice, does it count as 2 points? I asked silently in my head. It must be praised directly in the shop. The system will automatically evaluate the customer's sincerity. Each person is only counted once. Repeated compliments won't add extra points, host. The system replied clearly. I looked up. There were exactly 14 people right in front of me. I'd definitely be able to knock out nearly a third of the quest right now. After everyone had wiped their plates clean, I somewhat shyly made a request. "Hey everyone, could I trouble you to give me some feedback on my hot pot shop?" Even though I used the word feedback, my sparkling, expectant eyes completely sold me out. I was clearly fishing for compliments. The survivors, having eaten their fill, were in high spirits, so they didn't hesitate to shower the shop with praise. "It's delicious. Absolutely top tier, boss. Having a hot pot shop here is like heaven in the middle of the apocalypse." I harvested exactly 14 compliments, watching the quest progress jump to 14/50ths before it stopped. I've always been a bit thin-skinned, so even though they were praising the hot pot, I still felt so embarrassed that my cheeks flushed as red as if I'd put on blush. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, the sound of knocking on the wooden door rang out again. Since it was so late, I had shut the door tightly after letting Zhu Xiong's group in to keep the cold wind out. Hearing the knock now, I couldn't help but be surprised. It was past 3 a.m. Who was still wandering around out there? Zhu Xiong's group immediately went on high alert. They knew they were good people, but there was no shortage of bad guys who would covet this hotpot shop, like Zhong Dao's gang, for instance. Having received the owner's kindness, if anything happened, they would definitely risk their lives to protect her. The door opened, and I met a pair of deep, pitch-black eyes. The person looked at me, then glanced at the group behind me, his thick eyebrows raising slightly. Pretty lively in here, huh? Seeing the newcomer, Zhu Xiong's group, who had been on guard, completely relaxed, faint smiles appearing on their faces. It's you guys. Is anyone hurt? Thank you so much for earlier. The newcomers were the Cheetah Squad led by Song Jinxian, the very people who had just saved Zhu Xiong's group. Despite going through 2 consecutive battles, they didn't look much different from before, their demeanor incredibly steady. Can we come in and take shelter from the rain for a bit? It's pouring out there. Hearing him speak, I looked up at the pitch-black sky. The sound of the rain was even more violent now than when Zhu Xiong's group first arrived. It was pouring down as if someone were dumping buckets of water straight over our heads. I quickly took a step back, making way for Song Jinxuan's group to enter. Hurry and come in. Inside the shop was a warm, yellow light. Once everyone was inside, the not-so-large hotpot shop suddenly felt quite cramped. Zhu Xiong's group had already finished eating, so they took the initiative to give up their seats. They moved to sit on the floor in the empty space nearby. Only then did I notice that this squad had a total of 8 people. Consisting of 2 women and 6 men, everyone exuded the aura of someone whose strength was not to be underestimated. The person who had just locked eyes with me at the door was Song Jinxian, their captain. He was tall, but not the bulky, overly muscular type you'd typically see among awakened. His build was perfect, and his face had a wild, handsome charm to it, looking a bit like a male celebrity I used to idolize. It made me unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Song Jinxian caught my gaze. He slightly raised an eyebrow and politely nodded in greeting. At this time, Zhu Xiong's group had just finished their feast and were still sitting there, savoring the aftertaste. The hot pot hadn't been cleared away yet, so the aroma of the food was naturally still lingering in the air. A few members of the new squad twitched their noses and couldn't help but gulp. What is this? Why does it smell like someone's eating hot pot? A guy with a baby face in the squad asked in confusion. This guy seemed to have a very lively personality. But the weapon in his hand was a massive spiked mace, looking incredibly contrasting with his baby face. We actually were eating hot pot. This is a legit hot pot shop. Zhu Xiong replied. The survivors curiously glanced at the 2 pots on the table. Seeing them wiped completely clean without a single scrap left, they couldn't even tell what kind of hot pot they had just eaten that was so delicious. That lady over there is the boss. The very next second, I felt more than half the eyes in the room shoot straight toward me. Well, it made sense. I was the most out-of-place person in this entire shop. Lately, I'd been on the receiving end of all sorts of stares, like a monkey in a zoo, so I was pretty much immune to it by now. I even smiled back and pointed at the small blackboard nearby, gesturing for them to check the menu. Brother Xian, I'm starving. After looking at the menu, the baby-faced guy turned to look at Song Jinxian with expectant eyes. You guys just order whatever you like. I'll cover the crystal cores, Zhu Xiong hurriedly spoke up. No way, business is business. We can pay for ourselves. A man with a square face spoke up, refusing righteously. You guys saved the lives of so many of our brothers. These few crystal cores are nothing compared to that favor. You have to let us pay, or we won't feel right about it. The survivors in Zhu Xiong's group nodded continuously in agreement with their captain. All right, Song Jinxian nodded. Everyone, order up. With the boss giving the word, the members of the Cheetah Squad excitedly began picking their favorite dishes. I had just finished putting the pots from the other 2 tables into the dishwasher in the kitchen. I grabbed a small notepad and came out to jot down their order. 20 plates of beef belly, 20 plates of pork belly, 5 plates of potatoes, and white rice for 8. This squad had a guy who looked a bit gloomy, his long hair covering his eyes. Since he was a water-type awakened, they never lacked drinking water. So they didn't order any mineral water. Pork belly. When we ordered earlier, this wasn't on the menu, was it? Zhu Xiong's group looked full of regret. This dish was just brought out from the storage. I just updated the menu. I replied. Of course, I wasn't lying. This was genuinely a dish that had just been unlocked after completing the quest. The slices of pork belly looked incredibly fresh and delicious. The fat and meat were perfectly layered in 5 tiers. Soaked in the fragrant sauce, it made the survivors gulp down their saliva. It had been so long since they'd touched any real meat. So seeing this pile of fatty, succulent meat, they could barely take their eyes off it, if it weren't for the fact that they were already stuffed. Zhu Xiong's group would have definitely ordered another pot just to taste the pork belly and satisfy their cravings. Too bad there's no spicy hot pot. I'm craving something spicy so badly. A short-haired girl muttered a few words. Give it a rest, lady. Having hot pot in the middle of the apocalypse is a blessing from 7 generations of ancestors, and you're still being picky. If you can find a second hot pot shop like this, I'll walk on my hands, the baby-faced guy teased. Next time you guys come, there will definitely be spicy hot pot, I explained as I placed the pot on the table, figuring that after this batch, the quest would be complete. Sure enough, the short-haired girl's eyes lit up like she'd struck gold. Really, boss? It's spicy beef hot pot, right? The smell of spicy beef hot pot is just out of this world. That's right, authentic spicy beef hot pot. Top-tier flavor. Make sure you guys come back and support me when it's ready. I smiled, my eyes crinkling. The crowd immediately started buzzing with even more excitement. Even though no one knew what the future held, having a promise like this was enough to warm people's hearts. Song Jinxian looked up, looking at me through the noisy crowd, seeing my bright smile. He thought to himself that this shop and this little boss were truly something special. The broth started boiling vigorously, the ingredients bobbing in the pot, releasing a rich, mouth-watering aroma. The survivors had no mind left for chatting. Everyone just kept their heads down and ate like there was no tomorrow. While Song Jinxuan's group was feasting, Zhu Xiong's group was still resting on the floor nearby. Captain Zhu, did you notice that after eating the hot pot, our stamina recovered significantly? A member sitting next to Zhu Xiong whispered. Zhu Xiong slightly stretched his body. It was exactly as he said. His body felt much lighter than when they first arrived. Normally, after several intense battles that drained their energy and left them injured like this, they would need to rest at home for at least a full day to recover. Yet today, after just one hot pot meal, their stamina was already back to 70 or 80%. Zhu Xiong pondered for a moment before quietly reminding them. If the boss didn't mention it, let's just pretend we don't know. Don't go running your mouths and bring trouble to her. The other guy nodded in agreement, but couldn't help marveling inwardly. He never expected this hot pot shop to have such miraculous effects. If the bases found out, the threshold of this place would definitely be trampled flat. After finishing their first round, Song Jinxuan's group still hadn't had enough, so they ordered another 10 plates of beef belly and 10 plates of pork belly before finally stopping. Tallying it all up, they paid 1 level 4 core, 3 level 3 cores, and 5 level 1 cores. The total accumulated points I received was 13,050, making my total points jump to 34,450. After they finished eating, I took the opportunity to ask everyone for a few compliments about the hot pot shop. The 8 people in the squad were incredibly enthusiastic. Everyone understood what I was getting at, so they took turns praising the shop to the high heavens. Adding these 8 compliments, my quest progress instantly increased to 22/50ths. After eating, they even helped me clean up the tables and chairs before huddling together to chat and wait for the rain to stop. Taking advantage of this time, the quiet woman in the cheetah squad used her healing ability to treat everyone. After taking care of her own people, she conveniently healed the 2 heavily injured members of Zhu Xiong's group as well. The 2 squads chatted very lively. Thanks to that, I learned more about the deep-seated feud between Song Jinxian and Zhong Dao. Turns out, their conflict started before the apocalypse. Zhong Dao was an extremely dangerous criminal back then, and Song Jinxian was the one who personally threw him in jail. Because of that, as soon as the apocalypse hit, the first thing Zhong Dao did upon running into Song Jinxian was try to kill him for revenge. But he didn't expect Song Jinxuan's strength to be so overwhelming. The 2 sides had clashed countless times. Even though most fights ended in a draw, he increasingly felt the crushing pressure coming from him. That was also why he went crazy and blew up the giant turtle's nest, desperately trying to find a way to upgrade his power as fast as possible. So who won earlier? A member of Zhu Xiong's group couldn't hold back his curiosity about the outcome of the recent battle. Song Jinxuan's voice remained very calm. There was no hint of bragging or regret. Zhu Xiong gave a thumbs up in admiration. Being able to injure Zhong Dao is truly top tier. Zhong Dao didn't just have a strong ability. He always had all sorts of compact weapons hidden on him. His attacks were incredibly bizarre and unpredictable. I just sat there eavesdropping, trying to absorb as much information about the characters as possible, and the situation of this world. As dawn approached, the rain outside finally stopped completely. I was so exhausted that I had slumped over the table and fallen asleep without even realizing it. There was no more chatting in the Hotpot shop now. Everyone had fallen into a deep sleep in this rare, peaceful space. When I opened my eyes, the first person I saw was Song Jinxian sitting opposite the cash register. He wasn't sleeping. His eyes were fixed out the window, his fingers nimbly twirling a small black knife. I pushed the window open. The post-rain air rushed in, cool and refreshing. Within that freshness, there was still a faint hint of the bitter scent characteristic of the apocalypse. "Do you want some hot water?" I asked. This was the first time customers had stayed overnight at the shop. The feeling was quite novel and interesting to me. "I won't trouble you. We're about to head out now. Thanks for yesterday. The Cheetah Squad owes you a favor. If you ever need anything, just come find me at the light base. Just mention the name Song Jinxian," he said. I waved my hand. "It's no big deal. If you really want to thank me, just remember to bring more people to eat Hotpot and support my business later." While we were talking, the others also started waking up. In truth, it had been a very long time since they'd had such a peaceful sleep without constantly being on edge. The shop provided the warmth and tranquility they had always longed for. Aside from the floor being a bit hard, everything was absolutely perfect. After saying goodbye to me, the Cheetah Squad and Zhu Xiong's group left together. They had to walk quite a distance from the Hotpot shop before they started seeing zombies and mutated monsters roaming around. At this moment, the miraculous nature of the Hotpot shop truly became crystal clear in everyone's eyes. They turned their heads to look back. Amidst the gloomy, gray sky, the Hotpot shop stood out like the only pure sanctuary left in this brutal apocalypse. After seeing the customers off, I let out a long yawn, rubbing my stiff neck. Sleeping slumped over for a whole night was pure torture. Even though I was awake, I still felt a bit sluggish. After freshening up, I treated myself to a piping hot bowl of twice-cooked pork noodles. The noodles were perfectly chewy, and the twice-cooked pork was rich but not greasy. Thanks to the special cooking method, it still retained an appetizing slight crispness. After finishing the bowl of noodles, I felt reborn, full of energy to start a new day. At this moment, outside the Hotpot shop, two burly men with murderous looks on their faces were standing right at the door, leading a scrawny, delicate-looking boy. The boy looked quite young. "A Hotpot shop? The lights are still on. There's definitely someone inside. Let's go check it out." The two men exchanged a meaningful glance as they spoke, showing absolutely no good intentions. The boy walking behind them followed silently, his eyes dull and hollow, as if he had lost his soul. Hearing footsteps, I looked up from the cash register and saw the three of them walk in. The moment the two men in front saw my face, their eyes lit up like they'd struck gold. They didn't even bother hiding their stares. Before I could even open my mouth to greet them, I felt a thick wave of malice enveloping me. Seeing the guns slung across their backs, my heart skipped a beat. For some reason, my sixth sense was unusually sharp right now. This is the energy the system granted the host, helping you clearly sense any malice directed at you in the Hotpot shop. The system seemed to read my mind and immediately explained. Right now, it felt like an alarm bell was going off in my head. The closer the men got, the louder and more incessantly the bell rang. Is this really a Hotpot shop? The buzzcut guy stood right up against the cash register. His eyes were glued to me like a hunter staring at his prey. I got goosebumps all over. I was screaming at the system in my head, but I still had to try and look as calm as possible on the outside. "System, this guy is definitely bad news. Look at the way he's eyeing me. Why does he look so greasy and creepy? Does he think he's being cool or something?" This was also a hard habit of mine to break. Whenever I got nervous, I get a case of verbal diarrhea in my head. Even knowing the system would protect me, facing two burly guys carrying guns and clearly showing malicious intent, it'd be weird if I wasn't scared. The system was incredibly patient in reassuring me, promising over and over that it would keep me absolutely safe and wouldn't let them touch a single hair on my head. Only then did my heart rate gradually steady. Yes, this is indeed a Hotpot shop, I replied. I didn't even bother putting on a customer service smile. My voice was flat. But probably because he found me pretty, the guy across from me didn't mind. He scoffed, as if he'd just heard something hilarious. What do you have to eat here? I tapped the small blackboard next to me, gesturing for him to check the menu himself. His gaze left me and shifted to the blackboard. After reading it, he raised an eyebrow and turned to look at his partner. The two exchanged a look full of mockery and disbelief. It's been 10 years into the apocalypse. How the hell could these luxury items still exist? While the two guys were busy being sarcastic, I noticed the boy who had come in last. This boy was a bit taller than average, but he was alarmingly skinny, an unnatural kind of emaciated. Even though this world lacked food, the government had developed nutrient solutions sufficient to maintain basic human needs. It shouldn't have turned anyone into a walking skeleton like that. The boy kept his head down, not even bothering to look around. His whole body exuded an aura of despair and exhaustion. Then give us 10 portions of every ingredient. The buzz-cut guy leisurely sat down at the table with his partner, looking smug. They were like cats playing with a mouse, wanting to toy with it until they were bored before finally baring their fangs and claws. Do you need me to kick them out? The system asked. This is a basic right of the host. You have the right to accept or refuse service to any customer. Hold on a sec. They already ordered. I gotta collect the crystal cores first. With the system backing me up, I suddenly felt a lot braver. Seeing my attitude do a complete 180, the system was probably thinking that humans are truly the most complex creatures on Earth. That'll be a total of 5 level 3 cores and 7 level 2 cores. After calculating, I gave them the price. This amount of crystal cores wasn't a big deal to them, so they handed it over without hesitation. I just added another 5,700 accumulated points to my account. While I went into the kitchen to prepare the food, these two guys strolled around the shop. They tried every possible way to open the door to my private room, but it wouldn't budge. Afraid of alerting anyone, they temporarily gave up. Aside from that room, there wasn't a single trace of another person in the entire wooden cabin. Only then did they truly feel at ease. The two guys whispered, discussing their plan. To deal with a weak girl like me, they didn't even think they'd need to exert much effort. Their attitude was incredibly lax. But when plate after plate of ingredients was brought out, the two guys' eyes completely changed. They didn't expect there to actually be this many fresh ingredients here. They had no idea where I dug up all this stock. But no matter where it came from, this shop now held a completely different meaning to them. From their initial intention of just taking me, they now wanted to seize the entire shop for themselves. Despite their inner schemes, the enticing aroma made both of them hurriedly dump all the food into the pot. While they stuffed their faces, neither of them bothered to spare a glance at the boy who came with them. The boy seemed used to this. He didn't sit at the table, but just hugged his knees and sat on the floor, isolating himself from the sounds outside. The food gradually cooked, and the rich aroma began to fill the room. The two guys got up to scoop rice. As they walked past me, the bald guy, named Daniel, seeing my fair and smooth skin, couldn't hold back and reached out to touch my face. But the very next second, a pain like an electric shock shot from his fingertips through his entire body. The bald guy's whole body stiffened like a log, his eyes rolling back into his head. A dull thud echoed through the Hotpot shop. The buzz-cut guy jumped in shock. He reacted very quickly. The moment he spun around, he pulled out the gun from his back and aimed it straight at me. Daniel, what the hell happened to you? The buzz-cut guy yelled for his partner, but the other guy was too busy passing out from the pain to answer. What did you do to him? The buzz-cut guy's voice trembled, completely different from his deep, arrogant tone earlier. I didn't do anything. He's the one who tried to grope me. I shrugged, my face completely deadpan. I was telling the truth. I didn't lift a finger. It was the system's automatic defense kicking in. You're a lightning type awakened. The buzz-cut guy's eyes grew tense. He had been too careless, underestimating a woman. He never expected to run into a badass this time. Actually, these two weren't the reckless type. It was just that the bald guy let his lust get the better of him and ruined everything. Otherwise, they would have thoroughly scoped the place out before making a move. I didn't even bother denying it. I looked at the buzz-cut guy coldly. This is my Hotpot shop. If you want to eat, then eat properly. Don't go getting any delusional ideas. Think about it. Why would a woman like me dare to open a shop in a place like this? I played the borrowed authority card incredibly smoothly. The buzz-cut guy was also a desperate thug. Seeing that it had come to this, his only option was brute force. He quickly shifted his position and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it felt like my ears were wearing an invisible layer of protection. The deafening sound of the gunshot was completely blocked. The bullet flew to about a meter away from me before it hit what felt like an incredibly elastic block of rubber, instantly ricocheting back. The bullet meant for me embedded itself straight into the buzz-cut guy's chest. His gun had been modified. The bullet wasn't a standard one. It was packed with lots of tiny nails. Once it hit the target, it would explode inside the chest. Hitting a vital spot like that, he was definitely done for. The buzz-cut guy never thought he'd die by his own gun. His eyes still carried a terrifyingly vicious glare, but the light in them was fading fast. After a few raspy wheezes in his throat, he collapsed to the ground, completely dead. I didn't notice Hui, who had been silent in the corner. Seeing the danger had passed, its cautiously extended neck slowly retracted. The earthy yellow glow in its eyes also vanished in an instant. My heart was pounding like a drum. This was the first time I had faced death head-on since coming here, and it was someone dying because of me, no less. But I wasn't some saint. He was the one who attacked first. If I didn't have the system's protection, my fate would have definitely been 100 times worse. The boy sitting by the table seemed scared out of his wits. It took him a long time to snap back to reality. But he wasn't afraid of me at all. On the contrary, he inched closer to the cash register. His once dull eyes now showed a faint glimmer of hope. The distance between us wasn't too close, but it was enough for me to clearly see the black and blue bruises, old wounds layered over new ones, all over his body. One look, and you could tell they were all inflicted by humans. I could somewhat guess what had happened, and my hatred for the two guys lying on the floor only grew. Once those two lost their ability to cause harm, the ear-piercing alarm bell in my head also stopped. After seeing and hearing the system's protective capabilities firsthand, my fear subsided significantly. I even felt like I could confidently strut around this apocalypse like I owned the place. You were kidnapped by them, right? Which base were you from before? I lowered my voice, asking gently. The boy shook his head, his voice hoarse. My base was overrun by zombies. My family and I managed to escape, but on the way, my family was by them. At this point, the boy's voice choked up. It took him a few minutes to regain his composure before he continued. I'm the only one left alive. Even though he survived, he had fallen into an even more terrifying hell. Meeting me was his true salvation. I deeply sympathized with his situation, but I didn't have a solid foothold myself yet. I couldn't take him to a new base right away. In the end, I discussed it with the system and decided to let him stay at the Hotpot shop temporarily. When a trustworthy group of survivors passed by, I'd send him along with them. Go eat some Hotpot. Let me clean up the shop a bit. After making the decision, I waved him over to the Hotpot table from earlier to eat. Looking at how skinny he was, he definitely hadn't been eating properly. Let me help you. Sensing my goodwill, the boy awkwardly offered to help. No need. Just go eat first. You look like a gust of wind could blow you away. Once you're full and have some strength, there'll be plenty of work for you to do. I waved my hand. Besides, they already paid the crystal cores for that table. It'd be a waste not to eat it. I don't have a refund policy here, you know. The boy stood there hesitating for a long time before finally sitting down at the wooden table. The aroma of the food filled his nose, making his mouth water nonstop. The potato slices in the pot had been cooked until they were perfectly soft. He scooped a piece into his bowl. Even though it was soft, it tasted incredibly delicious, like a warm stream soothing his starving, gnawing stomach. In that moment, the boy felt a wave of warmth spread through his hardened heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. Meanwhile, I was standing in front of a corpse and a half-dead guy who was barely breathing, feeling a bit of a headache over how to drag these two dead weights outside. Host, I recall there's a cargo cart outside the wooden cabin. You can use it to transport the bodies. The system in my head chimed in with a hint. I pushed the door open and looked outside. Sure enough, there was a foldable dark green handcart next to the door. Since it had been raining constantly lately, it was a bit dusty. I had just wiped the cart clean and was about to pull it inside when I suddenly heard a confused voice from behind. "Boss, what are you doing out here?" A familiar female voice rang out. I turned around and saw Su Ling, Fong Qing, and a few others standing there. My eyes lit up. "You guys came at the perfect time. Come in and give me a hand." "Help with what, boss?" "Let me handle it." Having absolute trust in me, Captain Chin Chung didn't say another word, just rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in. A few minutes later, the whole group froze for a solid 5 seconds when they realized the boss's "give me a hand" meant helping dispose of dead bodies. No matter how you looked at it, this scene was horrifying. Yet, I just blinked my big, round eyes, looking at them expectantly. They came to trash the shop. Not only did they want to bully me, but they also planned to take over the shop. So, naturally, I couldn't just sit around and wait to die. Seeing their slightly stiff expressions, I hurriedly explained. I recognized this guy. Ernyo, standing in the back, suddenly spoke up. "This is Su Feng from the Shadow Base. He got kicked out later for messing with the kids in the base. This guy is absolute scum." Seeing Ernyo, with his bulging muscles, frowning in disgust like that, was actually a pretty amusing contrast. Then he deserved to die. Su Ling hated this kind of person the most in the apocalypse. Those who thought they could run wild and do whatever they wanted just because there were no laws to bind them. Yeah, they're both dead. When I turned around, I realized the bald guy, who had still been breathing, now had a dagger buried in his chest. He was completely dead. As for the boy who was eating Hotpot earlier, he had hidden in a dark corner the moment he heard the commotion. When I discovered the bald guy was dead, I shot a glance at the boy. He was keeping his head down, who knows what he was thinking. And I had no intention of exposing him. So now, I'll have to trouble you guys to give me a hand. Carry them out and throw them as far away as possible. Otherwise, the bad juju will ruin my business. Chin Cheng's group carried the two bodies as if they were as light as feathers. They didn't mind at all, and just carried them off. "No need for the cart. We'll just toss him out for you easy." Ernyo and Chun Ching each hoisted one over their shoulders. No need for any carts. They just swaggered right out. "Thanks a lot, guys." I breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this mess was dealt with. I turned and went into the kitchen to grab a mop, cleaning up the blood on the floor. The Hotpot shop's cleaning spray was top-notch. Just a little spritz, and not only was the floor squeaky clean, but even the smell of blood vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a light, refreshing scent. "You guys just hang out for a bit. See what you want to eat and write it down in this notepad. Once I'm done cleaning up here, I'll get the food ready right away." After the floor was spotless, Chin Chung and Ernyo walked back in from outside. "We tossed them into that crevice over there," Ernyo said, "so they won't end up as bait for the zombies and mutated monsters. That crevice was left behind by the giant turtle last time. Since the shop hadn't upgraded that far out yet, it was still just exposed out in the open like that." I nodded and handed each of them a bottle of mineral water as a thank you gift. The survivors were currently rebuilding their image of me in their heads. At first glance, I looked like a weak, defenseless girl. Yet, I had single-handedly taken out 2 men 3 or 4 times my weight, and they even had guns. Chun Chung and Ernyo, who had directly handled the bodies, naturally saw it clearer than anyone else. The buzzcut guy only had 1 fatal gunshot wound. Judging by the angle of the wound, the bullet was definitely fired from his own gun. How did a bullet that was just fired turn around and embed itself into the shooter? Chin Chung couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. As for the bald guy, the stab wound to the chest was fatal, but it seemed he had suffered a massive attack before that. Chin Chung even smelled a burnt scent, like the aftermath of a high-voltage electric shock. Their base also had lightning type awakened, so this smell wasn't unfamiliar to them. Looking back at me, after dealing with 2 hulking brutes without a single scratch, not even a drop of blood on me. At this moment, my image in their hearts suddenly skyrocketed to 10 feet tall. Before, I was just a mysterious person with unknown strength. But now, I was an absolute powerhouse with unfathomable power. Finally, there's meat. Su Ling's excited cheer rang out, cutting through everyone's thoughts. Meat? What kind of meat? Hearing that, Ernyo's eyes lit up like headlights, and he strode over to take a look. Beef belly, pork belly, all my favorites. Ernyo was thrilled, hurriedly telling Su Ling, who was writing down the order, to add a ton more. In the end, they ordered 30 plates of beef belly, 30 plates of pork belly, 10 plates of potatoes, and white rice for 5. I collected 1 level 4 core, 3 level 3 cores, and 5 level 2 cores from them, raking in a total of 13,500 accumulated points. While I went into the kitchen to prepare the food, Chen Cheng's group also noticed the boy hiding in the corner. The hot pot at the next table was still boiling vigorously, but no one was sitting there. This made them quite curious. It seemed this boy was the customer for that table. When I brought all the food out, I saw Chen Cheng's group all staring at the boy. Oh right, is your base still taking people in? I thought for a moment before asking. Is the boss planning to move her shop to our base? Fong Qing looked at me excitedly, faced with their expectant eyes. I gently shook my head. Not me. It's this kid. He was kidnapped by those 2 guys earlier. He lost all his family and has nowhere else to go. So I wanted to ask you guys to take him back and give him a place to stay. Chen Cheng looked the boy up and down. He looked about 15 or 16, covered in wounds. Even if I didn't say it, they could somewhat guess what he had been through. Sure thing. But we have to make a trip to City M for some business. If we're fast, we'll be back in 3 days. We'll swing by and pick him up then, Chen Cheng replied. That's perfect. Just let him stay with me for a couple of days. Having settled this matter, my heart felt much lighter. The Hotpot restaurant's secret is too big. While I don't have any significant power myself, it's best not to reveal it to anyone. So, it's not suitable to live with others right now. Seeming to hear everyone talking about him, the boy quietly stepped behind me, gripping the hem of my shirt with complete trust and reliance. I saved him from hell. To him, I was like the only ray of light in the dark night, so he had to hold on tight to feel safe. They are all good people. Later on, you can follow them back to the base to live. It's lively there, which will be better for you, I reassured him. My place is too small, there's only 1 bedroom, so I can't keep you here for long. The boy stayed silent for a long time before giving a slight nod. Come on, hurry up and finish the rest of that hot pot. If you leave the meat in there too long, it'll get tough. I patted his hand gently. The boy quietly sat back down at the table and started eating heartily. No matter how amazed Chen Cheng's group was on the inside, they didn't show it on their faces. When the meat was brought out, they excitedly began their feast. The moment the beef belly and pork belly entered their mouths, Chen Cheng's group completely lost the mind to chat. If the potatoes were a 1 in deliciousness, these 2 types of meat were a 10. It was so good they wanted to swallow their own tongues. No wonder humans were born carnivores. It had been so many years since they had touched any meat, so their taste buds were instantly awakened by their deepest memories. After finishing the hot pot, Chen Cheng's group felt a surge of heat flowing through their bodies, their limbs brimming with energy. I still asked everyone for their feedback, and as expected, it was nothing but high praise. Plus a mumbled, "It's delicious," from the boy. After a moment of hesitation, I harvested 6 compliments, bringing the quest progress to 28/50ths. After Chen Cheng's group left, the boy helped me clean up the tables and chairs. After a moment of silence, he softly spoke up. I'm sorry, sis. Sorry for what? I walked out of the kitchen, raising an eyebrow in question. That guy. The boy hesitated. I was the one who killed him. I didn't look surprised at all. So what if you killed him? They harmed your family, so it's only natural that you take revenge. I thought. The boy continued. I thought you'd think I was a coward, only daring to strike someone who couldn't fight back. I dried my hands, realizing the boy's mental state seemed to be struggling a bit. You're not a coward at all. On the contrary, you're incredibly brave. My voice was filled with surprise, as if I couldn't understand why he would think that. I can't even imagine how helpless I'd feel if I had to face the person who murdered my family. Yet you not only resiliently survived until now, but you also found a chance to avenge your family. Hearing my praise, the heavy stone weighing on the boy's heart seemed to gradually lift. Just as the two of us were chatting, the restaurant welcomed new guests. This time, it was familiar faces, Chu Lin, Su Yan, and Gu Qi. But it wasn't just the three of them. There were two unfamiliar faces as well, a man and a woman. They drove a reinforced, elongated minivan. "Boss, we're here to report in again." Chu Lin waved at me with a bright smile. "They are the Minister of Logistics and the Vice Base Chief of our base. And this is the Hotpot restaurant boss I told everyone about." Su Yan, standing next to him, enthusiastically introduced us. "Hello, everyone. Please come in and have a seat," I smiled, welcoming them. The captain of the Liehua squad was in her 20s and very beautiful. In the middle of her forehead was a red mark that looked painted on, making her already delicate face look even more bewitching and captivating. "Hello, boss. I'm Zhong Xiaofeng, captain of the Liehua squad, and also the vice base chief of the Feihong base." She returned my smile with a very polite demeanor. "I'm Wang Jun, Minister of Logistics for the Feihong base." The tall, muscular man with a resolute face standing next to her reached out to shake my hand. "Last time, we bought a few bottles of mineral water here. When we took them back to the base and had them tested, we found the water was incredibly clean, completely free of the virus, and even contained beneficial minerals. When the base chief found out, he sent Sister Feng and Brother Jun along with us to negotiate buying mineral water in bulk." Chu Lin added an explanation. "Sure thing. How much are you planning to buy? With such a lucrative opportunity to earn crystal cores, I'd be a fool to refuse. Can we buy it by the crate? If so, how many bottles are in a crate?" Wang Jun thought for a moment before asking. As soon as Wang Jun finished speaking, the system quickly fed the information into my mind. So, without needing a second to think, I answered immediately. "Yes, you can. One crate has 100 bottles. Since the retail price is already very cheap, 2 level 1 crystal cores per bottle, there won't be any additional discount for buying by the crate. With water this clean and a price this cheap, aren't you taking a loss, boss?" Zhong Xiaofeng asked curiously. I shook my head and smiled. "Not at all. I make my profit through volume." Zhong Xiaofeng gave a thumbs up in admiration. "For water like this out there, people would probably fight tooth and nail for it. Even if you doubled or tripled the price, no one would dare complain it's too expensive." "Looks like we really met a good person," Zhong Xiaofeng thought to herself, her gaze softening significantly as she looked at me. "Then give us 500 crates. How long will it take to prepare? I'll dispatch a large truck to pick it up then." Wang Jun calculated in his head, realizing that even without a discount, this price was an absolute steal. "It's always available. My inventory is well stocked. As long as you have the points, let alone 500 crates, even if you wanted 50,000, I could bring them out instantly." I did the math in my head. The price for 500 crates was 1 level 5 crystal core, which converted to 100,000 points. They really are big shots, I rejoiced inwardly. If selling water is this profitable, I definitely need to push this business hard in the future. Hearing my words, Wang Jun's stern face finally relaxed into a smile. "That's great. Should we head out right now? What's the rush, man? Let's eat something first. We're already at a hot pot restaurant, after all. I've heard Chu Lin and the guys hyping it up so much, I have to taste it for myself." Zhong Xiaofeng spoke up. Seeing that she had already taken a seat, Wang Jun frowned and stood by the door for a long time before finally giving in and sitting down next to her. As for Chu Lin's group, needless to say, they had been itching for this, especially when they saw that today's menu featured beef belly and pork belly, items that weren't there before. Ever since their first visit, they had been asking me when there would be meat. Now their wish had come true. Just looking at the names had the whole group swallowing their saliva. There's actually beef belly and pork belly. Zhong Xiaofeng thought this hot pot restaurant was bizarre enough, but she didn't expect it to possess ingredients that were practically extinct. Last time we came, there were only potatoes. Now we finally get to slurp down some meat. Gu Qi chimed in excitedly. "Just order. We're going all out today. We're on official base business, so we'll expense it when we get back." Zhong Xiaofeng waved her hand, making the decision on the spot. Chu Lin's group cheered, immediately kicking things off with 30 plates of beef belly and 30 plates of pork belly. They ordered 10 plates of potatoes just for show, along with white rice for all 5 of them. I calculated the total, 1 level 4 crystal core and 4 level 3 crystal cores, converting to 14,000 points. Meat, veggies, and rice. A meal like this for that price was more than worth it. Zhong Xiaofeng jerked her chin, signaling Wang Jun to pay. Without hesitation, he pulled the crystal cores right out of his bag. I noticed that survivors in the apocalypse often used a very special type of bag for crystal cores. It looked compact but held a massive amount, and felt incredibly light when worn. The surface of the bag had beautiful, natural patterns. I heard they were made from the skin of high-level mutant monsters. Because the mutant monsters themselves possessed extraordinary power, their skin could be crafted into such miraculous items. Seeing that I seemed interested in these things, the system told me that if I got materials from high-level monsters in the future, it would help me make bags that were way cooler. My eyes lit up. I definitely had to make a few to bring back as gifts for my mom later. With the system's promise, I went back to slicing the food. My potato slicing skills had reached a masterful level. Every slice was perfectly even. The pork belly, just like the beef belly, was frozen and then run through a manual meat slicer to produce perfectly thin slices. Absolutely flawless. Xiaoyu kept hovering around the kitchen door, wanting to help, but feeling too timid. Seeing this, I waved him in to help me peel the potatoes. There were no secrets in the kitchen anyway. The meat came from the fridge, and the potatoes were in sacks. Xiaoyu beamed with joy. He obediently sat on a small stool and started peeling, his eyes strictly focused, not wandering around at all. As each plate of food was brought out, Zhong Xiaofeng and Wang Jun's eyes were practically glued to them. "Boss, do you sell these raw ingredients?" Wang Jun couldn't help but ask. "Sorry, man. I don't have a wholesale policy for ingredients right now." I flatly refused. The system had strictly warned me. Anything else was fine, but food was an absolute no-go. I opened this Hotpot restaurant to earn crystal cores. If I let the ingredients flood the outside market, what would be the point of this place? Wang Jun's face showed clear disappointment, but he had probably anticipated this answer. The meat is still freezing cold. Does the fridge here actually work? How do they slice it so thin? Zhong Xiaofeng transformed from a haughty beauty into a curious child, asking questions about every dish brought out. The hot pot broth bubbled fiercely, its rich aroma filling the restaurant. Even a workaholic like Wang Jun was mesmerized. "Let's eat. The beef is cooked," Gucci called out, his hand already swiftly grabbing a piece. The dipping ingredients at my restaurant were top-notch. Every slice of beef or pork belly was as big as a bowl. Putting a piece in your mouth brought an instant feeling of extreme satisfaction. "Oh my God, how is it this insanely good?" Zhong Xiaofeng exclaimed in awe, but no one bothered to respond because they were all too busy stuffing their faces. Seeing the food in the pot vanishing at lightning speed, Zhong Xiaofeng dropped all pretenses and immediately joined the fray. 60 plates of meat were wiped clean in no time. All 5 of them still looked like they were craving more, but remembering their main mission, they decided not to order again. Just as Zhong Xiaofeng was about to stand up, Wang Jun, the dry, mission-focused guy, tossed out a few more crystal cores. "Boss, give us another 20 plates of beef belly and 20 plates of pork belly." Zhong Xiaofeng stared wide-eyed at Wang Jun, as if seeing him for the first time. Wang Jun glanced around, saw that the other 4 had the exact same expression, and raised an eyebrow. "What? If we're gonna eat, we might as well eat till we're stuffed." Gucci's group clapped wildly, cheering that Brother Jun was the best. Zhong Xiaofeng rested her chin on her hand, giving Wang Jun a meaningful look. Meeting her gaze, Wang Jun's slightly tanned face suddenly flushed red, and he started stammering. "What are you looking at? Didn't expect this, huh? You actually have a wild side." Wang Jun coughed lightly and looked away, but the red flush on his face refused to fade. Right as the first round of eating ended, I received 5 compliments, making the quest progress jump to 33/50ths. The moment the second batch of meat was brought out, the group dumped it all into the pot. Waiting for the water to boil again, the second the meat changed color, chopsticks darted forward like a storm. "Boss, do you want to join our Feihong base? We'll give you your own private villa, along with a monthly crystal core allowance." Zhong Xiaofeng looked at me with eyes full of expectation. I waved my hand. "No thanks, I've got this huge restaurant right here. Whenever you guys want to eat in the future, just drop by." This answer was within expectations, so Zhong Xiaofeng wasn't too disappointed. She secretly resolved to earn a ton of crystal cores and introduce this place to her friends and the base chief. Next time, she'd bring the whole gang for a feast. They even divided the leftover hot pot broth to mix with their white rice, not sparing a single piece of ginger or scallion. Even though the taste of these things was a bit strange, to people who hadn't tasted real food in 10 years, it was still a flavor that made them nostalgic. After eating, they hurriedly left to drive the truck over to transport the water. Before leaving, Wang Jun even handed me a level 4 crystal core as a deposit, promising to swap it for a level 5 one once everything was done. After seeing the guests off, I took a moment to check the storage room. The space was a bit small. It could probably only hold about 50 crates. I closed the door and opened my personal control panel. The shopping cart icon was my supply channel. Clicking on it, a wide variety of agricultural products, meats, and countless other items appeared before my eyes. However, right now, I could only purchase items that had been unlocked in the Hotpot restaurant. I scrolled down to the mineral water section. The listed price was 10 points per crate. The other items were also dirt cheap, but the quality was absolutely top tier. The system told me that later on, I could use this channel to stock up for my Hotpot restaurant in the real world too. To me, this was phenomenal news. This meant my startup costs would be way lower than anyone else's, significantly reducing the pressure. So, even knowing this was a massive pie in the sky, I was still eating it up enthusiastically. I exchanged for 50 crates of mineral water first. The tiny storage room was instantly packed to the brim, leaving no empty space. After that, I walked around to the back of the restaurant. There was an empty courtyard here that had been fenced off. Behind it were tall buildings acting as a shield, making it the perfect spot to place the rest of the mineral water, 450 crates. Even stacked on top of each other, they still filled up the entire courtyard. Looking at the magnificent sight before me, I nodded in satisfaction. And with that, the grand task was complete. About an hour later, the sound of a vehicle engine echoed from outside. I went out to check. It turned out to be Wang Jun's group. This time, they drove a large truck. The three guys, Su Yen, Gu Qi, and Chu Lin, didn't come along. Inside the cabin were only Zhong Xiaofeng and Wang Jun. The truck backed right into the restaurant's front yard. The cargo doors opened, revealing a spacious interior and 10 men sitting inside. Looking at them, every single one was tall, burly, and ripped. One glance, and you knew they were brought in to do the heavy lifting. "Boss, where's the water?" Zhong Xiaofeng and Wang Jun jumped out of the truck, followed by the 10 hunters who also stepped down one by one. When they stood in a horizontal line in front of the restaurant, I felt like half the sunlight had been blocked out. There are 50 crates in the storage room, and another 450 in the backyard. I pointed to the back. 2 of you go to the storage room. The rest head to the backyard. Zhong Xiaofeng clapped her hands. "All right, divide the work yourselves. Let's go, boys. Once we're done, I'm treating you all to an all-you-can-eat hot pot feast." The 10 guys cheered excitedly and scattered, starting to load crate after crate onto the truck. Each crate had 100 bottles, 500 milliliters per bottle. I had tried earlier, but I couldn't even lift a single crate. Yet these guys tucked a crate under one arm, making it look as light as a feather. Thanks to the help of these 10 men, the mountain of mineral water in the backyard gradually dwindled until it completely disappeared. The fact that I could prepare 500 crates of mineral water all at once made them secretly wary of my true strength. In this apocalypse, this was an incredibly rare feat. Whether I had massive backing or was a big shot myself, their base had to find a way to get on my good side. Right now, not many people knew about the restaurant, so their base had essentially seized the early advantage. "Last time, I noticed you seemed to like this bag, so I brought one as a gift for you." Zhong Xiaofeng handed me a vibrant, grass-green bag that was incredibly eye-catching. On the green background were faint splashes of red, looking like blooming flowers on a grassy meadow. I fell in love with it the moment I saw it. Our base has some really skilled craftsmen. They make these bags and take them to the free market to barter. They're not expensive at all. Just take it. Consider it a meeting gift for a strategic partner. Seeing my slight hesitation, Zhong Xiaofeng added another remark, and I finally accepted it. Looking closely, I saw it was exquisitely crafted. The strap was just the right length to wear crossbody, and the leather felt amazing to the touch, soft yet durable. I had no idea what animal skin it was. I'm glad you like it. They also make really beautiful gloves and scarves. They're absolutely perfect for styling. When the cold season comes, I'll bring some over for you to see. As soon as Zhong Xiaofeng finished speaking, the system thoughtfully explained in my mind. Ever since the apocalypse hit, the weather had changed drastically. A year now only had 2 seasons, each lasting 6 months. Currently, it was the warm season. The temperature fluctuated wildly, with heavy rain and occasional scorching sun, but generally, you could still go outside if you covered up well. But during the cold season, the temperature would drop below zero, with heavy snow blanketing everything. In some places, it even dropped to negative tens of degrees, making travel extremely difficult due to blizzards. Along with the weather changes came the invasion of various bacteria, making human survival even more miserable than it already was. Hearing this, I silently marveled. Despite such harsh conditions, humans still resiliently survived day by day. Zhong Xiaofeng and I chatted about all sorts of random girly things, and before long, we were as close as long-lost sisters. The mineral water was fully loaded onto the truck. After an hour, all 500 crates were neatly stacked, leaving only a few gaps for people to sit. After hauling the water, the 10 guys were drenched in sweat. So, without any hesitation, they stripped off their t-shirts. So when I brought out the hot pot and dipping ingredients, I was greeted by the sight of fresh, steaming hot bodies. 8-pack abs, perfectly sculpted, radiating intense masculine hormones. I suddenly remembered those half-naked fuckboy clips on TikTok from before. But compared to this healthy, natural beauty, they couldn't even hold a candle. If my coworker were here, she'd probably be screaming in absolute ecstasy. I cleared my throat softly, trying to keep a straight face as I set the food on their tables. While they were devouring the hot pot, Wang Jun handed me a level 5 crystal core and took back the level 4 one from earlier. I put the crystal core into my new bag, and it instantly turned into points flowing into my account. After deducting the 5,000 points for restocking, my account balance shot up to 170,650 points. The 10 men split into 2 tables, ordered extra ingredients twice, and completely wiped out 200 plates of meat and 5 pots of white rice. Even with the meat slicer helping, I still felt like my arms were about to fall off. In return, I gained 4 level 4 crystal cores and 3 level 3 crystal cores. When paying the bill, Wang Jun's face returned to its usual stern expression. As for the hunters, after eating their fill, they chuckled with utter satisfaction. I also took the chance to ask them for a few compliments. The hunters honestly praised the food to high heaven, helping the quest bar jump to 43/50ths. Only 7 more compliments to go. I guessed I'd definitely finish it today. After eating, they even enthusiastically helped me clear the dishes from the tables. Thanks a lot. We have to transport the water back and hand it over to finish the job, so we can't stay long. When you're free, remember to drop by the Feihong base to hang out. Zhong Xiaofeng waved goodbye. I nodded, saw them onto the truck, and watched it disappear into the rain. Returning to the kitchen, I saw that Xiaoyu had already sliced dozens of plates of potatoes and had even put all the dirty dishes into the automatic dishwasher. He had only seen me do it once, yet he learned it immediately. Truly, other people's kids are just built different. Earlier, I was too busy slicing meat to free up my hands. Xiaoyu had volunteered to take over slicing the potatoes. I discovered he had a natural talent for it, slicing them way better than my first time. I scooped out the potatoes, arranged them on plates, wrapped them in cling film, and put them in the fridge. All right, you don't need to slice anymore, I told Xiaoyu. He finally stopped and quietly stood to the side. By the time we finished cleaning up, the sky was starting to get dark. At the same time, Sun Qing and Zifeng, after cleanly taking out a few zombies blocking their path, quickly returned to their hideout. It was a 5-story shopping mall. The two circled around to the back door, carefully observed their surroundings, and then knocked cautiously. After a moment, there was a sound from inside. "Who is it?" "It's us," Sun Qing replied in a low voice. The door opened, and Sun Qing and Zifeng quickly slipped inside before slamming it shut. A faint light emanated from a small candle stub, just enough to make out people's faces. There were 15 people in the room, all teammates on this mission. We just scouted the surrounding roads. Tomorrow morning, as soon as it gets light, we'll head east. Sun Qing was discussing the plan when she suddenly paused and sniffed. "Hold on, what's that smell? Is someone injured?" Because the team members had split up and just regrouped, Sun Qing wasn't fully aware of the casualty situation. "It's not us. It's by Ding Ding. She picked up some injured guy from God knows where and insisted on keeping him. The one who spoke was Jiayu, a badass short-haired girl whose weapons were twin daggers attached to her arms. Why didn't you stop her? Didn't our team agree not to take in strangers? Setting everything else aside, what if he's infected with the virus? Are we all supposed to die with him? Sun Qing frowned, because the young miss had another one of her holy mother complexes. She even swore on her life that he wasn't a bad guy, then turned around and accused us of being cold-blooded and heartless. She even threatened that if we didn't help, she wouldn't hold the supplies in her spatial dimension for the team anymore. So now the two of them are alone in that room over there. Said it was to avoid our gossiping. Jiayu curled her lip. I already told Xiaozhou to keep watch. If anything seems off, he'll bust the door down immediately. Bai Dingding was a level 3 spatial ability user from the base. Having her on missions was very convenient, but unfortunately, she suffered from a severe case of the Holy Mother Syndrome. She had harmed quite a few teammates because of this habit. Relying on her ability, she was also quite arrogant and demanding, so everyone sarcastically called her Young Mississippi. Forget it. Let's ignore her and get back to our business. Sun Qing said, if it weren't for the fact that the supplies for this mission were too bulky and required a spatial ability user, and all the others had been borrowed by other teams, they wouldn't have bothered teaming up with Bai Dingding at all. The room they were in used to be a warehouse. It had been completely cleared out, leaving only a few metal shelves. Further inside were a few small rooms. Bai Dingding and the man were in one of them. The man was heavily injured, his body covered in severe burns caused by fire. Bai Dingding furrowed her brows, sparing no expense as she pulled out all sorts of bandages and medicines to treat him. After finishing, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction welling up inside her. She told herself that she truly was beautiful inside and out, a warm ray of light in this cold apocalypse. Bai Dingding firmly believed that this man would be just like the others she had saved, deeply grateful and indebted to her the moment he woke up. After all, she had ignored everyone's warnings to save him. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Bai Dingding's face. She didn't notice the finger of the man lying next to her twitch slightly. A faint purple electrical current circulated at his fingertip for a moment before quickly vanishing into the air, drawing absolutely no attention. Sun Qing and Zifeng relayed the intel they had gathered to their teammates. The group temporarily pushed Bai Dingding to the back of their minds to start discussing the plan for tomorrow morning. Who knows how much time had passed, but a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from Bai Dingding's room, followed immediately by a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Following that noise, the previously quiet surroundings began to stir. Hordes of zombies and mutant monsters nearby swarmed toward them. They clawed and roared frantically at the door. Sun Qing's group jumped in shock and hurriedly ran over to check. As soon as they arrived, they were met with the sight of Xiaozhou's body sprawled on the ground. Xiaozhou's body was already stiff, white smoke billowing from it, his eyes wide open in sheer terror. Inside the room, the sounds of Bai Dingding's struggle continued to ring out. I saved you. You can't treat me like this. You're biting the hand that feeds you. After those strained words, a sneer echoed, accompanied by a deep, raspy male voice. Who asked you to save me? If Song Jinxuan's group were here, they would instantly recognize this incredibly familiar voice. It was Zhong Dao, the guy who had just been beaten half to death by Song Jinxian and forced to flee. His subordinates had practically all been wiped out covering their boss's escape. He was heavily injured and finally collapsed on the side of the road from exhaustion. He thought his life was over, but unexpectedly, someone saved him. It seemed Zhong Dao's time to die hadn't come yet. Right now, he was venting all the frustration and humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Song Jinxian onto the people in front of him. The girl who had been blabbering nonstop since he woke up was now being choked by him, her face gradually turning purple from lack of air. As for the guy guarding the door, Zhong Dao had struck him dead on the spot with a bolt of lightning. Seeing the group of people pointing their weapons at him with high alert, Zhong Dao smirked. Just a bunch of ordinary humans. This would be easy to handle. Sun Qing's group exchanged glances, everyone clearly seeing the tension in each other's eyes. This guy was definitely a high-level ability user. The battle broke out instantly. Zhong Dao threw Bai Dingding to the ground, the purple lightning in his hand flaring up fiercely. Although Sun Qing's group were ordinary humans, their combat experience was incredibly rich. They coordinated seamlessly to dodge his attacks, while relentlessly swinging their weapons at Zhong Dao. Bai Dingding cowered in the corner, her soul practically scared out of her body. Her neck was still throbbing with intense pain. She couldn't understand it. She was clearly doing a good deed, so why wasn't she being rewarded properly? The battle between ordinary humans and an ability user was incredibly brutal, especially when facing a madman like Zhong Dao. He fought like he had nothing to lose, both ruthless and unhinged. Even though he coughed up blood multiple times, he just quietly wiped it away and continued using his ability. Fortunately, Zhong Dao had just been severely injured, and his body hadn't fully recovered. So no matter how crazy he was, it was hard to avoid leaving openings. Sun Qing seized the opportunity to land a critical strike that left Zhong Dao dizzy, then quickly led the rest of the group to flee. Zhong Dao didn't have the strength to chase after them. He staggered a few steps before slumping to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, yet a terrifying smile still hung on his face. Only then did Bai Dingding realize in horror that they had run away without taking her with them. What was she supposed to do now? Come here. Gather all these corpses for me. Amidst the darkness, Zhong Dao spoke up. The purple lightning still flickered in his palm like a direct threat. T2. To throw them outside? Bai Dingding was so scared she was on the verge of tears. She secretly thought that if he told her to go outside and dump the bodies, she might have a chance to escape. Not throw them away. Gather them here. I have to stay here and recover for the next few days. This pile will serve perfectly as my nutritional supplements. Zhong Dao smirked, revealing teeth stained bright red with blood, looking exactly like a vicious demon. At this point, Bai Dingding truly regretted her actions to her very core. Meanwhile, at the Hotpot restaurant, I had ordered 2 portions of rice to eat with Xiaoyu. Seeing that he had a portion too, Xiaoyu looked a bit panicked. He hurriedly said, "No, it's okay. I ate a lot earlier." The dish I ordered was braised pork belly with quail eggs. The rich, dark red sauce drizzled over the meat looked so appetizing that just looking at it made my mouth water. That was hours ago. Aren't you hungry now? I opened the lunchbox, and the savory aroma instantly filled the room. Xiaoyu was about to say he wasn't hungry when his stomach betrayed him with a rather loud rumble. His face instantly flushed bright red. "See, your stomach is already protesting. Just eat. You already owe me anyway, what's a little more? If you feel too bad about it, once things settle down, you can come over and help me peel potatoes when you're free," I said half-jokingly. Looking at the lunchbox placed in front of him, Xiaoyu finally accepted it. I had saved him from hell, found him a shelter, and now I was giving him such delicious food. Xiaoyu was overflowing with gratitude. What could he possibly do to repay me, even just a little bit? The two of us sat by the wooden table near the window, eating while watching the sunset. The fading sunlight dyed the sky in an intertwining mix of orange and gray. The ruined city bathed in those colors, exuding a beautiful yet desolate and tragic vibe. Xiaoyu was completely engrossed in the bowl of braised pork rice in front of him. The meat was braised until tender but not mushy, melting in the mouth the moment you took a bite. The aroma of the meat mixed with the rich sauce made Xiaoyu feel that this bowl of rice was priceless, something nothing else could trade for. After eating, Xiaoyu took the initiative to stand up and throw the 2 empty lunchboxes into the recycling bin outside the wooden house. I stepped out the wooden door, standing in the protected courtyard to stretch my limbs a bit. Xiaoyu came back and stood beside me, quietly watching the brilliant evening glow. Before long, the sun completely set, and the lights outside the Hotpot restaurant automatically turned on. Tonight, Xiaoyu would sleep at the restaurant. I found a bed in the storage room and set it up there for him to crash for a few days. Honestly, if I hadn't run into those 2 scumbags and realized the defense system was this top tier, I probably wouldn't have dared to casually let a stranger sleep over. But now, the system had given me enough confidence. After setting up the bed, I lingered for a bit, figuring no more customers would come, so I planned to close the wooden door. I handed Xiaoyu a set of toiletries and told him to go wash up in the outdoor bathroom in the courtyard. Just as I finished cleaning up and was about to go to sleep, a frantic knocking echoed from the door. I was standing right there, my hand still on the doorknob. Hearing the noise, I quickly opened it. I don't know if I was cursed to only get late-night customers lately, but they always seem to show up in the middle of the night like this. The moment the door opened, a survivor outside collapsed onto the ground. Because the first person fell, the people behind them, who were already exhausted, tumbled down like a chain of dominoes. I let out a gasp of surprise. After the system confirmed these people hadn't been bitten by zombies, I hurriedly rushed forward to help them up. But every single one of them was dead weight. I genuinely couldn't lift them at all. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoyu quickly ran out to lend a hand. The two of us struggled for ages before finally dragging all 8 people inside. My hands and clothes were covered in blood, and the thick stench of blood filled the restaurant. These 8 people were covered in injuries, lying sprawled across the floor. It seemed that just making it here had drained every last drop of their strength. I started to get anxious because I didn't have any medicine or bandages in the restaurant. I couldn't just let them die right in front of me, could I? At this point, all I could do was run to boil some hot water, hoping it would be of some use later. Sis, while I was boiling water, Xiaoyu's voice called out from the kitchen door. Someone woke up. I quickly turned off the stove and ran out to check. I saw a woman sitting up. Even though her face was covered in blood, it was clear she was as pale as a sheet. Thank you. The woman's voice was hoarse. Could you let us rest here for a bit? Once we recover some strength, we'll leave immediately. It's fine. You guys just rest. I'm boiling some hot water right now. I'll help you clean your wounds in a bit. But how did you all get hurt this badly? At the mention of this, the woman's eyes suddenly darkened. We ran into an enemy who was way too strong. Our team originally had 15 people. Now, only the 8 of us managed to escape here. I fell silent for a moment, losing 7 teammates in the blink of an eye. This kind of pain was truly too immense to soothe. I don't know if it was because the lights in the restaurant were too warm, but the woman suddenly felt the urge to pour her heart out. One of them was my best friend of many years. We relied on each other to make it to this base, joined the team together, and she died right in front of me, her eyes still open. Another was my master, who always guided me. She taught me martial arts, taught me how to shoot. She talked about each person, her voice uncontrollably choking up. I'm so sorry for your loss. I didn't know what else to say, only able to offer a clumsy word of comfort. The woman lowered her head to wipe her tears. When she looked up, her eyes were red-rimmed. I'm really sorry you had to see this. It's nothing, really. Saying that, I remembered the hot water in the kitchen and hurriedly brought out a large basin. Use this water. Clean up your wounds a bit. The woman, who was Sun Qing, the one who had just survived the fierce battle with Zhong Dao, was stunned when she saw the basin of clean water with no strange smell, water that looked pure enough to drink directly. This water, it's too precious. I can't use this. It's fine. I have plenty of water. Just use it. I also boiled some drinking water. You just focus on treating everyone's wounds first. Xiaoyu, give her a hand, will you? I realized that whenever I let Xiaoyu help out, he felt less psychological pressure and felt like he was being useful. So I told him to stay and assist Sun Qing. She happily agreed and immediately started helping Sun Ting clean the grime from everyone's wounds. As I walked out of the kitchen with a kettle of boiling water, I saw Sun Ting using scissors to cut away a man's sleeve, revealing an arm as black as charcoal. The entire arm looked like it had been completely roasted. Sun Ting knew all too well that it was beyond saving. With chilling composure, she tied off the main artery with a rope and then swung her blade, decisively severing the arm. Watching the scene, a shiver ran down my spine. I hadn't expected such a delicate-looking girl to be so cold and decisive when it came down to it. But having seen death before, my mind was relatively stable. After a brief moment of shock, I quickly regained my composure. Was this caused by fire or an electric shock? I asked with a frown, sitting down next to Sun Ting to watch her apply the bandages. Electric shock. Because she had received so much help from me, Sun Ting had already labeled me as a good person. She didn't hesitate to recount everything the team had gone through. The more I listened, the more familiar the culprit sounded. He seemed exactly like the Zhong Dao that Tong Qianxian had mentioned. He was also injured, used lightning powers, and was incredibly cruel to his own kind. A few customers who had visited my shop before had also run into this guy. Word was he was treacherous and his powers were formidable. You guys really had rotten luck. being stuck with a bleeding heart teammate like that. I let out a sigh. In a world like this, blind compassion is the ultimate taboo. At the mention of Bai Ding Ding, Sun Ting's face darkened instantly. She secretly hoped the girl had died at the hands of that Esper. If not, she would personally take revenge for her teammates. The mutant monster cores and supplies Sun Ting's group had collected during this mission were all stored in Bai Ding Ding's spatial dimension. Fortunately, everyone carried their essential personal items and medicine on them, so she had enough supplies to perform first aid for the team. After finishing the bandages for all her teammates, Sun Ting was completely exhausted. Her own wounds still hadn't been treated. Her clothes were stuck to her flesh, fused together by dried blood. In the end, I had to step in to help her cut away the fabric, wash the wound, and bandage it carefully. Sun Ting pressed a level 6 crystal core into my hand, her eyes heavy with fatigue. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could you prepare something for us to eat? Nutrient solution or anything will do. If this core isn't enough, I'll make it up to you when I wake up. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Ting drifted off from sheer exhaustion. She knew better than anyone that you shouldn't trust strangers in this world. But at this point, she had no other choice. She had to bet the lives of her entire team on me. The 8 of them slept scattered across the Hotpot shop floor for a full day and night, only waking up one by one at sunset the following day. Luckily, no other customers stopped by. If they had seen 8 people sprawled out covered in blood, they surely would have thought I ran a murderous inn. The first to wake up was Su Feng. The moment he saw the unfamiliar surroundings, he immediately went on high alert. The aches and pains throughout his body pulled him back to reality, and his memories slowly began to resurface. After escaping the shopping mall, they had run into a horde of zombies and barely made it out with their lives. Finally, seeing a faint light, they had used every ounce of will to get here before collapsing. Just then, Xiao Wu walked out of the kitchen and came face to face with him. Xiao Wu didn't say a word. She immediately turned around and vanished. Su Feng heard Xiao Wu calling out to someone in a very soft voice. A moment later, the sound of footsteps approached. Su Feng squinted at the brightness as the lights were turned on, and then a beautiful girl walked over to check on him. You're awake? How are you feeling? Su Feng propped himself up and realized his shirt had been removed, and almost his entire chest was wrapped in clean bandages. This is? Su Feng asked, confused. This is my Hotpot shop. Yesterday, everyone collapsed right in front of the shop. That girl over there woke up and bandaged everyone, I said, pointing towards Sun Ting. Seeing that his other brothers were still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his frayed nerves finally relaxed a little. Knowing I was the one who saved them, he thanked me repeatedly. Following that, the others began to wake up one after another. Through the explanations of Su Feng and Sun Ting, they finally realized where they were and how lucky they were to still be alive. The sticky feeling on their bodies was gone. They had clearly been cleaned up. Sun Ting mentioned they had used quite a bit of my water, and everyone was stunned to find such a kind-hearted person in the middle of the apocalypse. While they were talking, the aroma of food began to drift through the log cabin. The conversation stopped abruptly as their stomachs, starved for a whole day, began to protest loudly. I brought out 2 hot pots, with Xiao Wu following behind carrying plates of meat and potatoes. Now that you're all awake, come over and eat something. I set the hot pots down and handed everyone a bottle of mineral water. Eat as much as you like. I've already taken the crystal cores, so I'll make sure you're well fed. The hunters finally saw clearly that the dish placed before them was hot pot. And the ingredients weren't just potatoes, there was meat too. Sun Ting had given me the crystal core, but she never dared to dream they would be eating such luxuries. She had thought a few bottles of nutrient solution would have been good enough. While everyone was still in a daze, the food was already being added to the pots. I told them they could go to the sauce bar to mix their own dipping sauces and grab some white rice. The 8 of them split into 2 tables. For each table, I served 60 plates of meat, 30 of pork belly and 30 of fatty beef, along with 10 plates of potatoes. The total came to 2 level 4 cores, 7 level 3 cores, 9 level 2 cores, and 6 level 1 cores, equivalent to 27,960 accumulated points. File _ID. Ed 2F 7494672. Meanwhile, The level 6 energy core Sunshine gave me is worth 1,000,000 points. That's enough for them to have dozens of meals like this. So, I decided to return that core when it came time to pay and have her use lower level ones instead. The hunters were still standing there in a daze, unable to believe their eyes. The moment the meat in the pot changed color, someone, I'm not sure who, dived in with their chopsticks first. Immediately after, everyone plunged into a full-blown culinary war. The flavor of the hot pot made them momentarily forget the pain of losing their comrades and the wounds on their bodies. All they could do was focus on eating. The meat was delicious, and the potatoes were just as good. Each table ordered 30 more plates of meat and 5 more plates of potatoes. This time, it cost them 1 level 4 core, 2 level 3 cores, and 5 level 2 cores. After devouring all that food, everyone was stuffed to the brim. Their exhausted bodies felt as if they had been injected with a fresh surge of energy. I recalculated the total and returned the level 6 core to Sun Qing, telling her that a few lower level ones would be just fine. Sun Qing looked a bit panicked. She had assumed her level 6 core wouldn't even cover the bill. She was even planning to pull a level 8 core from her bag to pay the difference. She never expected that even the level 6 core wouldn't be necessary. The highest level I'm taking is level 4. Isn't this too little, miss? We used so much of your water, too. Maybe you should just take this level 6 core. Sun Qing spoke with a sense of guilt, but I just waved it off. I run a Hotpot shop, not a scam. The prices are posted publicly. You pay exactly what you owe, nothing more. I took the opportunity to ask each of them to say one nice thing about the shop. And just like that, the mission was completed beyond expectations. However, since the shop was so crowded, I didn't have time to look closely at the system rewards after receiving them. The system notified me that I had completed 2 more missions. It was time for the lucky draw and a shop upgrade. It was pitch black outside, and every member of the hunter group was injured. Leaving now with so many dangers lurking wouldn't be a good idea, so I told them they could stay and sleep for 1 more night. 4 forest dwellers like them. Sleeping on a hard wooden floor was nothing. Besides, it was warm and safe here, with food and drink, 10,000 times better than being outside. I had stayed up half the night yesterday, and after watching over this group all day, I was completely drained. I left a small lamp for them and headed to my room to rest. Xiao Wu offered to stay awake and keep watch for me, but I told her it wasn't necessary and urged her to get some sleep. Xiao Wu obeyed and headed back to her storage room. Everyone was very considerate. Despite their curiosity, no one wandered around. They just quietly rested in their designated areas. The moment my head hit the pillow, I drifted off into a dreamless sleep. I woke up very early the next morning. After a good night's rest, my spirits were high, and I felt full of life. As soon as I stepped out of my room, I saw all 8 of them were already awake, standing in the yard with puzzled expressions. They were probably wondering why there wasn't a single zombie or mutated monster in sight around the Hotpot shop. Their complexions looked much better, nothing like the state they were in when they first arrived injured. They secretly guessed that the Hotpot food must have some kind of miraculous effect. Resting here for 2 days felt like it healed them faster than several days of recovery back at the base. Seeing me appear, Sun Qing and the others came over to say their goodbyes. Their gratitude toward me was truly beyond words. Each of them etched the favor into their hearts. They had to get back to the base quickly to report the situation. The fact that Bai Ting had likely died at the hands of Zhong Tao was major news for the base, as the loss of an ability user was no small matter. Additionally, they had to deliver the somber news to the families of their fallen comrades. I saw them off to the door, waving goodbye and reminding them to stop by for Hotpot whenever they were free. Not long after Sun Qing's group left, Chun Cheng and Su Ling's group returned. They had some minor injuries, but it looked like their mission had been a success. They were dragging the massive carcass of a giant black, mutated monster. It had sharp, curved horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in stiff, long fur. The creature looked somewhat familiar, but its form was truly terrifying. This is a mutated black cow. Our mission this time was to harvest its horns, fur, and hide. Cow bones are also quite valuable, so we just brought the whole thing back. Seeing me staring at the monster, Chun Cheng quickly explained. I nodded. So it was a cow. No wonder it looked familiar. Are you guys going to eat the meat? Chun Cheng shook his head. No way. Mutated monsters are toxic, and the meat is incredibly tough to swallow. Someone who was starving once tried to eat it. No matter how hungry they were, they couldn't get it down. And most importantly, exactly 3 days after eating it, that person kicked the bucket. Hearing that, I instinctively took a step back, keeping my distance from that mutated black cow. Neo sat by the wooden table, unable to stop sniffing the faint aroma of food. I'm dying for this taste. Captain, hurry up and order. Oh, that's right. My shop has spicy Hotpot now. After completing the previous mission, the rich and bold spicy beef broth had officially been unlocked. I had checked the kitchen this morning. Right next to the clear broth, a pot of bright red spicy broth had appeared. Spicy Hotpot. We finally have spicy Hotpot. The hunter's eyes lit up like high beams. Without a second thought, they ordered a pot of spicy beef broth, along with 40 plates of meat and 5 plates of potatoes. The total came to 9 level 3 cores, 7 level 2 cores, and 5 level 1 cores. The moment the spicy broth base hit the pot and mingled with the hot water, the intense aroma of peppercorns, chilies, and beef tallow exploded, drifting through every corner of the wooden house. At the scent of this fragrance, the survivors felt as if a flood of memories of real food came rushing back. Compared to the previous clear broth, the spicy beef Hotpot had a much more dominant and rich character. Just one whiff was enough to make the tip of your nose tingle with spice. Nai didn't even wait for me to bring it out. He rushed over to help me carry the hot pot. The others also pitched in to carry the side dishes. Since we were already acquainted, they treated the shop like their own home, helping themselves without any hesitation. As soon as the pot was set down, they waved to Xiao Yu, who was shrinking into a corner. Come eat with us, kid. Xiao Yu waved her hand slightly and whispered, No, thank you. The owner already fed me. After speaking, she lowered her head, clearly still uncomfortable around strangers. Right now, I was the only person she trusted completely. Seeing that, Chun Chung didn't push her. He asked politely once, and then the group started digging in. They wanted to give her some space, since she'd be leaving with them soon anyway. Meat and potatoes dipped in spicy broth felt completely different from the clear broth. It was more stimulating, pungent, and filled with that distinct aroma of beef tallow. Everyone's lips were bright red from the spice, but their chopsticks never stopped. It felt like the flavor reached the very depths of their souls. After finishing the meal, though their lips were a bit numb, satisfaction was written all over their faces. After a short rest, they prepared to head back so they could trade that mutated black cow for spirit cores in time. Xiaoyu had to go with them. Despite her lingering attachment and anxiety, she forced herself to adapt so she wouldn't be a burden to me. She had nothing to pack since she arrived empty-handed, but I still gave her a backpack. I found this bag in the closet. Inside were a few sets of new clothes and some spare potatoes. Sis, please, no? Xiaoyu said, flustered as she held the heavy backpack. She knew exactly how precious these things were in this post-apocalyptic world. She tried to give it back, but I firmly pressed it into her hands. Since you called me sis, I have to look out for you. My shop is a bit small right now, so it's not convenient for you to stay long-term. Besides, living in a community is better for you. But don't worry. Whenever you're free, you can always drop by to visit. My calm instructions made Xiao Yu's eyes well up with tears. As she left, she looked back 3 times for every step she took. I stood silently at the door, only turning back inside once their figures had vanished. Now it was just me again, along with the motionless little Hui Hui and the 3 turtle eggs. I remember normal turtle eggs take about 2 months to hatch, but these are mutated monsters. Who knows how long it'll take for these little guys to come out. No strangers detected. Commencing upgrade. Host, please return to your room and wait. The system's voice rang out. I planned to carry both Hui Hui and the egg crate into the room, but the crate with the great tortoise was so heavy I couldn't even lift it. While I was struggling, Hui Hui seemed to understand my thoughts. He crawled out of the crate on his own and waddled toward my room on his 4 short legs. He really is sentient. A level 9 monster is basically a spirit at this point. They understand human speech and can sense human emotions. The system added as Hui Hui crawled ahead. I followed with the cardboard box. Once inside, I closed the door and set the box in the corner. Hui Hui slowly crawled in and curled up. He was incredibly well-behaved. As soon as the door shut, The lights outside flickered off and the main entrance locked tight. The upgrade had officially begun. Congratulations, host, on completing the 4th mission. Please proceed with the draw. The lucky wheel appeared before me once again. Same as before, 22 green slots, 12 blue slots, and a single orange slot. However, the prizes inside had completely changed. The system said this will reset every 72 hours. So the items I missed won't show up again? I asked regretfully. I really liked that automatic meat slicer from last time. There's still a chance they'll reappear. The system replied. I breathed a sigh of relief. The orange item this time was a cleaning robot that could clean everything from floors to walls. Basically, every nook and cranny would be sparkling. I really wanted it, but knowing my luck was as black as soot, I just silently prayed and hit the button. The needle spun rapidly, then slowed down, and finally stopped on a green slot. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, sank. I knew it. The item I won this time was chili oil. And so, the condiment bar got a new addition. I could only comfort myself by thinking the chili oil jar in the illustration looked pretty appetizing. This upgrade took longer than the last. I sat in my room and binged 2 movies before the system notified me it was finished. Stepping out, I couldn't help but let out a wow. The small wooden house had transformed into a brick house with a tiled roof, styled like something from the 80s or 90s. The dining area had expanded from 4 tables to 8. The space was much larger. I walked around the house, then opened the iron door, upgraded from wood, to check the outside. The shop was activated, and the lights shone brilliantly once more. As soon as the door opened, I heard the sound of whispering and chatter. Looking up, I nearly froze. A crowd of survivors was waiting in the yard. "Ma'am," a shout came from the crowd, making everyone turn to look at me at once. I recognized a few familiar faces, but most were strangers. Among the crowd was Zhong Xiaofeng, and standing next to her this time was another woman. "You're finally open. We've been knocking for a while, but no one answered. The lights were out, so we thought you'd close the shop for good." A regular in the crowd spoke up. "Sorry, everyone. The shop was undergoing renovations, so I didn't hear the knocking." I quickly opened the door wide and invited everyone inside. "Renovations? There are still materials to fix houses these days?" The survivors buzzed. It sounded like science fiction, but when they stepped inside, everyone was stunned. It really had been renovated. The area was twice as large as before. "Hey girl, I'm back to check in. And I brought a friend. Let me introduce you. This is Zhong Suo, the leader of our Feihong base." Zhong Suo gave me a slight nod. I noticed that although she dressed simply and had a gentle smile, she still exuded the aura of a true leader. "Welcome, everyone. Please, come in and have a seat," I replied with a smile. Truthfully, I was still a bit dazed. I had no idea why customers were suddenly flocking here like it was a festival. It turned out they'd heard the good news from friends, relatives, or other bases. If one person says it, it might be a lie. But if everyone says it, it must be true. Our base leader is planning to come here to buy water. I heard Feihong bought 100 crates. It's making us crazy with jealousy. An outgoing hunter spoke up. Base leaders rarely meet, and regular hunters see them even less, so they didn't realize the person standing next to Zhong Xiaofeng was the big boss of Feihong base. Zhong Suo just smiled and said nothing. Clearly, they were quick to be the first to establish a relationship with my Hotpot shop. "Ma'am, you really went big this time. This place is huge," Zhong Xiaofeng said, secretly amazed. This ability was truly beyond their understanding. "I'll probably expand even more in the future. With so many customers, I'm afraid there won't be enough seats." I replied, "With the current crowd, 8 tables were barely enough. If it gets any busier, I'll be overwhelmed, so expansion is inevitable." Zhong Xiaofeng and Zhong Suo looked at each other, their eyes growing more determined with their own calculations. The shop became lively. Everyone stared at the menu on the blackboard, debating whether the beef and pork were real. "I heard it's 100% real. The taste is top tier." One person said excitedly, "I want meat. It's been 10 years since I've even smelled meat. I'm craving potatoes. I used to be obsessed with them, but after the apocalypse, no one could grow them anymore." Everyone scrambled to write their orders. First-timers ordered modestly, about 20 plates of meat, while regulars went straight for 60 plates or more. When they saw the spicy beef hot pot, Everyone was thrilled. Clear broth is good, but the pungent, stimulating taste of beef tallow hot pot is the true love of any foodie. And so, all 8 tables ordered the spicy beef hot pot at once. I was in the kitchen slicing meat so fast the machine almost caught fire. The broth and side dishes were served one by one. Just as I brought out the last plate, I saw several more groups of customers arriving at the door. The shop was completely full. The new customers had to wait. I hurried to pull all the chairs from the warehouse for them to sit temporarily on the porch. Business is booming, ma'am. The survivors waiting outside took the chairs from me, their eyes glued to the people feasting inside. The aroma of spicy beef wafting from the shop made their mouths water uncontrollably. But what could they do? The shop was full. They could only crane their necks and watch others eat. The shop had never hosted this many people at once. To be honest, I was struggling to keep up. By the time I finished serving all the broth and dishes, the back of my shirt was soaked with sweat. Inside the pots, ingredients swirled in the boiling water, gradually changing color under a layer of shimmering red oil. Just looking at it made me drool. The condiment bar now had chili oil, finely minced peppers, peanuts, sesame, and salt. The scent was heavenly and a huge hit with the diners. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaofeng eagerly invited Zhong Suo. "Eat, sis. Hurry and try it. This flavor is incredible." They didn't have spicy hot pot when I came last time. Seeing her enthusiastic recommendation, Zhong Suo smiled, nodded, and picked up her chopsticks. Zhong Xiaofeng served her a slice of beef brisket, then couldn't resist grabbing a piece for herself. The fresh, savory, and fatty taste blended with the explosion of spice right in the pot. The survivors who were chatting loudly just a moment ago went silent. Only the clinking of bowls and chopsticks could be heard. I finally understand why you couldn't stop thinking about this place after just one visit. Zhong Suo remarked. Ever since Zhong Xiaofeng visited as the representative of Feihong Base, she hadn't stopped buzzing in Zhong Suo's ear. Unable to take the constant nagging, Zhong Suo set aside her mountain of work at the base to accompany Zhong Xiaofeng here and see for herself. "Exactly. You should come out and relax once in a while," Zhong Xiaofeng said with a laugh. As they ate and talked, Zhong Suo truly felt a sense of relaxation and joy she hadn't experienced in a long time. After an hour of waiting, one table finally finished. Next to their table, the stack of plates was piled high like a small mountain. They had ordered extra dishes twice before finally, reluctantly, putting down their chopsticks. Seeing this, the people waiting outside rushed in to snag the spot. Because in that 1 hour, another team of hunters had arrived. Perhaps seeing the bustle and the safety of the area, they stopped to see what was going on. But as soon as they got close, the aroma from the house reeled them in. This scent was simply too tempting to resist. "Hey buddy, what is this place? Why does it smell so amazing? Can't you see the sign? It's a hot pot shop. It's incredible. But it's so crowded. We've been waiting for nearly an hour." The survivor sitting by the door replied. As soon as I finished cleaning that table, the new group hurried to sit down and instinctively took out the notebook to write their order. They'd been watching others do it, so their movements were now extremely professional. I was so busy I couldn't even see straight, and it wasn't until late evening that I finally saw off the last batch of customers. Zhong Chu intentionally stayed behind, waiting until my hands were free before stepping up to talk. "Thank you, boss, for providing the mineral water. The water quality is excellent. It's solved a major problem for our base." "It's nothing, really. Don't be so polite." I waved my hand. I earned crystal cores, and they got clean water. It was a win-win situation. The neighboring bases have also caught wind of this. They keep probing to find out where we're getting our water supply. "Do you want me to make the information public and let them know?" Zhong Chu asked for my opinion. This showed that she respected me a lot. I nodded immediately. "Of course. The more people who come to buy, the better. My inventory is fully stocked. Please recommend more people to come here and eat hot pot." Hearing my response, Zhong Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing the clear exhaustion on my face, the two of them excused themselves and left. The hot pot restaurant was finally empty. I let out a sigh of relief and massaged my aching shoulders. It was exhausting, sure, but today's earnings were incredibly impressive. I pulled in a total of 186,820 accumulated points. The ingredients in the inventory had just run out, so the system automatically deducted points to restock. Currently, my account balance sat at 445,680 points. Converted to real-world money, that was over 400,000 yuan. No joke. I looked at that long string of numbers, my heart bursting with joy. I never expected to amass such a huge sum of money in less than a month. Even though I couldn't withdraw it all at once, just looking at it gave me an overwhelming sense of security. I sat and rested at the checkout counter for a bit. Seeing that no one was around, I decided to head back to my room to shower and change. I was so busy all day that I hadn't even had the chance to hear the system announce the new mission. System issuing new mission. Distribute 100 restaurant flyers. Unlock item, egg fried rice. The mechanical voice echoed in my head. Distribute flyers? How am I supposed to distribute them? I wondered. The host can leave the restaurant to visit residential areas or hire survivors to distribute them on your behalf. The system replied. As soon as it finished speaking, a thick stack of flyers appeared right in front of me. The front featured a picture of a Hotpot that looked exactly like the icon from the game I used to play on my phone. It had the pot. It had the ingredients. The image was so vivid it felt like you could actually smell the aroma. The back was a map leading to the Hotpot restaurant, annotated in incredible detail. Even someone with zero sense of direction could understand it at a glance. The bold headline read, "There is a Hotpot restaurant, honored to welcome you." I stared at the stack of flyers, deep in thought. The restaurant had been packed lately, so finding people to hand these out probably wouldn't be hard. But hearing the system say I could go outside and even spend 100 points to exchange for a protective shield when traveling far, I started feeling restless. I'd been here for almost a month and hadn't stepped foot outside the restaurant once. With the system's strict protection now, taking a trip outside shouldn't be a problem, right? While I was lost in thought, a noise came from the door again. I looked up and saw a man and a woman walking in. The man was tall and heavily built. He had a sinister face. The woman trailing behind him had disheveled hair and torn clothes. She seemed mentally unstable, her eyes vacant as if she had just suffered a severe shock. The moment I saw these two, the warning bells in my head started blaring nonstop. I didn't know who they were, but the alarm meant they were definitely not good people. The man took a lap around the restaurant, his eyes darting everywhere, observing his surroundings before finally stopping at me. "Is this a Hotpot restaurant? Got any food left?" Because of the heavy crowd today, the lingering smell of food still hung in the air. "Yes, we do. What would you like?" I didn't smile, but I wasn't as tense as the first time I heard the alarm either. "Let me see." He strolled over to the blackboard, pretending to seriously study the menu. "Are all these ingredients available in the shop? Where did you get them?" He seemed very curious. "Yes, they're always available. Let me know when you're ready to order." I ignored his other question. He didn't get angry and just started ordering. He ordered a spicy beef hot pot, a bowl of white rice, and 50 plates each of beef belly and pork belly. I did the math in my head. The total came to 2 level 4 crystal cores, 1 level 3 crystal core, and 1 level 2 crystal core. The man seemed a bit surprised that he had to pay before eating, but after a moment of hesitation, he pulled a level 5 crystal core out of his pocket. "Is this enough to cover it?" I didn't refuse and pocketed the crystal core. "It's enough. Are you only getting 1 bowl of rice?" I glanced at the woman huddled at his feet, my implication clear. "Yeah, just me eating is enough," he answered decisively, not even bothering to spare the woman a single glance. I wasn't sure what their relationship was, so I didn't bother digging into it. I turned around and headed into the kitchen to prepare the food. Soon, the sound of chopping vegetables and meat echoed from the kitchen. The man sat for a moment, then stood up and quietly made his way toward the kitchen. If you looked closely, you could see purple lightning crackling around his fingertips. If Sun Qing were here, she would instantly recognize this guy as Zhong Dao, the man who caused her team to lose half its members. And that crazy woman was none other than the spatial ability user, Bai Tingting. Zhong Dao stood at the checkout counter, from where he could see straight into the kitchen. There really were a ton of supplies. A sack of potatoes lay on the floor, and Jiang Xi was busy slicing meat. Zhong Dao's eyes clearly showed his greed and intent to plunder. He took another lap around the shop. Aside from the locked bedroom door that made him slightly uneasy, there wasn't a single soul anywhere else. The senses of an ability user were far sharper than those of ordinary people. Zhong Dao was almost certain there was no one else here. And so, he slowly advanced toward the kitchen, a crackling ball of electricity already gathering in the palm of his hand. But he didn't let his guard down completely. He glanced around as he walked, knowing full well that anyone brave enough to open a shop here couldn't be simple. The moment he reached the kitchen threshold, an incredibly dangerous aura suddenly surged, making the hair on his neck stand up. Zhong Tao's expression shifted. He hurriedly backed away a few steps, taking advantage of the fact that I hadn't come out yet to quickly return to his seat. The moment he sat down, he realized his back was soaked in cold sweat. His face, already pale from injury, turned even whiter. There is definitely something of an extremely high level guarding this house. At that thought, Zhong Tao felt the metallic taste of blood rise in his throat. He forced himself to swallow it, acting as if nothing had happened. However, he didn't dare make another move. This was the first time he'd stepped into a place that made him feel a direct threat to his life. When I brought out the food and broth, I saw Zhong Tao sitting very obediently in his spot. The warning bells in my head faded. I didn't know what had just happened, and though I was curious, I remained on high alert. Zhong Tao just kept his head down and ate continuously. Once finished, he immediately stood up to leave. The woman sitting at his feet scrambled up and stumbled after him. "Oh, you're done? There's still rice left, sir." I was a bit stunned. Why wasn't this guy following the script? I was mentally prepared to deal with him, yet he didn't do anything at all. "I'm done." Zhong Tao shot me a glance. His friendly facade from earlier had vanished, replaced by extreme wariness. He walked away quickly, not caring if Bai Ting could keep up. Not long after he left, I was about to go out and check the situation when I heard the thunderous sounds of a fight. The ones fighting Zhong Tao were Song Jinchuan's group. The moment they met, it was like gunpowder meeting fire. The battle erupted instantly. This was the first time I'd witnessed high-level ability users PKNG each other with my own eyes. Orange flames roared and deep purple lightning collided repeatedly in the air. Even from a distance, I could feel the waves of heat hitting my face. Before long, the lightning was completely suppressed. Finally, only the brilliant orange flames remained in the sky, burning so fiercely they dyed the horizon red. The battle ended quickly. Clearly, Song Jinchuan's group had won decisively. This time, Zhong Tao wasn't lucky enough to escape death. He died at Song Jinchuan's hands. When I walked out, I saw that crazy woman, the one Zhong Tao must have used as a human shield. She had a large hole in her chest and had long since stopped breathing. Zhong Tao lay not far away, covered in blood, his eyes wide and bulging. He looked like someone who died with deep regrets. Once Song Jinchuan's group approached, I learned this man was the legendary Zhong Tao, a notorious villain and a nightmare for many survivors. I heard he was even a base leader, yet at the moment of his death, only this mentally ill woman was by his side. Connecting the dots with what Zun Qing said yesterday, I immediately guessed the woman's identity. Bai Ting, a space-type ability user. Did he stop by your shop for food? Based on Zhong Tao's direction and the lingering scent of food, Song Jinxian guessed correctly. I nodded. Yes, he just finished eating and ran into you guys as he left. So he was Zhong Tao? Seeing that I was unharmed and the shop didn't have a single scratch, everyone looked at me in disbelief. Think about it. That was Zhong Tao. Seeing a shop full of supplies, would he really just sit quietly, eat, and leave? There was only one possibility. There was something in this shop even scarier than Zhong Tao. Song Jinxian looked at me with a strange expression. He probably found it odd that a girl who looked as delicate as a willow like me could suppress that brute. I just feel bad for that girl. Zhong Tao moved too fast. I couldn't pull back my attack in time. A curly-haired young man standing next to Song Jinxian spoke up. Nothing to feel bad about. I've been sick of her for a long time. Another person in the squad seemed to know Bai Ting and started listing her crimes. Bai Ting's hypocrisy had caused the deaths of many people. Zun Qing's team just lost half their members because of her, so no one mourned her death. She got what she deserved. Since Bai Ting was a space-type user, when she died, the supplies in her space spilled all over the ground. Nutrient solutions, mutated monsters, and even clean water scattered around her corpse. Song Jinchuan's group gathered all the supplies. They offered to share some with me, but I firmly refused. They originally intended to just pass through, but standing in front of the Hotpot shop, no one had the heart to keep walking. The whole squad decided to have a meal before heading out. Sitting in the shop, I heard them discussing their mission location. It seemed quite far from the city. There's a level 8 zombie king there. It's usually quiet, but lately, it's been causing constant chaos, making life miserable for the surrounding bases. They're going not just to eliminate it, but also to search for any survivors. When discussing the main task, everyone's expression turned extremely solemn. They understood exactly how difficult this mission would be. But as soon as the side dishes were served, they immediately tossed aside their worries and dove into the hot pot. It's true, once you've tasted my shop's food, no one can resist. For this meal, the squad paid 8 level 4 spirit cores and 3 level 3 spirit cores, bringing me a total of 84,000 points. I saw them to the door, watching their figures vanish into the night. A hard day's work finally came to an end. I closed up, showered, and crawled into bed, sleeping soundly until morning. The next morning, I treated myself to a lie-in. When I woke up, I felt incredibly refreshed, as if my body was brimming with energy. I planned to go out and hand out flyers today, so I hung a closed sign on the door early on. The system was very supportive of me doing outside missions and even provided a free mode of transportation. While I was full of anticipation, whoosh, a tiny foldable electric scooter appeared before me. I froze for a few seconds. I thought it would at least be a car to shield me from the sun. Who knew it would be this basic? Host, do not underestimate it. This is a smart electric scooter powered by crystal energy. Its top speed is faster than a car, and it even has a navigation function. The system hurriedly explained as if it could read my mind. I nodded in acceptance and slung a small backpack over my shoulder. Actually, I'd stored all my important belongings in the space within my pendant. This was the gift the system promised me for when I returned to the real world to pack my things. I didn't expect to have to use it this early. I went into the owner's menu and picked out a bunch of dry rations and bento boxes to take along, plus a good amount of bottled water. Just as I was about to leave, Hui crawled out from nowhere and started nibbling on my pant leg. I looked down at him. What's wrong? Hui looked up at me, then out toward the door. You want to come with me? I suddenly understood what he meant. Hui's head nodded up and down repeatedly. I was amazed by this human-like behavior, but I was also a bit hesitant. Right then, the system's voice spoke in my head. Host can bring the level 9 Great Tortoise. It can scare off most zombies and low-level monsters, ensuring much better safety. All right, I'll take you with me. I finally agreed. I had to admit, the system hit the nail on the head. I picked up Hui and placed him in the scooter's basket. This basket wasn't rigid. It was very flexible and high quality, perfectly fitting Hui inside. He only poked his head out, slowly turning it left and right as if observing the world. I locked up the shop, put on my backpack, and hopped on the scooter. Before leaving, I looked back at the brick house with the tiled roof one last time. Though it was simple, it gave me a sense of absolute security. Right now, I was both curious about the new world and a bit uneasy. Even though I'd spent points on a protective shield, I was about to face a completely unfamiliar and dangerous world. No one knew what would happen. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, my gaze becoming more determined. I twisted the throttle. The scooter made a tiny engine sound and smoothly carried me away from the shop. I'd already entered the destination as Feihong Base, since it was the only base I'd traded with, and I'd heard a lot about it from Chu Lin's group. Zhong Xiaofeng had told me so much that I was curious. The scooter glided along the road. Facing the outside world for real, I truly felt the cruelty the apocalypse had wrought. Going deeper into the city, the skyscrapers were still there, but they were ruined and gray, with cracked walls and some completely collapsed into piles of rubble. This smart scooter was incredibly responsive. It helped me accurately dodge every crack, boulder, and sluggish zombie on the road. This was the first time I'd seen zombies from such a close distance. Compared to the shock of their appearance, the overwhelming stench was what I truly couldn't stand. But thanks to Hui's pressure and the protective film on my body, these zombies didn't actively attack. They even seemed to want to stay away from me. After a while, I started seeing giant black snakes lying across the road. Exactly like the one I saw at the shop the other day. I got goosebumps all over. Without waiting for the snake to get scared of Hui and move, I proactively steered the scooter around it to be safe. The scooter cut through the city. I had to take detours occasionally, but overall, it was very smooth. Thanks to Hui Hui sitting in the basket, I didn't run into any monsters or zombies that caused trouble. From my initial state of high alert, I gradually began to relax. Sitting on the little scooter, feeling the light breeze on my face was actually quite chill. The sunlight shone on the ruined buildings around me, creating a hauntingly beautiful scene of destruction. Midway, I stopped to eat a bento box. Since time in the space was frozen, the rice was still piping hot. Once full, I continued my journey. After several hours of driving, I finally caught a glimpse of the main gate of Feihong Base. Just as I imagined, the base gate and surrounding walls were built incredibly high. Standing at the foot of the wall, I felt a heavy sense of pressure. There was a very strict checkpoint at the gate. Normally, newcomers had to wait in a quarantine room for 24 hours before entering. But I was quick-witted enough to give Zhong Xiaofeng's name. The people at the checkpoint didn't dare decide for themselves, so they went to inform her. They never expected Zhong Xiaofeng to personally come to the gate to pick me up. In this base, her status was second only to Zhong Suo. She usually seemed cheerful, but she was extremely decisive in her work. Aside from her close teammates, she didn't trust anyone else. "Owner Jiang, you really came. Quick, come inside. Miss Jiang is a VIP of our base. In the future, if you see her, just let her through immediately." After greeting me, Zhong Xiaofeng turned to give instructions to the checkpoint staff. The guys at the station nodded frantically, but they couldn't hide their curiosity, stealing glances at me. This base is truly massive. It looked like a fully functional small town with neatly arranged rows of houses. From single-story houses to two-story buildings, even small villas were fairly evenly distributed. The survivors here all had their own tasks. Some were in a rush, while others strolled leisurely. It was incredibly bustling. I have to admit, building a base like this in the middle of the apocalypse is truly extraordinary. Along the way, Zhong Xiaofeng enthusiastically introduced me to all sorts of things about Feihong Base. From the residential area and the market to the mission hall, every function was connected and operated very systematically. Looking down from above, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is so cool." Where I was standing was Zhong Xiaofeng's private home, which also served as the meeting place for the Liuhua team. This was the third floor, her private bedroom. The second floor had been knocked through to make a training room, while the first floor was the main hall and kitchen. The base leader isn't here right now. She probably won't be back until tomorrow. Zhong Xiaofeng was trying to guess the purpose of my visit. "Oh, it's fine. Actually, I just came here to hand out flyers." I didn't hide it, pulling a thick stack of flyers out of my backpack. Plus, I wanted to take a walk around and see the place. In this apocalypse, I'm probably the only one who treats going out as a casual stroll. Zhong Xiaofeng skimmed the flyer and said excitedly, "Easy. I'll have someone hand them out for you. If you want to go to other bases to hand them out, I can take you there too. Maybe later, sis. I'll stick to Feihong for now. I'll save the other places for another time." I replied, "It's a long road ahead. I can't leave the shop empty for too long either. I'll visit other bases when I have new missions." Zhong Xiaofeng nodded, told me to rest for a bit, and then took the stack of flyers outside. When she returned, the stack of papers was gone. I gave them to someone to distribute. "Are you hungry? Should I go trade for some nutrient solutions for you to try?" She was about to get up and leave. "I'll go with you." I stood up too and followed her out of the villa. The survivors around us looked at me with curiosity. A few people who had visited the Hotpot shop recognized me. They waved excitedly. I turned around and saw Chu Lin, Su Yin, and Gu Qi walking toward us from the main gate. They must have just returned from a mission. "Ma'am, what brings you to our base? Is the shop not open today?" All three of them looked genuinely happy. Seeing them, I smiled too. After all, they were the shop's first customers and had visited several times, so they felt familiar and close. "I just came here to promote the Hot Pot shop a bit." I explained briefly. "Oh my God, why did you bother coming all this way yourself? We just need to say the word, and people will swarm your shop." Chu Lin laughed. He'd actually thought about helping me advertise, but since he wasn't sure of my intentions, he hadn't acted yet, and then got busy with missions. "It's fine. Think of it as a sightseeing trip," I replied with a smile. But internally, I was sighing. It's tough. The system gave me a mission, I have no choice but to do it. True. Staying in the shop all the time must be boring. Well, enjoy your stay here this time. We'll come find you after we hand in our mission. Without waiting for my answer, Chu Lin and the other two hurried away. On their backs were huge, bulging backpacks, likely the spoils from their recent mission. That boy is always so hyper. Zhong Xiaofeng laughed. Let's go. We'll head to the canteen first. All along the way, she spoke to me in a very friendly tone without a hint of flattery. I really liked her personality. It was called a canteen, but it wasn't actually that large, with only 3 service windows. Previously, every window sold nutrient solutions, but now they also had bottled water bought from my shop. The price per bottle was 1 level 3 spirit core. It was a bit high, but still within an acceptable range. I left a portion at the canteen. Each person is limited to 1 bottle, and they're selling like crazy. I'll probably have to go to your shop to restock soon. Zhong Xiaofeng said. Regarding the markup, she was very upfront. Zhong Suo manages an entire base. She's not running a charity. They need spirit cores to keep things running, and the price they set wasn't unreasonable. Nutrient solutions were divided into expensive and cheap types. The expensive ones came in various flavors. I saw apple, banana, and even rose. The cheap one only had 1 flavor. Seeing my curiosity, Zhong Xiaofeng generously bought me 1 of each. The nutrient solutions were in small glass jars. Inside, they looked thick and sticky. They were colored according to their flavors. I really couldn't imagine what they would taste like. Holding the apple-flavored jar, I brought it to my nose to sniff. Luckily, there was no strange smell. After the system confirmed it was completely harmless to the body, I dared to take a small sip. The moment it touched my tongue, my face puckered up. How should I put it? This so-called apple flavor had nothing to do with apples. The texture in my mouth was slimy, like thick phlegm or snot. I don't even know how to describe it properly. All I know is it was incredibly hard to drink, with a strong, cloying scent, like someone had accidentally poured perfume into it. Seeing my face wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger, Zhong Xiaofeng burst out laughing, opened a rose-flavored jar, and downed it in one go. This used to be her favorite flavor, but perhaps because she'd been eating fresh Hotpot at my shop lately, she found this hard to swallow now too. I quickly capped the jar I just sipped from. As someone used to good food and fine clothes in the modern world, I really couldn't accept this bizarre texture. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaofeng took the jar from my hand. If you can't drink it, don't force yourself. I'll save it for a midnight snack. But sis, I already drank from it, I said, a bit embarrassed. So what? Who cares about that stuff these days? Zhong Xiaofeng waved it off, not bothered at all. Leaving the canteen, Zhong Xiaofeng led me to the nearby mission hall. The mission hall was a 2-story building divided into 2 separate areas, mission reception and mission completion. It was very crowded. I saw Chu Lin's group standing in the middle of the throng again. Curious, I stopped by the mission reception area to take a look. There was a giant whiteboard there, listing every mission in detail. Next to it was a hand-drawn map. It was much cruder than the system's map, but you could still get a sense of the world's geography. Whenever someone accepted a mission, it was erased and replaced with a new one. Some missions were issued by the base, others by individuals. These were clearly noted. Survivors crowded around the whiteboard, discussing with their teammates which one to take. Rewards were diverse, ranging from spirit cores and food to medical supplies. Everything looked new to me. My eyes kept darting around in curiosity. The mission completion area looked much more grim. The people here were all grimy and covered in injuries, but their expressions were much more relaxed. After Chu Lin's group finished their business, they joined us. The 4 of them took me on a tour around the base. The flyer mission had been finished for a while, but it wasn't until evening that I said goodbye to head back to the shop. Zhong Xiaofeng wanted me to stay the night, but I declined. I've had enough fun. Now that the mission is done, it's time to go back. Only making money makes me feel at peace. Zhong Xiaofeng and the 3 guys saw me to the main gate. They watched as I pulled a foldable electric scooter out of my backpack, waved goodbye, and zoomed off. The 4 of them stood frozen for a moment. Chu Lin muttered, "Sis, what kind of person is that shop owner? She's like Doraemon. She has all sorts of weird stuff." Actually, Zhong Xiaofeng was wondering the same thing, but she just waved her hand. "Stop asking. Just remember, never offend her. We have to stay on her good side. Who knows, We might be able to buy even more high-end stuff from her in the future. I'd finished the mission and had a fun day out, so I was in high spirits as I sped toward the Hotpot shop. At the same time, at Black Eagle Base on the other side of the city, news of Zhong Tao's death was spreading like wildfire. Since Zhong Tao had been gone for days without word, his younger brother, Zhong Hai, was currently acting as the base leader. The moment he heard Zhong Tao died in front of a hot pot shop, Zhong Hai's brain started working at full capacity. In reality, Zhong Tao's death was great news for Zhong Hai. Who wouldn't want the base leader's seat? If Zhong Tao hadn't been so strong and insanely extreme, Zhong Hai would never have settled for being second. Now that Zhong Tao is dead, it's finally Zhong Hai's time to rise. However, outwardly he acted extremely outraged and grief-stricken, even calling for survivors to gather and march on the hot pot shop to avenge his brother. He said it was for revenge to sound noble, but his subordinates had already reported that the shop's food was delicious and the ingredients were fresh. With such a massive stockpile of supplies, if he could seize it, his position at Black Eagle Base would be even more secure. While Zhong Hai was crunching numbers in his head, I arrived back at the hot pot shop as night fell. Looking at the familiar white walls and blue door, a warm sense of belonging washed over me. I'm finally home. Opening the door, everything was exactly as I'd left it. After putting my things away, I opened the shop. It was still early, not even 8 p.m. Thinking someone might stop by for a late-night snack, I didn't go to my room but sat at the register to wait. I opened the mission panel. The mission to distribute 100 flyers was marked as complete. The reward, egg fried rice, had also been received. Egg fried rice costs 1 level 2 spirit core per serving. Knowing the system, 1 serving is bound to be a huge portion. This was probably the fastest mission I've ever completed, and I didn't even have to do it myself. Just as I was celebrating, the system threw cold water on me with the 6th mission. Host 10 gluttonous war gods. Each must consume at least 5 level 4 spirit cores worth of food. The reward is unlocking mixed vegetables. I did the math. Each person has to spend at least 5 level 4 spirit cores, which is 50,000 points. That converts to 250 plates of meat or 1,000 plates of vegetables. And that's not even counting the rice and broth. The smile on my face froze. Is there really anyone in this world who can eat that much? What if a group comes together? I asked the system. As long as the average per person reaches 50,000 points, it counts. The system's conditions seemed manageable, but that number still sent a shiver down my spine. While I was busy arguing with the system, a customer walked in. The person paused for a moment at the door before slowly stepping inside. I've passed by for 3 days and knocked, but no one answered. I thought this was an abandoned house. I didn't expect it to be open tonight. The guest removed her hat and mask. I realized it was a short-haired girl with a very distinct, heroic face. I had some business during the day and had to go out, I explained briefly. What would you like? The price list is over there. Please, take your time. The girl nodded and looked up at the blackboard. The dishes listed there were truly unimaginable in this post-apocalyptic world. She frowned, probably wondering if this was a shady shop looking to rip people off. She stole a glance at me, perhaps seeing that I didn't look like a bad person, and the warm yellow light in the shop made her feel instinctively relaxed. Actually, she'd also happened to run into a group of people waiting outside while I was away today. Hearing them say this hot pot shop was the best of the best, with legendary flavors, made her stomach growl just thinking about it. The girl stood up and went to the condiment bar to take a look. Even though she hadn't smelled these scents in years, she was certain this was authentic soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil. Returning to her seat, she ordered a spicy beef hot pot, a serving of egg fried rice, along with 10 plates of beef brisket and 10 plates of potatoes. She was still very cautious, not ordering too much until she'd tasted it. I calculated the total, 5 level 3 spirit cores and 6 level 2 spirit cores. I went into the kitchen to prepare the food while the girl sat waiting silently. A moment later, the mouth-watering aroma wafted out, making her stomach growl uncontrollably. She swallowed hard, her usually cold eyes now filled with anticipation. After serving the hot pot and side dishes, I started on the egg fried rice. The seasonings were precisely measured by the system. My job was just to cook. Luckily, I had system support, because with my amateur cooking skills, customers would have run away at the door. When I brought out the egg fried rice, She'd already put all the side dishes into the pot. She was slurping it down with the chili oil, enjoying every bite. She ate very quickly, but it didn't feel greedy. She looked decisive and refreshed. A single serving of egg fried rice at my shop is truly massive. In the old world, it would have taken 5 or 6 people to finish it. The rice was fragrant, packed with eggs, and the green onions made it smell incredible, stimulating the senses to the max. The girl silently demolished all the food and that giant plate of rice before looking at me. "Are you finished with your meal?" I asked, noticing her gaze. She shook her head, her eyes much more sincere than when she first arrived. "I want to order more." Under my expectant gaze, she ordered 50 plates of beef brisket, 30 plates of pork belly, and another serving of egg fried rice. I noted the order, told her to wait a moment, and hurried into the kitchen. While slicing meat, I calculated the accumulated points. This meal brought in 2 level 4 spirit cores, 1 level 3, and 7 level 2s, a total of 21,700 points. So I'm still 28,300 points short of the quota for One War God. I sighed. This mission really isn't easy at all. The food was served, and the girl ate with total satisfaction, a smile finally appearing on her face. After cleaning her plates, she ordered 20 more bottles of water and stuffed them into her backpack. I noticed that backpack was strange. No matter how much water she put in, it stayed compact and never changed shape. I'm a space-type ability user. Seeing my curious look, she didn't hide it and admitted it frankly. I nodded in understanding. So the backpack was just a disguise for her space. "Can I get an order to go?" Looking at the half-full pot of broth, she continued. "I have to go somewhere very far soon. It'll probably be a long time before I return to this city." "Of course. Absolutely." I nodded vigorously. "How much do you need?" "Give me 100 servings of beef brisket, 100 servings of pork belly, 50 servings of potatoes, and 50 servings of egg fried rice." She paused. "Is that too much?" "Not at all," I said firmly. I'd done the math. With this, her total order would come to 66,700 points. That's 1 out of 10 missions done. Even if it's exhausting, it's totally worth it. But that little bit of exhaustion almost made my arms fall off. Slicing 200 plates of meat and over 50 servings of rice, the machine was practically smoking. I don't know where she got all those containers. She packed all the fried rice into her space, then cooked the meat and potatoes in the hot pot before boxing them up and pouring the broth over them. Watching her neatly stack each container into her space was incredibly satisfying for someone with a bit of OCD like me. Once everything was packed, the girl stepped decisively into the night, leaving only the name Lin Fei and a wave goodbye. I chatted with Lin Fei for a bit earlier. I really admired her. A girl braving a long journey through the apocalypse all on her own. She looked so cool. Once Lin Fei's figure had completely vanished, I went back inside. Checking the clock, it was almost 1 a.m. I closed the shop and went to my room to shower and rest. The bedroom was a bit larger after the upgrade, and I decorated it to be very cozy and comfortable. I changed and fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. I dreamed of all sorts of things all night, but mostly of my small hometown. Suddenly, I felt so homesick. Waking up early, I checked the time and decided to call my mom. Hearing that familiar voice on the other end, my nose stung, but my mom sounded very surprised. "What's wrong, sweetie? Didn't we just talk last night?" I suddenly remembered. Time moves faster here. 1 month here is only 1 day in the real world. To Mom, we really had just finished talking. I quickly found another topic to cover it up, asked my parents a few questions, and then made an excuse about having to go to work to hang up. After hanging up, I let out a heavy sigh. The whirlwind of work here really makes me lose track of time sometimes. Today it was pouring rain. The wind blew with a characteristic bitter tang, but the rain couldn't stop the flow of people to the Hotpot shop. Most of today's customers were people who'd received flyers from Feihong Base, plus a few who happened to be passing by. Business suddenly took off like a kite in the wind. All 8 tables were constantly full, and several more groups were patiently waiting outside. I've been stuck in the kitchen slicing meat all day today. When I finally had a free moment to step out, I saw representatives from 3 bases waiting to buy mineral water. Taking advantage of the customers eating, I went out to ask what they needed. It seems Feihong Base had already briefed them on the process, so they all drove trucks over here. "Sorry to keep you all waiting," I said, wiping my hands. No worries at all, Boss Jiang. You go ahead with your work, we don't mind waiting a bit longer. The one who spoke was the vice base chief of Hongri Base. He brought 8 people and 2 large trucks. Looks like they're buying a massive amount. I'm free now. Tell me the quantities so I can prepare, I said. But we have to do this one by one. My shop is a bit small, so I'm afraid it can't hold all the goods at once. Of course, that goes without saying. I'm Brother Yong, Shan Yong. The vice base chief of Hongri Base replied warmly. Suddenly, a disdainful scoff echoed from the crowd. A young man standing in the back looked completely contemptuous. He glared at me as if I were just some weak little girl who couldn't do anything right. He probably couldn't understand why everyone was being so polite to me. I glanced over and saw that the young guy was with a woman, bringing a mistress along on official business. With that kind of arrogant attitude, you could tell at a glance he was no good. I wasn't a pushover either. Seeing his attitude, I couldn't even be bothered to talk to him. Turning back to discuss with Brother Yong. Brother Yong, let's start with your base. Hearing me call him that, Brother Yong felt incredibly flattered. Usually, people who held supplies in this apocalypse were incredibly arrogant. Few were as polite as I was. To be honest, before coming here, he had mentally prepared himself to grovel a bit. He never expected to meet such an amiable boss. Even though the shop was busy, the guests were well taken care of. They had seats and even warm water to drink. Boss Jiang, you can just call me Xiao Yong, he chuckled. Looking at this guy who was half a head taller than me calling himself Xiao Yong, I really couldn't bring myself to say it, so I just changed the subject. So, how much mineral water does your base need? We've discussed it thoroughly. For now, we want to buy about 10,000 cases. Brother Yong said the number with a hint of nervousness. Feihong Base only bought 500 cases. He probably wondered if my Hotpot shop could handle 10,000. 10,000 cases of water was obviously no big deal to me. The hard part was where to put them. Host, an empty warehouse has been detected near the Hotpot shop. You can spend 10,000 points to turn it into your private warehouse. In the future, large transactions like this can all be done there. The system suddenly spoke up. I nodded immediately. It was the only way. Exchange it. After 10,000 points were deducted, the detailed information and address of the warehouse appeared in my mind. Seeing the customers in the shop still happily eating, I told Brother Yong's group to wait a moment and ran over to check out my new territory. The warehouse was really close, just a few minutes walk away. The inside had been cleaned up nicely, and the space was massive. I opened the system shop and immediately exchanged for 10,000 cases of mineral water. In the blink of an eye, a corner of the warehouse was stacked high with goods. Looks like this place is bigger than I thought. No matter how much more I bring in, there will definitely be enough room. The system also told me about a super cool feature. The warehouse could be set with an exact outbound quantity for each transaction. If anyone tried to take more than the allowed amount, they wouldn't be able to carry the goods out the door. On top of that, I could control everything remotely through my personal dashboard, so I didn't need to be stationed here all the time. So convenient. Spending those 10,000 points was totally worth it. Thinking about the other customers buying water later, I casually brought in another 50,000 cases to keep in stock. Looking at the mountain of water, I dusted off my hands in satisfaction and headed back. The warehouse door was secured by my facial recognition or remote unlocking via the system, so I wasn't afraid of anyone picking the lock. After being upgraded by the system, this warehouse had become just as impregnable as the Hotpot shop. Returning to the shop, a few tables had just finished eating. I quickly cleaned up and shoved all the bowls, chopsticks, and pots into the dishwasher in the kitchen. The survivors lining up outside saw the empty tables and quickly rushed in to grab a seat. Except for that young guy from earlier who kept muttering in annoyance, everyone else was extremely patient waiting for me to finish my work. Boss Jiang, do you need any helpers? Our base can send people over to work for free anytime. Shan Yong saw me finally free, approached, and made the offer. I waved my hand. No need, but thanks for the offer. I can handle it myself. Shan Yong looked a bit disappointed. This was originally a great way to strengthen the relationship between the base and the Hotpot shop, but seeing that I refused, he tactfully dropped the subject. I've prepared the 10,000 cases of water in the warehouse over there. Take your people over. There's an automatic counter at the door. Just carry out the exact amount you bought. I instructed them, and Shan Yang's group nodded in agreement. After paying with 2 level 7 crystal cores, they hurriedly led their people to the warehouse I pointed out. I ducked back into the kitchen to continue slicing meat and veggies. But to be honest, I couldn't calm down at all. This was the first time I'd ever held level 7 crystal cores in my hands. Converted into points, the number reached the tens of millions. Did I just step into the millionaire club? Did I become a multi-millionaire overnight? Oh right, system. Do these points count towards the mission? There are 9 of them. So on average, each person spent over 2 million points. That number far exceeds the mission goal. I waited nervously for the answer. Honestly, big spenders like Lin Fei yesterday were extremely rare. I've served so many tables since morning, and not a single one has met the God of War standard. The system stayed silent for a moment before pouring cold water on my hopes. Unfortunately, host, these points do not count. They must eat Hotpot in the shop to be recognized as a dining God of War. I sighed. This result was honestly to be expected. On the other side, Shan Yong led his people to the warehouse. The warehouse door slowly opened under my remote control. Seeing the massive amount of mineral water inside, Shan Yong's group went crazy with joy, hurriedly shouting for everyone to start loading. Listen up, everyone. We only take exactly what we bought. Absolutely do not break Boss Zhang's trust. Shan Yong instructed them carefully. After all, they needed a long-term partnership. Being greedy for small gains and ruining the big picture would be incredibly stupid. Even though he was the vice-base chief, he was very sensible and far-sighted. While they were loading the goods, Li Chong, that arrogant young man from earlier, swaggered in with his mistress. Seeing the warehouse full of water, his eyes lit up with greed. If he could haul this stash away and resell it at exorbitant prices, he'd definitely strike it rich. Actually, the task of buying water wasn't originally Li Chong's turn. The base had initially assigned someone very experienced from the logistics department. But unfortunately, Li Chong's uncle was the base chief, so he used his connections to snatch this lucrative spot. He wanted to claim credit and make a little extra on the side. But because he was so used to being flattered at the base, his brain wasn't exactly sharp anymore. On this trip, it was certain he wouldn't achieve any merit, and disaster was imminent. But the current Li Chong had no idea. He was still staring at the mountain of mineral water, fantasizing about what he would spend his newly earned crystal cores on. Shan Yong glanced at him warily. He still remembered this guy's nasty attitude toward me earlier. Who knew what kind of trick he was planning now? What are you looking at? I paid my crystal cores too. Now I'm just here to load the water. Li Chong snapped. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his lackeys to rush in and start carrying. The survivors who came with him looked at each other in hesitation. They remembered clearly that Li Chong hadn't paid a single crystal core. Was he trying to pull a $0 shopping spree? But the higher-ups' orders were to build a good relationship with the shop owner. Although a few were still hesitating, Li Chong's trusted cronies didn't care. They eagerly rushed into the warehouse, intending to haul the water away. Watching his underlings pick up large cases of water and prepare to slip out, Li Chong secretly despised me in his heart. Women really have no brains. Having so many supplies without a single guard, she deserves to get cleaned out. Shan Yong felt something was wrong. He quietly instructed his men and was about to run back to warn me. But the very next second, a dull thud echoed out. One of Li Chong's lackeys, who had just reached the threshold carrying a case of water, collapsed to the ground like a log. Shan Yong jumped in shock. Seeing the guy foaming at the mouth with his eyes rolled back, it was obvious he was completely unconscious. What the hell? Li Chong shoved his mistress aside and pulled out his gun. Who did that? Everyone around looked at each other in bewilderment. It happened so fast, they didn't see anyone attack. Both sides started drawing their guns in a tense standoff. But right then, another guy carrying a case of water tried to step out and also collapsed. The exact same symptoms as the first guy. This time, everyone present saw it clearly. No one had made a move. It was as if they were hit by an attack from thin air. Shan Yong suddenly remembered my warning. There's an automatic counter at the door. Just carry out the exact amount you bought. It instantly dawned on him. No wonder Boss Jiang dared to let them freely enter and exit a fully stocked warehouse. With supplies like this, It turned out that anyone who didn't pay or tried to take more than their share wouldn't be able to take a single bottle of water out the door. Li Chang and his gang were now truly terrified. After a flurry of panicked cursing, they finally understood the situation and frantically retreated from that cursed warehouse. They intended to go back to the shop to find me, pay the crystal cores, and apologize, but it was too late. The system notified them that they had been blacklisted and would never be allowed to trade with the Hotpot shop again. The system informed me about the commotion but also told me not to worry about it. The warehouse's security would handle it automatically. So, I leisurely watched the comedy unfold through the remote control screen. Honestly, you couldn't even call it a riot, because before they could even cause trouble, the warehouse had already smacked them down. But this group was officially crossed off my list of potential customers. Especially that Li Chang guy. He was the textbook definition of leaving the house without a brain. The survivors who followed Li Chang showed clear signs of despair. Well, this is just great. The entire base's only lifeline had just been completely ruined by him. In the end, Li Chang and his gang could only leave in disgrace under the contemptuous, "You're an idiot" glares of everyone else. Shanyang's group successfully loaded their 10,000 cases of water. Seeing his brothers sweating profusely from the hard work, he generously opened a case and handed everyone a bottle of mineral water to cool off. After loading the goods, Shanyang didn't leave immediately. Instead, he led his team back to the shop for another hot pot meal. Seeing me up to my neck in work, they only had time to say a few words of thanks on behalf of the base before getting in their trucks and leaving. Transporting 10,000 cases of water through the apocalypse, they were anxious to get home safely. The remaining base didn't have large trucks, so they only bought 5,000 cases. Paying with one level 7 crystal core, I pocketed another 10 million points. Having witnessed Li Chang's disastrous example, this group of customers was as obedient as puppies. They didn't dare harbor any greedy thoughts. They loaded their exact amount, said goodbye to me, and hurried off. It was an exhausting day of work, but the income was truly impressive. However, my mission was only 3/10 complete. Only 3 people had met the standard of spending 50,000 points. But whatever, I wasn't too anxious. After all, I was currently sitting on a fortune of tens of millions. That night, before going to bed, I kept flipping through the dashboard just to count the zeros. Counting them over and over made my heart flutter with joy. Hui had now completely moved into my room to sleep. The room was much more spacious after the upgrade, and it still occupied its own little corner. It wasn't noisy or disruptive. It ate whatever I gave it, and if I didn't give it anything, it just rolled over and slept. The 3 turtle eggs under its belly remained completely still, so well-behaved that no one even noticed their presence. With no one to share my joy, I had to squat next to Hui's nest, rambling on and telling it stories all evening. While I talked, it kept its head tilted up, its little mung bean eyes blinking at me, occasionally giving a slight nod. I don't know if it understood anything, but when it came to providing emotional support for its owner, it was absolutely top tier. That night, I fell asleep with a smile still lingering on my lips. When everything had fallen into dead silence, I had no idea that several shadowy figures were silently and stealthily approaching the hot pot shop. I saw it with my own eyes. The mineral water in that warehouse is piled up like mountains. Those survivors just drove trucks right up and loaded the goods. A bald guy in the group whispered to his teammates, his tone full of excitement. "That warehouse belongs to the hot pot shop too? This boss lady is something else. Where the hell did she get so many supplies? Maybe there's some massive faction backing her up? That's why the boss sent our shark squad to scout it out first." A guy with long hair covering his eyes slightly twitched his fingers. An invisible night breeze coiled around his fingertips. With a flick of his hand, the breeze instantly turned into a small tornado that shot forward, tearing a deep trench into the road surface. Just looking at that power was enough to know he was no joke. "Old Third, see if you can use your spiritual power to scout over there." The bald guy turned and told his teammate. The buzzcut guy standing next to him closed his eyes as if sensing something. A long while later, he opened his eyes, his face pale. "No good. It feels like there's a much stronger spiritual type psychic over there blocking me." Hearing this, the whole group's expressions hardened. The buzzcut guy was nearly a level 7 spiritual type. He almost never met his match on missions, Yet now he had run into someone vastly superior. That person not only blocked his probing, but also caused him minor injuries. A faction like that was definitely not simple. They hadn't expected this mission to be so tricky. Even though Haiying Base had deployed an all-psychic squad like this, they still found it tough. Then let's go check out the warehouse first. Leave the shop alone for now. Finding the Hotpot shop too bizarre, they didn't dare act rashly. The buzzcut guy swept his spiritual power over it once and found the warehouse seemed normal, nothing special. After discussing it, the squad decided to target the warehouse. If they couldn't rob the food, bringing water back to complete the mission would be fine too. The group silently closed in on the warehouse. The buzzcut guy used his spiritual power to shroud his teammates, reducing their presence. There wasn't a single zombie or mutated monster in sight around this Hotpot shop. It's really weird, the bald guy muttered. Be careful. Anyone who can open a Hotpot shop here is already no ordinary person. The bald captain warned them. They approached the warehouse door, intending to use their abilities to break the lock. The moment they got close, the system woke me up and reported intruders. I opened the newly upgraded warehouse dashboard, and the live feed instantly popped up. Right now, all sorts of glowing psychic abilities were flashing in front of the warehouse door. That group was sweating bullets trying to get the door open, but despite all their struggling, they couldn't even leave a scratch on that seemingly ordinary iron door. I wasn't panicked at all. I just sat there watching them put on their little stealth show for a solid half hour. When I finally got bored, I turned on the loudspeaker and called out. The sudden voice made the psychic squad jump out of their skin. They were on high alert from head to toe, but no matter how much they looked around, they couldn't see anyone. In a setting where electricity and water were so scarce, they never even considered the possibility of a loudspeaker. Realizing they were exposed without even finding their opponent, the whole group immediately decided that running away was the best strategy. You could say that since their formation, this was the first time the Shark Squad had been so pathetic. But having survived in the apocalypse for years, they weren't the type of brainless brutes who would just charge into their own deaths. After that group left, I observed for a while longer. Seeing that everything was fine, I turned off the dashboard and went back to sleep. At the same time, the atmosphere at Hungry Base was incredibly gloomy. While the other bases all returned triumphantly with thousands of cases of mineral water, Li Chang's group came back empty-handed. A base that already disliked them even deliberately drove a truck full of water to parade in front of their gates just to mock them. The base chief was livid, his face turning green, and he unleashed all his fury onto Li Chang. Normally, when he threw his weight around, the chief would turn a blind eye, but now he had managed to screw up something this important. Li Chang was chewed out mercilessly, then stripped of all his positions and privileges. The villa he was living in was confiscated, and he was thrown into a rundown shack to share with over a dozen other people. Those he had bullied in the past saw him down on his luck and immediately jumped at the chance to get their revenge. His older sister, Li Wan, felt bad seeing her brother suffer and tried to beg her husband, but this time he absolutely refused to listen. The base chief was still stressing over how to make peace with the Hotpot shop. He had no mind to care about his wife. Li Chang took a brutal beating, his body covered in bruises. His lackeys and mistress abandoned him too. Only now did he turn green with regret, but there's no cure for regret in this world. I slept straight through till dawn. Because I overworked myself yesterday, my wrists were still aching when I woke up. When will I finally get to hire staff? I grumbled as I started prepping the ingredients. It was the same repetitive, mind-numbing process all over again. Keep it up, host. Finish the mission, spin the wheel, and who knows, you might just win an employee. The system was painting me another giant pie in the sky, and right now, all I could do was close my eyes and swallow it. After cleaning up, I had just sliced a few plates of beef belly and potatoes when customers started trickling in. I recognized an old acquaintance, Qin Xiaoyu, the healing-type psychic girl from last time. This time she was with a different squad. In the group was a woman wearing a red dress who looked quite striking and haughty, also a psychic. In contrast to Xiaoyu's quiet demeanor, this girl named Hai Lin seemed much more hot-tempered and arrogant. But she didn't seem quite like the nasty rumors I'd heard. I'm not sitting at the same table as you guys. Go sit over there. I'm sitting alone. As soon as she walked in, Hai Lin lifted her chin and ordered the others. Xiaoyu, come sit with me. Qin Xiaoyu obediently nodded and sat down next to her. While bringing the food over, I happened to overhear Hai Lin talking to Xiaoyu. They tell you to heal them, and you just do it? A tiny scratch like that, and they make you waste your psychic energy? Stop being such a pushover. Don't forget you're a psychic. Just stick with me from now on. Don't let people need you like dough. Xiaoyu blushed and nodded. Although I wasn't sure what had happened, I felt that Hai Lin was actually quite protective of her, not as bad as the rumors said. Before long, the shop was packed. I never expected that in this first batch of customers, the two who would help me hit my mission quota would be Qin Xiaoyu and Hai Lin. They looked like delicate little flowers, but their appetites were truly formidable. Eating here wasn't enough. They even ordered a ton of takeout for their families. In total, the two of them spent over 100,000 points, helping me complete half of my mission. This wave of customers was like a fuse. More and more people flocked outside, and some even started arguing over seats. I had to drop what I was doing in the kitchen and go out to break it up. Luckily, everyone still gave me some face. Besides, while they were arguing, they suddenly felt a massive, crushing pressure that left everyone breathless. I glanced toward the tightly shut bedroom door. The system said the shop didn't have this function, so it definitely had to be Hui Hui's doing. Now I wasn't afraid of it at all. Instead, I felt lucky to have adopted it and those eggs. This wasn't some terrifying mutated monster. This was clearly my sweet, caring little guardian angel. After the conflict outside was resolved, I went back to the kitchen. For the past 2 days, all I wanted was for someone to lend a hand. Sometimes, business being too good is a crime in itself. The survivors waiting outside were initially a bit worried about zombie or monster attacks. But after staying here a while, they realized this place was strangely safe. Not even a level 1 zombie was anywhere to be seen. By afternoon, a few more groups of hunters who had just finished their missions arrived, covered in grime and looking exhausted. Anyone who had visited the shop knew perfectly well about the Hotpot's miraculous healing properties, so they all kept it a secret, unwilling to share it with places like Haeing Base. Some even drove their cars over, sitting inside and patiently waiting for their turn. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was already in another city, hundreds of kilometers away from City C. Her clothes were soaked in blood, both hers and the monsters. And zombies. The sun was about to set. She needed to find a place to rest and change clothes to avoid attracting monsters with sharp noses at night. Actually, giant monsters weren't as terrifying as the tiny ones, like mutated rats or fist-sized mutated ants. Once targeted by them, you'd be torn to shreds. Walking a bit further, Lin Fei spotted a standalone clinic. The front door was open but undamaged, looking quite sturdy. After observing the terrain, she decided to rest here. Lin Fei, a voice full of doubt suddenly rang out. Lin Fei turned her head and saw an incredibly familiar face. It was Wang Dong, the ex-boyfriend who had once sworn eternal love, but the moment the apocalypse hit, he ruthlessly stole her family's last bit of food and ran away, indirectly causing her parents' deaths. Throughout all that time, every time I remembered it, my heart would clench in endless pain. One of the reasons I kept dragging out my miserable existence in this world was to find Wang Dong and make him pay the blood debt for my parents. But this world was too vast. I wandered alone everywhere and never crossed paths with him once. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. My hand hidden in my sleeve twitched. Then I suppressed the urge and clenched it tightly. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. We finally ran into each other. Because my mask was soaked with sweat, I wasn't wearing it right now. That was exactly why Wang Dong recognized me so easily. Thanks to my psychic abilities, my face hadn't changed much. My skin was just a bit tanned from the sun and wind, making me look more edgy and fierce than before. Wang Dong, on the other hand, now looked exactly like a bottom-tier survivor. His once handsome face had become somewhat twisted, his features distorted. Just looking at the clothes he wore and the torn, deflated backpack on his back was enough to know he wasn't living well at all. 10 long years had made Wang Dong completely forget the evil deeds he had done. Over the years, the number of lives he had taken wasn't small. His memories had long been distorted, so naturally, he couldn't have guessed that I was burning with the desire to kill him. "It really is you, Xiaofei," Wang Dong exclaimed as if he had just reunited with family, tears welling up in his eyes. Just as I guessed, Wang Dong was living a miserable life. He was just at the bottom of the base. His abilities were weak, his contributions were negligible, so anyone could boss him around. Wang Dong. My voice was a bit hoarse, but he didn't notice the hatred hidden within it at all. Accompanying Wang Dong was a squad of hunters, including one psychic. This mission probably wasn't hard, so there weren't many people with him. Wang Dong lunged forward, trying to grab my hand, but I dodged with lightning-fast reflexes. I can't believe I ran into you here. I've been looking for you all this time. Which base are you at now? He bombarded me with questions, but I couldn't even be bothered to answer. His eyes were glued to me. Seeing me dressed neatly with a bulging backpack, he was dead certain I was living very well. His eyes darted around constantly. Actually, he had long forgotten who I really was. Now, he just saw that I looked well off and wanted to cling to me to be a sugar baby. In Wang Dong's meager memories, he still thought our past relationship was wonderful. Wang Dong, is she your friend? Someone in the squad asked. Everyone was curious about the relationship between him and me. Because everyone knew that at the base, Wang Dong was one of Li Na's public lovers. Li Na was a powerful, influential psychic. She was a big shot. Even though she weighed nearly 200 kilos, because of her high status, there were still plenty of guys willing to follow her around. And Wang Dong was one of them. Her temper went without saying. It was absolutely terrifying. Even though Wang Dong wasn't as favored by her as before, her possessiveness was extremely strong. Previously, there was a boy toy who fooled around with someone else in the base, and she beat him to death on the spot. If she knew her man was looking at another woman with such affectionate eyes, Wang Dong's life would probably be hard to keep. Just an old friend. Wang Dong seemed to suddenly remember something, and his tone instantly changed. His eyes were a bit evasive. I understood his personality all too well. At this moment, I just let out a cold laugh, turned around, and walked straight into the clinic. I wasn't going to make my move just yet. I wanted him to die in a way that was anything but easy. Can we stay here too? A hunter called out behind me. After all, I found this place first, so they had to be a bit polite. Sure, I replied casually, as if whether they came in or not didn't affect me at all. Wang Dong's group was clearly looking for a place to rest too. After discussing it, the whole squad filed in after me. As for Wang Dong, he was still deluding himself into thinking I still loved him. He was smug and hopeful. If I was living a life of luxury, he could piggyback off it and conveniently escape that fat woman with her freaky hobbies back at the base. My heart was heavy with thoughts, making me even more silent. After entering the clinic, I casually took out a few zombies hiding in the dark corners, cleared out a room, and locked myself inside. The others took the hint and didn't go near that room, opting to find other rooms instead. They started their usual routine of scavenging for supplies in the rooms. Wang Dong, having his own schemes, split from the group and chose the room right next to mine. That room only had a few broken-down chairs and nothing else. Right then, his teammates outside asked if he had found anything. Wang Dong yelled back that there was nothing. But the very next second, when a friend walked in, a few bottles of water suddenly appeared on the empty floor where there had been nothing. In that moment, the way his friend looked at Wang Dong completely changed. Wang Dong was tongue-tied, not knowing how to explain himself. It was clearly empty just a moment ago. Could he have been so lost in thought that he saw it wrong? In the next room, I heard the whole thing, and the corners of my lips curled into a cold smirk. After that, a few bottles of nutrient solution, level 2 crystal cores, or other random supplies kept popping up next to Wang Dong every now and then. After a few times like that, Wang Dong didn't dare go anywhere alone anymore, but his teammates had also completely lost trust in him. Wang Dong racked his brain but couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. It was like seeing a ghost. I sat on the floor of my room, twirling a small knife, letting it dance nimbly between my fingers. My eyes stared blankly out the window, lost in unknown thoughts. After clearing out a room, they took a break not far from me. Wang Dong kept trying to find ways to strike up a conversation with me, but I didn't respond. From beginning to end, not a single sound came from the room. When night fell, just as they pulled out their nutrient solutions to fill their stomachs, a rich, intense aroma of food suddenly spread throughout the clinic. The spicy, mouth-watering scent made anyone who smelled it drool. This familiar yet strange smell left the hunters stunned for a long time before they suddenly realized. It seemed to be the smell of Hotpot. They frantically searched around and finally discovered that the aroma was coming straight from my room. What on earth was I eating that smelled so insanely good? The group of survivors looked at each other, gulping down their saliva. A few times they raised their hands to knock on the door, but seeing that I didn't seem to want to socialize, they regretfully gave up. Only Wang Dong stubbornly stood in front of the door, his eyes gleaming with joy. Just as he predicted, I was living a very comfortable life. Wang Dong deliberately lowered his voice and knocked gently on the door. "Who is it?" My voice echoed from behind the door, carrying a slight hoarseness. "It's me. I want to talk to you for a bit. We haven't seen each other in years, after all."